The Sisters of Summer. A Hideaway Lake novel. Book 5. By Terry Laura. Chapter 1. Cut. Stanley's strong, bold voice cut through the air as the director's clapboard slammed together. A moment before there had been gasps, then complete shocked silence as the entire cast watched the surprising scene unfold. Then that's a wrap. Elizabeth sighed at the nostalgic and familiar wrenching in her gut. The end of the season. Her heart beat faster and she felt numb inside. Sad too. It would be a good 3 months until they'd begin to work on the first show of the next season. There were only 2, maybe 3 people who knew the outcome of this final scene. A whodunit was always a fan favorite, and the twin factor was no stranger at pleasing their millions of fans. Thousands, maybe. The show had lost some of their ratings these past few months. She looked down at her identical twin sister and gave a nod to Taylor, who lifted herself up from the floor and smiled. With her hands covered in fake blood, she took the wet towel one of the crew members handed her. "That was a fantastic finish for once," Taylor told her. Elizabeth had known for a long time her twins' enthusiasm she once had was waning. This was the 5th year for Twin Factor, and although they both felt lucky to have come this far, it seemed like they were doing the same thing over and over again. Hopefully this surprise ending where Taylor got shot would up the ratings. Of course, it could go either way. Would the character Taylor played live or die? The probability of her living was pretty high, considering it wouldn't be a show without one of the twins. On the other hand, fans may be tired of the whodunit factor and move on to something else. It was a tough call to make. Either way, Elizabeth was counting on a next season. The storyline was about twin sisters who help a local detective solve cases. They had stumbled upon one another while in the middle of a mystery murder, since they were pretty familiar with all the local venues. After the twins showed their ability to solve crimes, the detective began to count on them for help. The reality part was about the girls and how they were dealing with the mystery aspect of the show. It was quite twisted and full of adventure. Except the director wasn't adding anything new. Each season was starting to look the same as the last one. It was starting to show in the ratings, even though they had a huge fan following. And that's what worried Elizabeth. She loved acting. She woke up each morning ready to come to work and play her part. As far as Elizabeth was concerned, there was nothing else she wanted in life except to be a famous actor. But her sister, not so much. Taylor was getting tired of the show. It resonated from every part of her. Elizabeth knew it because she felt her twins' emotions. It was weird, and yet they never were able to hide things from each other. A great thing, and yet a terrible gift. Taylor wrapped an arm around her and gave her a hug, as if she knew Elizabeth was standing there worrying herself to death. "Let's get out of here." Elizabeth wasn't about to miss the after-show party. "Oh, Taylor, come on. We can't leave yet? How rude would that be?" Taylor shrugged. "They've seen our mugs all season long. I'm ready to go home." A smile crossed Elizabeth's face when her sister mentioned home. She gave her a hug. "Thanks for reminding me that we are going home. I miss everyone so much." Taylor nodded. "Me too. I miss the lake and walking the trails, and mostly, I miss Mom." Elizabeth laughed. "Well, I doubt Mom misses us. Did you hear her at Christmas when we told her we weren't able to come home for the holidays, after she told everyone we were?" Taylor giggled, pulling her closer. She mimicked her mother's voice. "Well, girls, I'll miss you so much, but if I'm to be honest, which you know I am since I'm an attorney, I must admit that my new beau, Ryan, does keep me occupied." Elizabeth covered the palms of her hands over her eyes. I can't picture what happened next. After the other end of the phone went silent, and then when we heard lips smacking, it was absolutely cringe-worthy. Taylor lifted her chin in the air, her blue eyes sparkling with laughter. "I know. Right. Mom making out like that with a guy we haven't met yet. I mean, we're adults, but the thought of her skinny dipping in the lake with someone. I heard all the rumors. Olivia keeps me in the loop with her emails." Elizabeth waved her hand in the air. "I can't think about that. Gross." "What's so funny?" Their fellow actor who played the detective slid in between the girls, wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders. He gave them both a wide smile. Elizabeth felt a tug of jealousy when he spent more than a second looking at Taylor. "Hey Derek. Great job rescuing me after the shooting. I can't wait until next season to find out if they bring me back to life," Taylor teased. He laughed, along with the two of them. 3 months until we find out. I hear you ladies are going to Pennsylvania for the summer." "That's right," Elizabeth told him. He turned to her then, and she realized he gave her the exact same lingering smile he gave Taylor. It caused her to take a step back. There was no sense in feeling jealous. Not with her own sister. After all, Derek was a friendly, all-around nice guy. She supposed she wanted something to happen between the two of them, because that's what happens in Hollywood. Leading actors going out together. She wanted all the perks of being a Hollywood entertainer. Elizabeth planned to become a huge star. This gig with the twin factor was the beginning. Once she snagged a major movie deal, things would change. Right now, all her focus was on the big screen. Nothing would change her mind. She gave him a heartfelt smile. Elizabeth believed in fate. Whatever happened in life was supposed to happen. If Derek and Taylor hit it off, then all the stars were aligned, and it was supposed to be that way. If she ever had the chance to date him, then she supposed things would go in another direction. But Elizabeth planned to direct the stars and align them towards Hollywood. The only star shining bright in the sky was going to be her. "Are you dreaming again, sis?" Taylor led her toward the dressing room to change after their fellow actor moved on to someone else. "I'm always dreaming, girl. When are you going to start?" "I need peaceful bliss. That's why I can't wait to get home. It's been a whirlwind 5 years here, hasn't it?" Taylor closed the door behind them and swung around, facing her sister. "Except for the quick flights home during the holidays, we haven't had much time to do anything else." Elizabeth stared back at her. "Yes, it's been a beautiful 5 years. I could care less if I ever went home again." Taylor stripped off her skirt and bloodied blouse. "You know that isn't true. You miss home as much as I do." Elizabeth was filled with mixed emotions. "I do and I don't, if that makes sense. I miss Mom and Olivia and a few of our friends, but I don't miss it like you do. I want to go home this summer and do some soul-searching. Remember how we'd row out into the middle of the lake before the fog lifted? It was so serene. That's how I knew I wanted to become an actor. It all started right there." Taylor grunted as she placed a breezy tiered maxi with ruffles over her head. "I remember. You were so agitated the year before we came out here. Changing your mind about what you wanted to do. I remember how Nana finally told you to get in the boat and row yourself out to the middle of the lake and let the beauty of nature guide you. She was a great inspiration." Elizabeth hugged herself. "I do remember, and I miss that woman terribly." Taylor nodded. "I do too. She taught us so much about life while Mom was busy getting her degree. Not that Mom wasn't a great mom, she was and still is, but Nana taught us all about the beauty of the earth and how we are aligned with the universe." "I know. She was so smart. She knew every herb that grew in the mountains. Remember the long walks as she filled up her basket?" Taylor stopped and smiled. "I do. Remember how Jake Turner would hide behind the trunks of trees with the other kids and call her a witch because no one understood what she was doing?" Elizabeth burst out laughing. They curled up on the long couch in their dressing room, reminiscing. "Yes, I do. Nana would hang her herbs out to dry, and then sometimes she'd go to the local department store and buy these huge spiders and those white webs and string them up around her cottage by the lake. She even put a big plastic cauldron out near the fire pit, so they'd think she was making potions. I miss her warped sense of humor so much." Taylor leaned her head against Elizabeth's shoulder. "I do too. I wonder whatever happened to Jake." Elizabeth shrugged. "Who knows? After the accident that summer, Mr. Turner packed up and left, taking Jake and his sister. No one ever heard from them again." Taylor shook her head. "That's so dramatic, sis. I'm sure someone from Hideaway Lake knows where they moved to or what happened. You and I both know not much gets past the folks in small-town Hideaway Lake." "True. You had a crush on him, didn't you? I remember now. Nana caught the two of you kissing by the lake. She chased him off and you were so mad you didn't go visit her for 2 weeks. Elizabeth laughed at the memory. The more she spoke of home, the more the ache in her gut hurt. I guess I do miss home a lot more than I thought. It's a special place. Lord knows I haven't been able to meditate here in this city without someone interrupting me. It will feel so nice to go back to the lake. I have an idea. Elizabeth shook her head. Taylor always had crazy ideas that weren't really that exciting. What now? Taylor nodded, smiling. You'll love this. Instead of staying at Mom's place and watching her go crazy all over some strange guy, let's stay at Nana's cottage by the lake. Really? I'm not sure how much fun that will be. It's practically isolated, except for the Turners' abandoned cottage. We'll be practically on the other side of the lake, away from all the action. Taylor burst out laughing. You know there isn't that much action at Hideaway Lake, sis. It will be good for us. Maybe we can learn some of Nana's secrets and incorporate her recipes into the show. You know, like research. Elizabeth was on to her sister's tactics. You say that and know very well that nothing that happens at the lake can be imported here in Hollywood. Except the idea of a crazy woman poisoning someone she despises with herbs she collects sounds kind of interesting. You may have something, sis. I told you. Elizabeth knew Taylor wanted to go home to feel closer to their Nana, who had passed away 2 years ago. Nana had been proud of their success, and yet always warned them both not to get too high and mighty. The memory made her smile. I'm going to go talk to Stanley before we go. Want to come along? You go ahead. I doubt he'll want to use any of your ideas. He has his own writers, sis. She shrugged and stood up, determined to stand her ground. Well, that's all fine and dandy, but I have ideas too, and it's time Stanley listens to them. Taylor shook her head. Don't get your hopes up. He already knows which direction this story is going in. I have to try. Elizabeth slipped from the dressing room, closing the door softly. Her sister didn't understand. Sometimes she even wondered if Taylor wanted the show to fail so she could quit. That wasn't an option for Elizabeth. Hi, Elizabeth. Come in. Stanley was a bit older, with white hair that hung loosely around his face. He was quite fatherly looking, and yet had a hippie-style vibe about him. When he dressed up in a suit, he slicked his hair back, but around the set his hair was all over the place. The studio had emptied out, with most people heading to the after-party at one of the local restaurants. Stanley was easy to talk to, and a great director. She was not one to mince words, so Elizabeth came right out with her thoughts. Stanley, my sister and I were talking and we had a great idea for a plot in the show. Stanley sat back in his chair. He steepled his fingers together, then gave her a direct look. I am all ears. Since he hadn't offered her a chair, she stood awkwardly, wringing her hands behind her back. She was trying to portray a confident persona, but with the intense way he stared at her it made her nervous. She hesitated, wondering if maybe Taylor had been right about bringing an idea to him after all. He gave her a reassuring smile. Out with your idea, Elizabeth. Well, I never mentioned my Nana to you, but she was a very mysterious character. She lived in a cottage along the far end of the lake, and many of the locals thought she was strange. She'd go into the mountains and bring back leaves and flowers and mix up concoctions that actually did help sicknesses. She swore by her herbs and ointments. I'm sure they worked, except I was too young to know for sure. I see a possibility here, he mentioned. Go on. Her heart raced, knowing he was actually listening. What if someone wanted to commit a crime and set up the old lady in the cottage? What if this person befriended the old woman, learned her secrets in order to do away with someone? The victim's family and friends accuse the old woman, but the detective and twins have to solve the mystery? There's a dozen ways this can go. What do you think? I like it. Sit down. She did. The tone of Stanley's voice was serious. Was he going to consider her idea? I'm taking this story from a childhood experience. My Nana lived in a cottage by the lake for many years, and followed the old ways of healing. She was accused of being a witch. We are going to spend time there, and I thought I could do some research since we were much younger when we spent days there with Nana. He nodded, his hands still steepled. He gave his huge sigh, the one she was used to hearing. Her heart went from hopeful to downtrodden when she looked into his eyes. There was negative energy flowing. She felt it almost as much as she felt her sister's heart beating. "I'm not sure how to explain this, Elizabeth, but I'm going to try. Right before you came into the room, I got a call. I haven't announced this yet, because I am waiting for it to be official." The dreaded call. Elizabeth's face fell. She knew what this meant. For all of them. It wasn't a good sign. "What?" she whispered, afraid of the answer. He pursed his lips together and gave her a soft nod. "This may be our last season." The words wouldn't come to her throat. It felt dry, and she tried hard to hold in the sob that was rising up from somewhere deep inside. "Do you mean there will be no next season?" He shrugged. "I'm afraid so. Elizabeth, you are a star. Don't let this get the best of you. Turn this into a positive." She couldn't keep the sob from bursting out. "What am I supposed to do now? Go home and be the laughingstock of Hideaway Lake?" He shook his head. "Shows get cancelled. Try to understand. I got the information early from an insider, so you can't mention this to anyone yet." "How long shall I keep my mouth shut?" Anger seeped inside of her like a snake slithering through tall grass. When were they going to tell us? "Elizabeth, this news was from an insider. They could possibly change their mind, although it is unlikely. I'm telling you, because I know how much you want to be a star. So, now is your chance to start looking for a bigger part. You didn't plan to stay in this scenario forever, did you?" She shook her head. He was right. She wanted more. She wanted to be the main character, the highest paid actor on the show. The television show paid well, but she knew by snagging a part in a movie, she'd rise a lot faster. Too bad her emotions were flying in all directions. "I guess you are right, Stanley. I do want more. I was not expecting a cancellation, though." "We never are. It surprised and upset me, too." He leaned in. "I've been in this business a long time. I've watched shows become a success and then be cancelled at the drop of a pin. It happens. I also have a gut feeling about people. You, Elizabeth, will go far. I promise you will." She stood, her hands shaking. "I don't know how you can promise me that, when you can't even keep this show at the top of the ratings." Her anger was causing her to lash out at a man who gave her a chance when no one else would. She held up her hand. "I'm so sorry, Stanley. This isn't your fault, either. I've got thick skin, Elizabeth. I wouldn't be in this business otherwise. Take it in, but please do not mention it to anyone until I have a chance to notify the cast. It won't be for a few weeks. Will you promise me that? My sister will know something is wrong." "Maybe. You can put your acting skills to the test. If you can fool her, you will fool anyone. Great actors can do that." He was encouraging, if anything. Stanley always said the most positive things, even on set. He never put anyone down. He was indeed a rare breed. She'd miss working with him. "I don't keep secrets from my sister. But I'll try to keep her from feeling like a failure like I do right now. Taylor will keep her mouth shut. I just don't want to ruin her trip home." "Thank you. I'm sorry, Elizabeth. We had a good 5-year run. Most shows can't say that." "I know. I'm sorry that I don't feel grateful. I should be." She left his office, letting the air from her lungs in sharp bursts. Luckily, the place was almost empty. Except for her sister, who was probably lounging on the couch reading a book on her electronic device. Elizabeth stood outside of the dressing room for a long time. She was a good actor. No, she was a great actor. Time to see if she can fool the one person she'd never been able to before. Ready. Action. She turned the knob and pushed open the door. Chapter 2. Taylor flipped through a travel magazine that was sitting on the end table while her sister was gone. She doubted Elizabeth speaking to the director would do any good. Her sister meant well, but the script was written ahead of time, and doubted Stanley would change a storyline to appease an actor, even if she were one of the stars of the show. She glanced at the clock, both thin black hands pointed directly at the 12. Noon seemed so early to have wrapped up the last episode already. Taylor thought it was strange, since the last few seasons had never been over so quickly before. Usually, the cast was here until late in the evening to make sure everything was done properly. Plus, Taylor noticed quite a bit of tension between the director and a few of the writers today. Taylor had noticed the facial expressions while she was lying on her back pretending to be shot. Even though she always tried to observe her surroundings closely, it was far easier to do it from the ground. She almost laughed. Elizabeth would think she was crazy as usual if she suggested there was some animosity going on between the writers and director. Her sister was always blunt and to the point. She didn't believe people would try to be shady behind her back. Taylor had a feeling her sister was dead wrong. Taylor had to admit, the crew here were the most giving and caring that she'd ever known. It was why she stayed for 5 seasons. The director, Stanley, always tried to be fatherly towards them ever since he found out their own dad was gone. But there was something in the air that gave Taylor a feeling of a restless, negative vibe she couldn't shake. Her sister always rolled her eyes when Taylor told her she can sense a person's thoughts and emotions. Elizabeth hated how Taylor would make predictions. She wouldn't believe her sister until it actually turned out to be true. And Taylor always proved herself right. It was a wonder Elizabeth didn't just take her words as the truth, but they were both stubborn in their own way. That thought made Taylor smile even more. This show had been a great opportunity for both of them. Elizabeth wanted to be a star, and she deserved to be one. She deserved more than twin factor. Her sister was a great actor, and she wanted the best for her. Taylor wanted bright lights and action, except not in Hollywood. Her mind went back to the small plays the two of them acted in during high school. Those had been so much fun. Local theater had always stirred her soul. She paged absent-mindedly through the pages of the travel mag, while remembering how the open-air theater had been their formal training at the Hideaway Lake Theater. It was on that stage in their hometown that her sister claimed they were going to be huge stars. Taylor had been happy to let her lead the way. Since she had no idea what she wanted to do with her life, it hadn't been that difficult of a choice to make when they traveled to Hollywood to audition for the part of twin sisters on Twin Factor. It had been Elizabeth's hard work that paid off for them both. Elizabeth was the one who hired an agent, taking their search for a role more serious than she had. She had gone along in her sister's shadow, and hadn't minded that Elizabeth took over their lives. Taylor owed their sudden success to Elizabeth. And yet, she knew this city wasn't where she wanted to be for the rest of her life. After spending 5 years here, Taylor ached to go home. She didn't want to be in the spotlight here. The city and nightlights didn't call out to her, but home did. She longed for the mountains and the lake, a place where she'd sit and meditate and feel worthy of this life. Hollywood wasn't real to her. It was a stopover, a place to go to help her sister's career. She knew Elizabeth felt differently, and she respected her sister's wishes and dreams, but she'd never make this place her own. Something inside was stirring in her soul. But she'd stay here for the time being, until Elizabeth no longer needed her. If she ever wanted to leave here, she had to help her sister get a better role. Perhaps during hiatus, there would be an opportunity to find a bigger role for Elizabeth. They had both gotten caught up in this show for the last few years. It was time to spread their wings and fly even further. Calling their manager was the first item on her list when they got home. She wanted it all for her sister, and would do whatever it would take to escalate Elizabeth's progress. Perhaps there was even a hint of selfishness there also, since she'd be able to go home if her sister landed a bigger role. Her mind made up, Taylor made a mental note to call Chastity first thing in the morning. As long as Chastity kept her mouth shut, it would be fairly easy to get the ball rolling. Although, her sister knew her better than anyone else on earth, Elizabeth would eventually figure out she was the one who found her the auditions. There would be a season of anger and hurt, but then she'd forgive Taylor as long as she landed one of those big roles. She picked up the phone, deciding not to wait until tomorrow. After 3 rings, their manager answered. Chastity here. What's up, Taylor? I want you to hear me out first before you say anything. Taylor knew she was on speakerphone when her voice echoed in her ear. A small thump reached her ears. She imagined Chastity had been slumped over her laptop and pushed it back to talk. At least she'd have her undivided attention. Okay, let me have it. Something in my soul is telling me it's time to start looking for bigger roles. I'm not sure why, but I'm getting really bad vibes about the twin factor. Chastity let out a sharp breath. Really, Taylor? I know you pull this stuff on Elizabeth, and she believes you have some kind of witchy woo-woo intuition, but I'm not buying it. What's really going on? Taylor was surprised. Did Elizabeth really tell you that? Of course. I wouldn't say it if it weren't true. She said you do that a lot, and it almost always comes true. Taylor grinned. She didn't think Elizabeth took her all that seriously. Then you may want to take me a bit more seriously. I have a bad feeling about the twin factor, so I'd like it if you try to find her a bigger role. Maybe even a movie. Chastity's end of the phone got quiet. What about you? She finally got out. I'm going home. You two have been together through all of this. I can find you something if you'd like. But wait. No one has said a word about the show. You'd think I'd know if things weren't going well. Taylor shrugged. It's a feeling. But let's face facts. The show is in season 5, and it's starting to get old. The viewership has shrunk, and you don't need a crystal ball to see where this is going. I want her to get out while she is on top. You can help with that? Chastity sighed. I can and I will. Okay, call me in a week and I'll see what I can do. We'll be at Hideaway Lake. Make sure she doesn't try to barter for the both of us, Chastity. I have no desire to follow in her footsteps. That's sad, if you want my opinion. I don't. Chastity laughed into the phone. Of course you don't. You have always been brutally honest with me, and so I'll be straight up with you. If you give up this chance to star in a movie, you may lose it all. Right now you have a huge steady income. Do you really want to lose all of that? Taylor closed her eyes. It is a nice income, and I've put most of it away. I've never needed a lot to get by. Not like my sister. She loves clothes and new cars and the glamour lifestyle. Give me a maxi dress and forget the shoes and I'm happy. I know. Your accountant has been telling you to spend more. Taylor shook her head, as if Chastity could see her. No way. I have a feeling I'll need that money for something important. Chastity let out a huge sigh, directly into the phone. You and your premonitions. Elizabeth swears by them, but I don't know. I just hope you are not playing a fool's game, and letting big opportunities pass you by. You are a great actor, Taylor. Thank you. I'm good. She wasn't about to let anyone tell her what she wants from life. She only stayed in Hollywood because of Elizabeth. She'd do anything for her twin. Footsteps sounded closer to the dressing room. I've got to go, Chastity. Talk soon. She hung up as the door swung open. Taylor noticed Elizabeth's cheeks were slightly flushed, which probably meant she didn't get anywhere with Stanley. He was a stubborn old man, even if he did have their backs on many occasions. Let's get out of here, her sister told her. You ready? Taylor closed the magazine and slid it back onto the pile. She stood and gave her sister a hug. I've been ready to get out of here, sis. How did things go with Stanley? Like usual. Sometimes he just won't listen to a word I say. Taylor stared at her sister's face. They both sported dark straight hair and blue eyes, but Elizabeth's were a deeper shade of blue. It was the only way someone who knew them was able to tell them apart. The stories they could tell about mistaken identity might make for a great book someday. Why are you weirdly staring at me? Elizabeth gave her a dark look, but she saw right through it. I'm not staring at you. What's wrong? Elizabeth shook her head. The way she darted her eyes made Taylor think there was indeed something she was hiding. Nothing wrong. Let's go to the after party. I promise we'll leave in 1 hour. Please come along with me. Taylor shrugged. May as well. I'll go to that tiny apartment and worry you won't get back in time, and we'll miss our flight home. Elizabeth gave her a grateful smile. She hugged Taylor. Thank you. I don't want to miss anything this life has to offer. And I don't want to be without my sister. She took Taylor's hand. Let's go have some fun before we leave. Taylor looked back at the small dressing room they had used for the past 5 years. In her mind, she was saying goodbye. She had an eerie feeling they'd never step foot back here again. How weird was that? The sun was taking longer to set, and the heat was pretty unbearable during these hot days of summer. In the mountains of Pennsylvania, at least the lake, trees and mountains cooled things down faster, even if it was still pretty miserable out. Sitting outside on the porch at Laura's cottage was one small enjoyment they'd never give up, no matter how hot and sticky it got. Shar. What time are the girls coming home? Shar glanced at her best friend Laura. Last I heard they had a stopover in Chicago. I can't wait until they get here. I'm surprised you aren't standing at the airport with a sign. Stop teasing me, Laura. They rented a car, so no need to be there. I'm so excited to have them home for 3 months. They decided to spend their whole vacation here this time. Laura sat at the far end of the wicker couch, her bare feet propped on the glass table in front of her. Shar noticed how relaxed her best friend had been since coming back from a month-long honeymoon. Laura had surprised her husband Joe when she rented an RV, and they spent the month of January trekking around the U.S. It had been good for Laura to do something for herself. Joe was a good guy. She wished them the best. Shar's favorite thing about Joe was he never tried to stop Laura from living her best life, or interfere in any girlfriend meetups. They were still best friends and at times needed each other. All she had to do was text or call, and Laura was there for her. Holly was a different story. Shar still kept her guard up after what Holly did to their friendship. They had always been the 3 unstoppable women of Hideaway Lake. But then Holly's past came back to haunt her, and it caused a rift between the 3 of them. Laura had forgiven her after a short while, and Shar eventually forgave her too. Except she was never able to go back to where they had been in a sisterhood. That may take some time, she knew. Maybe they'd never be the same again. What's on your mind, Shar? Is there something bothering you? Shar hadn't touched the glass of wine she held in her hands yet. You know me well. I'm worried about the girls. When they find out the theater closed down and the owner's son abandoned it, they will be so upset. There is no getting around the fact it may be auctioned off. Laura didn't seem concerned, which bothered Shar. I don't see it being a problem. Whoever buys it may actually do some repairs. It's been an eyesore for the past few years. I mean, they had a few shows last year, but no one ever bothered to clean up around the place. There was a whole section of seating that had to be roped off after being deemed too dangerous to sit there. Yeah, the paint is atrocious. It needs to be repainted. I heard rumors the old man was too sick to take care of it. I suppose that was why no one fined him. Isn't it a historical building and needs to be maintained? Shar agreed. Something like that. They can't alter the foundation in any way. It needs a facelift. A huge one if you ask me. Shar was restless. She knew how upsetting this news would be to her girls. I think the twins were hoping to put on a show while they are home. Sadly, they may not be able to depending on what happens. Laura crossed her ankles and sipped on her wine. Do you remember how they'd walk all over Hideaway Lake, handing out flyers for the shows they were in? It was adorable. Adorable? She rolled her eyes. It was hours later. They'd come home, and then have me drive them to all the places that were too far to walk to distribute those flyers. They both took their time at the theater so seriously. Laura smiled. Look where it got them. Hollywood. A popular show loved by so many. That little theater had a huge impact on them both. I suppose so. Shar sighed. They also asked to stay at their Nana's cottage on the other side of the lake. The look on Laura's face was the exact one she had earlier when she got the text. Why? It hasn't been used for a few years. I thought you were going to sell that old place, Shar. It's hard to sell right now. I'm having way too much fun with Ryan to think about that place. Besides, now that the girls want to stay there, maybe they'll clean it up a bit for me to sell when they go back home. Laura frowned. That sounds awful, Shar. Why not keep it and rent it out? With a little work, it may be the perfect little getaway for someone. I don't know. I honestly haven't been there since Mom died. It was too hard to go back. Her mom had been a wonderful lady who kept to herself. People were leery of her, since she believed in natural healing and using herbs and oils to heal. Now Shar wished she'd paid more attention to her. Except Shar had been so busy trying to become a respectable lawyer, she neglected her own mother the year she died. Shar carried so much guilt on her shoulders, she wondered if she'd ever be able to let it go. When her husband died over 5 years ago, she took the brunt of the guilt for not being home to save him. Then 3 years later her mom dies alone in that cottage, and Shar was too busy building up her law firm to check in on her. Ryan had changed all that from the start. He made her feel worthy as a woman and person. The guilt she had felt faded when she was with him. Going back to that cottage on the far end of the lake had been the last thing on her mind. She knew why she didn't want anything to do with it, but she also was smart enough to know someday she had to deal with the property. Not right now while she was having the time of her life with Ryan. "Hello? Anyone there?" Laura's teasing voice propelled into her deepest thoughts. "I'm sorry. I went somewhere else for a moment." "It was more than a moment. You okay?" Shar nodded. "I'm great actually. Feeling a bit nostalgic about Mom's cottage, and then the theater and the girls. I'll be glad when they are home, and I can focus on them for a while. Perhaps it is best if they stay at the cottage. You know, since you and Ryan have those midnight rendezvous in the lake without." "Laura? Don't you dare listen to those rumors." Shar burst out laughing. Laura knew they were not lies. Her friend stood and pointed to the road. "I think your girls are here." Shar stood and stared at the white Chevy Camaro sports convertible, slowing down in front of Laura's bed and breakfast. Both girls were waving and laughing. She made her way down the steps as her heart filled with gratitude. They looked so healthy and wonderful, and in that moment realized how much she missed them. Even at 31, they were still her babies. Doors slammed shut and the twins ran into her arms. She held onto them both as tears fell from her face. These girls were her life for so long it was hard to believe they'd been on their own for the last 10 years. Ever since college, they spent most of their time traveling to Hollywood or some other famous town for a break. She was so proud of them both. "I missed you so much," Shar told them. "I missed you, Mama." Elizabeth's arms were around her neck, while Taylor wrapped hers around Shar's waist. "Hey there. What about me? Do I get a hug too?" The girls giggled and let her go while they gave Laura a hug. Shar wrapped her arms around herself and let the tears fly. "I can't believe you two will be home all summer. How did you manage that?" "It's Taylor's fault, Mama. She insisted we come home. Her intuition told her so." Shar rolled her eyes. "Not that again. You spent way too much time with your Nana on the other side of the lake, Taylor." She claimed to have the same strange feelings about things. Laura shook her head. "Don't make fun, Shar. Haven't you heard about the ghosts that were occupying one of our cottages? There is a spirit world out there. Even Joe has claimed to see this ghost when he stayed at the Americana cottage." When Shar glanced at her daughter, Taylor's brow was raised. She looked so much like her father at that moment, it caused her to take a step back. Taylor gave her a smile, a pure happy-to-be-home smile, and she pulled her daughter back in her arms. To be honest, it was absolutely wonderful to see their dad live on in them. Even with all the fun she was having with Ryan, she missed their dad. He had been steady and a good father. He had given her the space to become an attorney, even though they didn't need the money. He allowed her to be a strong-willed woman. She'd always be grateful. But he wasn't here any longer, and she had wept for him for almost 5 long and lonely years. Everyone saw her as tough and no nonsense. They never saw the nights she sat on the dock, crying her heart out, weeping for a chance to make it up to him. Her girls were living their own lives, and if there was one thing he taught her, it was to be independent and always move forward. After the guilt of not being home the day he died, she had been determined to move forward. She waved to Laura as they made their way to the fancy sports car. "Let me drive?" The girls were laughing so hard when Shar spun the wheels, then hit the gas and turned the steering wheel so sharp they did a 360 in front of Laura's house. Shar laughed. The top was down, and the hot July air took her back to the days of her youth when they ripped around the roads in sports cars on those hot July nights. "We just need a Bob Seger tune on the radio." "Who?" Elizabeth asked. Taylor shrugged. Shar grinned. These girls didn't know what good old rock and roll was. Driving down the road with tunes loud on the stereo and your hair in the wind was priceless. She spun the tires one more time as the girls shrieked. She still had it. Yeah. Chapter 3. Taylor, why don't we spend the night here at Mom's place, and then set out in the morning for Nana's cottage? Her mom agreed. I haven't been there in 2 years, girls. I doubt it would be clean enough for you to stay there tonight. Elizabeth was hoping her sister didn't want to go there tonight. She noticed it was so dark in Hideaway Lake, and the cottage was along the banks of the lake where only one other cottage sat. She was used to the city lights and no stars shining bright. Here the sky was filled with thousands of tiny lights leading the way from her mom's driveway to the back deck. Let's stay here tonight, Elizabeth stated. She gave her sister an inquiring look. It will be nice to spend the evening with Mom. Char smiled. Thank you. I feel absolutely delighted you want to spend time with me. The girls burst out laughing. They heard so many stories of how their mother led a wild nightlife with some hunky home security guy. She knew Taylor was thinking the same thing. Was their mom delighted to have them here? Or was she in a hurry to have them on their way to the cottage, to have a nightly fling with security hunk? Elizabeth pulled another bag from the trunk. Mom, from the rumors we've heard, do you really want us here tonight? I'm happy to have you. Forget those rumors. The people around here don't know what they are talking about. We'll sit on the dock and have some wine. You hungry? Yes, I'm starving. Taylor was the first to answer. You are always hungry. We ate on the plane, Mom. The food was not all that good, and I only ate half. Elizabeth hadn't been able to eat anything. She always had a queasy stomach during a flight. It was probably why she didn't like to fly home too often. The long flight made her feel weak. How about I throw a thick steak on the grill and some salad? That sounds fabulous, Mom. Thanks. Her mom turned to her. Elizabeth, can you eat a steak too? She nodded. She'd probably eat more salad than steak, but she didn't want her mom or Taylor trying to force food on her. She had to stay thin for her screen presence. Walking up the path to their family home made her sad. Not having their dad here was hard. Maybe that was another reason she hated coming home. It hurt too much knowing she'd never see him again. Elizabeth didn't like to focus on sadness and pain. She wanted to stay positive, but this place filled her with emotions she always tried to push away. As her mom opened the French door to the office, she noticed how it looked the same, and yet was different. Daddy's presence is still here, she mentioned, speaking in soft tones as she stepped into the room that had once been her dad's office. It always will be, darling. Her mom gave her a knowing look. We'll talk more. Right now, you girls take your things to your rooms and I'll grab the steak and wine. Elizabeth led the way down the hall, opening her door to find her bedroom exactly the same as the last time she'd been home. She stood there, wondering if the moment she stepped inside, she'd go back in time to when she was afraid of the future. She felt her sister behind her. Go. You will be fine. Her sister's words did help some, but it was as if she read her mind, which she probably did. Sometimes you are scary. Taylor laughed. We're twins. We should be able to sense each other's emotions. Not me. I never know what you are thinking. That's because your brain hasn't slowed down enough to know. Spending time at Nana's cottage will cure that. This time Elizabeth stepped inside and closed the door, waiting for Taylor's footsteps to take her to her own room. She stepped forward, setting her luggage on the bed and sat down, taking in a deep breath. There was no reason to fear being back home. Like she had done many times as an adolescent, Elizabeth stood and faced the round mirror on the wall. She had been so dramatic back then, watching herself in it, while she showcased her talents to the stuffed animals she lined up against the wall and in the window seat. They were her audience, and her mother had kept them where she left them. Elizabeth wasn't surprised her mom left their rooms intact. Every year she'd ask them when they were moving back home, that Hollywood was too weird to live there forever. And each year she'd roll her eyes and tell her the same thing. Never. Now here she was, staring in the same mirror that helped create her career. Glancing at the stuffed animals, she grinned at the audience behind her. From a walking starlight horse, Beanie Babies, Tickle Me Elmo and a stuffed Scooby-Doo, She had spent what seemed like a lifetime pretending they were watching her perform. She glanced at her favorite one, the Pooch Patrol pup. She slowly made her way to the windowsill, picking up the pup and flipped down his eyebrows. She turned up the lips and the precious pup turned into a guard dog, looking ferocious. It made her smile at how she was afraid when she had nightmares sometimes. Her dad had told her not to worry. He gave her the pup to protect her. To a small child it meant the world. When he died, she came home and held that dog for hours on end, feeling closer to him because of the Pooch Patrol. It was a memory she'd never let go of. Elizabeth set the stuffed animal back in its place and picked up another one of her favorites when a light knock brought her out of her thoughts. Her sister opened the door and poked her head inside. "You coming?" "I was thinking about Dad." "It's hard." Taylor slipped inside and sat down on the bedspread. She glanced around the room, then stared at the piles of stuffed animals. "I can't believe Mom left our rooms exactly the same. I thought she'd make a sewing room or spare bedroom or something by now." Elizabeth laughed. "Mom doesn't sew. Can you imagine if she did?" "Hey now, I heard that." Shar stood in the doorway grinning. "You have to admit, Mom, your talents were cooking and taking care of us. Sewing was not huge on your list." "I knew how, just didn't want to," she told them. "Girls, there are some things in life you just want to pass on to someone else. We had a perfectly fine seamstress the next town over, and she loved hemming your dresses and fixing our clothes. Now let's go enjoy some wine." Taylor bounced on the bed and squealed. "Is that your secret keepin' doll? Let me see it." Elizabeth threw her the doll. The key was still hanging there, so Taylor opened the belly. Elizabeth had forgotten about the secret compartment until she realized what she had stuffed inside a long time ago. She jumped on the bed and tried to wrestle the doll from her sister. "Don't open that. It's private." Taylor laughed, making a deep evil noise that normally would cause Elizabeth to laugh out loud. Even though Taylor was teasing her, she still wasn't sure she could handle anyone finding what was in the belly of her secret keepin' doll. Elizabeth tugged at the doll, but Taylor had a firm grip on it, causing them both to roll around on the bed as if they were in a wrestling match. Shar ordered them to stop, her voice stern, but they both ignored her. Until Shar jumped on the bed with them and began grabbing arms that were flailing around. "Both of you, that's enough." Elizabeth let go of the doll. So did Taylor, about the same time as her sister. It landed in Shar's lap. The three of them looked at each other and began to laugh hysterically. "We look ridiculous." Shar nodded and laughed harder. Taylor did too. "I still want to know what's in the doll's belly." Elizabeth sighed. She reached for the doll, twisted the key and pulled open the flap. Reaching in, she felt around and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper. "What is that?" Taylor whispered, still out of breath. "It's a letter I will cherish forever. I forgot it was here." She held it to her for a moment, then handed it to Taylor. "Go ahead and read it if you have to." Elizabeth stared at the ceiling. The paper crinkled, and then she heard her sister's quiet voice. Except it sounded so loud and bold, and she let out a huge breath. Her mother's gasp when she realized who it was caused Elizabeth to turn her head. Taylor cleared her throat. "To my favorite twin, haha, I just told your sister the same thing an hour ago." Elizabeth caught her breath and laughed with the others. They all knew of his warped sense of humor. It was why their mom and dad got along so famously, even though Dad had been a bit older. Taylor continued, "Elizabeth, I want you to know how proud of you I am right now. Watching the two of you growing up together was pure joy. Not always, especially when the fighting started, but our house was always filled with such greatness when you and your sister and mother were here. I was a busy man most of my life, and I'm sorry for the time I had to spend away from my loves as I built a career." Shar sniffled. "I understand those words more than he'll ever know." Elizabeth gave her mom a squeeze, knowing how guilty her mother had felt after he died. It wasn't something they really talked about, but Elizabeth knew somehow. Maybe she did have some type of intuition after all. "I'll make this short and sweet. As you leave for Hollywood with your whole life ahead of you, I want to be the first to tell you how proud of you I am. Those years watching you and your sister at the open-air theater were fun, and I thought it was just something to pass your time. Little did I realize it was truly your passion. Show the world how great you are, daughter. I love you, and will treasure those memories forever. Don't get too big and proud that you can't come home to Mama and me. We love you more than you'll ever know. Dad. The room was filled with their labored breathing. Finally, Char pushed herself up from the bed. I think I need a big glass of wine. Who is with me? She turned and held out a hand to each of them. Elizabeth and Taylor took her hand at the same time. A smile crept across their mother's face. Elizabeth knew she was going to say something to lighten the mood. It had gotten way too heavy. She looked at her sister, who was staring right at her, grinning. Taylor had tears glistening in her eyes, but she'd hold them back until no one was looking. Elizabeth's tears had already slid down her cheeks while the letter was read. Elizabeth whispered to her sister, "Tickle monster." Taylor laughed, and at the same time as her, they pulled their mom back down on the bed, disrupting any thought Char may have had of saying something to lighten the mood. The girls started to tickle her, until she cried out for mercy. After several minutes and tons of laughter, they were on their backs staring at the ceiling. Elizabeth turned to her. "Sorry, Mom." "You are not one bit sorry, young lady. Now help me up and let's get some wine and a good steak cooking." As they left the room, Elizabeth turned to find Taylor folding the letter and tucking it back inside the secret keepin's belly. She set it back on the windowsill and sighed, then turned to her sister. "That was sorely needed." "It was. I'm okay now," Elizabeth told her. "Good. We have a lot of work to do." "Ah. I hate when you say that. It always means you are getting into something that is going to either cost us a big headache or lots of money I'd rather spend on clothes." Taylor laughed. "You are right. I was thinking if we are staying at Nana's cottage and it hasn't been taken care of in 2 years, we may want to do some upgrading while we are here. After all, it will be a nice getaway when we are here. I'd rather stay in the fancy mansion where Olivia works with her handsome man." "You would. Actually, you'd fit right in there. I'm staying at Nana's cottage. You can do what you want." Taylor left the room, while Elizabeth stared at the back of her head. Her sister was good at making her feel bad for wanting something different. "I hate when you do that." Taylor turned back and raised a brow. "Do what?" They were in the kitchen, so Elizabeth picked up a bowl her mom set out to take outside. She also grabbed an ice bucket filled with a bottle of wine. "You know what? Making me feel guilty for wanting to relax in the lap of luxury. Instead, we have to spend our vacation in an unkempt cottage along the lake." Taylor giggled. "It will do you good. Bring you down a peg or two. Nana would love it if you want the truth. She always meant for us to make ourselves at home there." Elizabeth made a face. "I loved Nana, but she was batshit crazy." "In a good kind of way," Taylor reminded her. Char shook her head as she led the way outside and looked back. "You never know, kiddo. You may have some of her batshit crazy inside of you." Her mother laughed. "You two are impossible." Elizabeth wasn't arguing with Taylor about staying at the mansion on the hill, since she knew it would be expensive. It would take some time to get a new gig, but in the meantime, she'd have to watch her spending, especially if the show was truly canceled. Tonight, she wasn't going to let it get the best of her. Tonight, she was going to enjoy being home with her mother and stargazing from the dock. Elizabeth sighed. It truly did feel good to be home. "You are coming here? To my roller skating rink? Tonight?" "Bobby, for the love of the ancient ruins of Egypt. What's the big deal? We just happened to be passing through and wanted to see our son." Bobby Fairland was skeptical of his father's words. There was a reason he was just stopping by on their way to another business vacation. "I'll be working, Dad. This operation doesn't run without me at the helm. We said we were passing through. You know that means an hour or two at the most. Besides, it will be great to see you, son." Bobby spoke a few more words and then hung up. He glanced at the time on the phone. It was past 7 and still no Bailey. She had promised to be here by dinner time, so they could grab a bite to eat before skating together tonight. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair. This wasn't like her. For the past 6 months, she had been faithfully coming home each weekend from her job in Berks County, where she stayed at her stepfather's condo during the week. Except for the last 3 weekends, she stood him up. Was she tired of him? He wasn't much to look at, tall and thin, and a lost soul who walked away from rich parents who wanted him to run their business and be a puppet to them. He walked away from everything to start his own business as sole proprietor of the roller rink here. The only thing he was beholden to his parents was for a small investment loan to start this business. He had a substantial down payment, but it wasn't enough. He hated borrowing from them, but when they insisted and wished him well, he did it. He did not hate his parents. He loved them, even though he was filled with mixed emotions. They had literally ignored him most of his childhood, building their fortune and leaving him with a nanny. He had grown used to seeing them on occasion, and not every holiday. Bobby wondered why they wanted him in the first place, and finally decided he had been a mistake. It didn't stop him from wanting to make something out of himself. He had a pampered home life, but when he decided to run one of the coffee houses in Penn State, he did it on his terms. If he turned it into a profitable business, he was allowed to sell it and keep the profits. That's how he put a huge down payment on this place. Bobby looked around. He had worked hard all these months restoring this old building into a safe roller rink for Hideaway Lake. The floor shined like it was brand new, and the wooden rails were now sturdy instead of wobbly and unsafe. It was a good living, and he was enjoying planting roots right here. He lived in the small cabin out back, but decided someday when he asked Bailey to marry him, he'd want a bigger place. Within the year, this business would be more profitable than ever, and he hoped to save enough to put a down payment on a nice house close by. A big house where little children would run and roam. Maybe it was wishful thinking. They were close friends, who were slowly becoming a thing, after sharing a few innocent kisses together. At least he thought so. Now, gazing once again at the clock on the wall, he was starting to wonder if she hadn't found someone else. Why else would she stand him up? He was so disappointed, after texting her phone, and not receiving any response, that he walked through the doors and down the ramp, then turned a few times in the parking lot with his hands pushed deep in his pockets. He needed some fresh air. The rink was busy tonight, with a bus load of kids from some summer camp a few miles away. Luckily, he had hired some good help that he was able to rely on, which left him standing here in the middle of the parking lot, looking lost and forlorn. He truly thought Bailey was going to be a huge part of his life. One of the reasons he decided to live here was because she was here. Well, not the whole reason, but a huge part of it. When he came here to visit her, he fell in love with Hideaway Lake. Its lush greenery and mountains on all sides of the lake drew him in like nothing ever had before. He planned to make a life here, with or without Bailey. He preferred being with her, but if she dumped him for someone else, the least she could do was to tell him. He at least deserved that. A horn honked as it pulled into the large parking lot. He glanced over to see a sleek black Mercedes pulling in, and knew it was his parents. They'd be in the back, driven around by one of their drivers. He was right. The driver got out, dressed in an immaculate black suit and hat, which he tipped at Bobby and opened the rear door. His father got out first, then held out his hand for his wife. They looked so regal, and he grinned like a little kid. Even though he barely missed them, since he was used to them coming and going, it was nice to see them in person. They took their time walking over to where he stood. "Son," his mother said in her soft, sweet voice. She pulled him into her open arms and kissed his cheek. "How are you, son?" "Mother." He pulled back and took the outstretched hand, turning to his father. "Dad, how's it going?" The old man's handshake was sturdy, and he didn't let go at first. "I'm doing well, son. It looks like you have a prime piece of property here. I've been watching what you are doing to it." Always business. His father probably didn't know how to talk about anything else. Bobby shrugged. Did it really even matter at this point? "Yeah, I got a really good deal." He was not going to thank his father for loaning him the money. It was a business deal, and he had set up the payments by way of the legal channel through the family business. No matter what happened, the loan would be paid by Bobby. There was no gifting, and he'd never accepted in the first place. Bobby hoped within the first 5 years of operating, he'd be able to have it paid off. That's if the roller rink kept doing as well as it did. "Show us your property, Robert." He hated when his mom called him that. Even after begging her to call him Bobby, she insisted it wasn't a proper name for him. As he got older, he stopped fighting for that too. They always got what they wanted, because they made him feel unworthy. Even though he was glad to see them, he didn't like being around them much. Getting away from a pampered lifestyle with nannies and fine luxuries was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He worked hard to be able to say he was building his own life. Bobby didn't like the feelings of negativity they shot his way. He moved towards the ramp, motioning for them to follow. The driver stood by the rental, his hands crossed in front of him, ready to open the door when it was needed, which meant they didn't plan to stay long. Good. He would be happy to give them a tour and watch them drive away. "This way," he told them, wanting to check his phone again to see if Bailey had responded more than he wanted to show his parents around. Inside, it was darker since the disco ball was spinning a rainbow of colors across the wooden floor. The steady beat of the pop tunes of today's music was turned up loud for the younger crowd here tonight. He took them to the small food court and bought them a soft pretzel. At first his mom stepped back, as if the pretzel wasn't good enough for her until she saw Bobby watching. When she dug her teeth into the soft dough, she closed her eyes, smiled, and let out a soft moan. Bobby imagined she'd never eaten anything like it before. He turned away. Her life was filled with diamonds and fine dining. The people here at Hideaway Lake were rich, some poor and others in between. He detested what his mother stood for, since she always set herself up on a pedestal. He swung away, not wanting to understand the woman who chose a life of jet-setting and luxury over him. Bobby's father watched him under guarded eyes. He knew the man was looking at him, wondering why he chose to own a roller skating rink instead of a row of luxury condos. He wasn't about to explain. The man would never get it. He may have chosen the same path his father did if it hadn't been for a nanny that taught him to appreciate the simple things along with the best. And he learned sometimes money wasn't everything. "Tell me, Dad, what do you think of my business?" He wanted to hear the man's words, even if he didn't really care one way or another. Something inside of him was antagonizing him to ask. The older man gazed around the rink and nodded. "Well, it will get you by, son. But that's all." Bobby shrugged. "Perhaps I'll reinvest and buy up every roller skating rink in the USA. You never can tell, though. One little business can turn into millions." "Now you are thinking, son." He reached in his pocket and pulled out an envelope. Bobby stepped back and frowned. "What's that?" It was typical of his dad to try to either bribe him or try to pay his way. Anger seeped up from the hole deep in his gut. "Can't you come see me without negotiating a deal?" When his father looked at him as if he didn't have a clue what his son meant, Bobby knew the man really didn't understand he couldn't buy people, not even his son. Both mother and father thought everyone came with a price tag. "Now, son, it's not what you think. I understand I can't just hand money to you. Lesson learned when you left home. The nanny asked about you, by the way." Bobby knew that wasn't true, because he kept in constant contact with Maggie. She had been like a mother to him. She knew every step he took and where he was at all times. They spoke every day. "What do you really want, Dad?" It was time to end this farce. He was feeling sick in his stomach, knowing his parents were not here to visit. He handed Bobby the envelope. "Go on, take it. Remember Aunt Alicia? She passed away a few months ago." "I remember her. She lived in Greece with that tycoon. I only remember ever seeing her once or twice." His father nodded. "She's dead now. No kids, and her husband passed on a few years ago. This is your share of the inheritance she wanted all of her nieces and nephews to have. Take a look at it later. It's legit." Bobby stuffed the envelope in his pocket. He was surprised that his dad wanted to come all this way to make sure he got the check. "Thanks for bringing it. You know that you didn't have to travel all this way for a check. There is mail, you know." His dad grinned. He slapped his son on the shoulder and gave him a pinch. "We have a plane to catch. I guess I wanted to make sure you were doing okay." Bobby let out a snort. He stuffed his hands deeper in his pockets, fingering the envelope there. He wanted to ask why now. After all the years of disregard, why bother? Instead, he gave his dad a nod. I'm doing great. His mother wiped her mouth and gave him a hug, then an air kiss on both cheeks. We'll be in touch. Love you, Robert. She didn't wait for a response. Maybe it was because she knew he wouldn't give one. He was done saying I love you to strangers. And that's what they were, strangers that passed through on a whim. See you later, Mom. Goodbye, Dad. He stood in the parking lot as the tail end of the Mercedes turned the corner and shot out of sight. Bobby glanced at his phone to see Bailey had responded. He tapped on the message to read. Got out of work late. Not going to make it this weekend, Bobby. Kari, so sorry. We'll have to shoot for next week. Bobby kicked the stones covering the parking lot where he stood. He quickly messaged back. Are you trying to avoid me, Bailey? I'm feeling alone here without you. Never. It's just not a good weekend for me to travel. I can come down to see you instead. What about the roller rink? This is the busiest time. My staff is in place. I can afford a few hours away. I'll let you know tomorrow. I may get called into work since I volunteered to be on call. Again? That stinks. I was hoping to see you. Yeah, here too. Bobby, I'll see you soon. Bye. Bobby kicked the stones again, then reached in his pocket and pulled out the envelope. His Aunt Alicia had been a free soul, traveling all over the globe. His dad, her brother, had never approved of her 3 husbands. Bobby always got a kick out of her, even if he barely remembered her. Tearing the envelope, he pulled out the check, expecting a few hundred or even 1,000 or two since there were quite a few nieces and nephews. When he saw the number, his jaw dropped. He stuffed the international check back in the envelope, stuffing it in his pocket once again. His eyes were huge when he looked up at the mountains in the distance. I can buy half this mountainside, he said out loud. Or all the roller skating rinks in the USA. Chapter 4. It's pretty secluded here, Taylor told her sister. Mom wasn't lying when she said she hadn't been here much. I'll bet she hasn't stepped foot on this property since Nana died. Elizabeth was swiping at a cobweb that covered half of the kitchen area. Ah! She spit several times before moaning out loud. This is horrible, Taylor. We can't stay here. Yes, we can. Have some vision. The only vision I'm seeing in my head is the luxurious spa at the mansion on the hill. I'm calling Olivia to see if she wants some company. Taylor glared at her sister. You will not. It just needs a good cleaning and some tender loving care. We can afford to fix it up some. I wouldn't go spending a ton of money, Taylor. Taylor stood up from the crouching position she'd been in, checking under the couch for bugs or snakes. That was an odd thing for Elizabeth to say since she loved to buy things, plus she knew Taylor saved all her money. I barely spent any money the past few years. We have more than enough to fix this place. Whatever. Elizabeth waved her hand and pretended to be looking out the window, but Taylor knew her too well. She was hiding something. What's going on? It didn't take you long, did it? Taylor grinned. Of course not. I told you I have intuition for things like this. You are keeping something from me. Elizabeth wrinkled her nose and shook her head. That's crazy. There's nothing wrong except for this dirty cottage. Let's go outside and take a look at the view. It may change your mind about being here. I'm staying. Elizabeth followed her out to the dock, where 3 rowboats were still tied to the thick wooden posts. They both sat down on the wooden dock, letting their bare legs hang over the edge. The hot July sun hit them full force. Elizabeth pulled her sunglasses that were resting on top of her head over her eyes. We need a straw hat. I don't want to damage my skin while I'm here. Taylor had to laugh. Get a tan for once. Then you don't have to worry about the sun ruining your complexion. Peeved. You know the sun isn't healthy. She shifted and moved back some, out of the direct sun. A portion of the dock was still shaded. Taylor moved closer but stayed in the sun. It felt good on her skin. It's healthy in small doses. Now tell me what is eating at you. I'm all ears. Elizabeth hesitated, then blew air from her lungs. I was asked not to tell anyone yet. Taylor slid her Empada slip-on sneakers off and dipped her toes in the water. She watched as her sister did the same, throwing an expensive pair of Jimmy Choo slide-on sandals to the side like they hadn't cost $500. That was the difference between the two of them. Elizabeth wanted to be like the other stars in Hollywood. Taylor didn't. She bought her clothing and shoes for comfort. Her sister bought clothes to look like everyone else, which was probably good, since Elizabeth was the one who got all the attention when they were out. You did tell whoever you promised not to tell anyone that we tell each other everything, right? Elizabeth nodded. I did. It was Stanley. Taylor ran her foot back and forth in the water. I figured as much. He was the last person you saw before you started acting strange. Figures you knew right from the start. Why didn't you say anything? Taylor shrugged. I know you and respect you. Sooner or later the truth comes out. Elizabeth nudged her on the shoulder with her own, and smiled. You are right. The word is we may be cancelled within the next few weeks. Taylor wasn't sure how she felt. She stared at her sister, surprised she wasn't more emotional. You are not kidding, are you? Elizabeth shook her head. I'm afraid not. I had some time to think it over. It's probably the worst thing that can possibly happen, and yet I find myself a little relieved. After 5 years, I am ready to move on to something else. I'm sure you are ecstatic we are done with the show, since you tell me every day how you are sick of it. I'm not sure how I truly feel, now that it may be for real. I kind of feel relieved too. Yet what will you do on such short notice? We are known now, and Stanley will help us find something else. Taylor hesitated, then spurted it out. Sis, he can help you, not me. You are the star and deserve to move on. I don't want that life anymore. Elizabeth's voice cracked. I know this, and yet I do not want us to end. You and me. We've always been a pair. We've done everything together. She took Taylor's hand in hers. Taylor had to make the break from Hollywood now while she was able to. It's not my life. I did it so you can find yours. I am perfectly happy right here in this old dirty cottage, if you want the truth. Elizabeth had the most horrifying look on her face. I have to save you before you destroy yourself. Taylor laughed. There's no destroying it. I'll work at the summer theater, get a job around here and be myself. You do Hollywood. You deserve it. Are you sure? I can't imagine life there without you by my side. Yes, you can. I will only be holding you back. No one wants to hire twins for a motion picture. If you go out on your own, they will be calling you left and right. I just know it. Wishful thinking. We don't have the official word yet, and Stanley did say they may decide to keep going another season. Everything is up in the air, so we may as well enjoy being home for now. She looked around, her dark hair pulled back into an elegant bun, and swiped at a fly sitting on her bright yellow belly top, before it flew away and came back to land on her white short shorts. Taylor wore her hair in a long braid that hung over her shoulder. She wore a pair of capris and a t-shirt, knowing she'd have to clean the cottage today. Her sister always dressed like she was about to meet a movie producer. There was no way she was going to get dirty in her expensive outfit. Go visit with Olivia. I am going to do some cleaning, and when you come back, you'll see a big difference. I highly doubt that, Elizabeth told her. They sat on the dock staring at the water, wondering what was in store for them next. I'm in this for the long haul. If I'm staying here for the summer, I'll dig in and help. Taylor laughed at how her nose crinkled in disgust. She threw back her head and laughed at her sister. Elizabeth pursed her lips and did the same, then turned to Taylor. I want to go out in the middle of the lake. I dare you to race me in the rowboat. She didn't wait for her sister to comment, but jumped up from the dock and made her way to where the boats were tethered. Untying the rope, she threw it into the boat and stepped into the wooden boat, balancing herself until it stopped rocking. She looked up at Taylor, who was still sitting on the dock. Come on. Bet you can't win. Taylor shook her head. Elizabeth loved competition. Taylor was laid back and loved drifting out onto the lake, taking in the scenery. She shot up to make her way to the other boat. A bet is a bet. What are we racing for? Elizabeth laughed out loud. If I win, you have to buy me dinner at the mansion. Taylor agreed, and stepped onto the other rowboat. There was a third boat tied to the thick post. A smile played across her lips as a memory of Jake Turner crossed her mind. "Well, what are you betting on?" Taylor thought for a moment and then giggled. "If I win, you have to go with me to explore the old Turner cottage." Elizabeth's mouth gaped open. Taylor knew she was afraid to go there, since the locals told stories of how the place was haunted. She knew her sister was terrified of the night, and always slept with a light on. Then, like the actor she was, hid her emotions and lifted her chin. "You are on. Ready?" Taylor nodded. It had been so long since they rowed the boats to the center of the lake. Hoping her muscles were strong enough to win, she shifted on the bench and picked up the oars. There was one on each side. She slid them in their place and began to row. "I am almost certain to win, you weakling." Elizabeth laughed. Even rowing a boat, she looked glamorous. Her sister had a huge smile on her face, and made the rowing look easy as the boat began to move through the water. "You'll wish you had gone with me to the gym after all." The thought of everyone's sweat on the equipment at the gym had turned Taylor off from the start. She had a small stepper in their apartment and used it on occasion. In relatively good shape, long walks along the beach were her thing to keep in shape. Now, as she watched Elizabeth glide her rowboat through the water, she was starting to realize her muscles needed more than an occasional beach walk. In the end, determination would win. Her sister wiped the smile off her face when a small tree branch shifted in the water, and she had to row around it, causing her to lose her momentum in several minutes. Taylor took advantage of the delay and rowed with all her might. She didn't look back until she was in the middle of the lake. When Elizabeth got there, she was shaking her head. "I swear, Taylor, you must have seen the branch there and didn't warn me. Not fair." "Don't be a spoil sport, Elizabeth. I won fair and square. I can't wait to go to the Turner cottage tonight. At midnight." "Great." I was drooling at the thought of a super delicious dinner at Olivia's restaurant at the mansion. "I'll make you a deal. If you follow through and go to the Turner cottage with me tonight, no excuses, we'll go to see Olivia tomorrow night." "Deal." Elizabeth shot out her hand and Taylor reached forward and clasped her sister's hand, then looked into a pair of mirrored blue eyes and gasped. "I can't believe I fell for it again." The rowboat started to rock, with the help of Elizabeth. "It never gets old," Taylor heard her sister's words as she fell overboard and sank into the water. Laura hit the button on her cell. She was liking the use of modern technology more and more. Pushing the speaker button, she set the phone back down and began to gather ingredients for a dessert parfait with summer berries and lemon whipped cream. She missed baking and had to replace it with special recipes for the hot months for her guests. "Hello, Bailey. I miss you." "Hi, Mom. What are you making?" She laughed. "How did you know? You never put your phone on the speaker unless you are in the kitchen. How are you? And I miss you too." Laura laughed. Her youngest daughter knew her too well. "I'm making a parfait. Why haven't you been home these past few weeks? Bobby was concerned when you didn't come home 2 weekends in a row." "Bobby needs to chill. I've been working overtime. I need to get as much experience as I can." Laura thought her voice sounded a bit sketchy. A stabbing fear went through her thinking of Bailey back on drugs. "Is everything okay, honey?" I don't know." A deep sigh from her daughter told her all she needed to know. Laura pushed the berries aside and picked up a cup filled with her green energy tea. She sat down on the stool in front of the counter to give Bailey her undivided attention. "Spill it, love. I remember we agreed to never keep secrets that were important." Bailey's young voice came through loud and clear. "I know, Mom. I'm feeling overwhelmed. There is a woman here I'm afraid will relapse. I'm worried about her." Laura didn't understand. If that's the case, why not pull her in and have a talk with her? "Is there someone in upper management who can give you advice?" "Not really. My supervisor says if she relapses, then there is nothing we can do." "Of course there is. Look, Bailey. You are an intelligent young woman. What is your gut feeling?" "I don't know. The other staff members tell me it is up to her. Except there is a child involved." "Where is the child now?" "She's with a relative while Susan is here. Oh crap. I wasn't supposed to mention her name. Now I am in breach of my contract. I'm your mother, and it doesn't count. Oh Mom. You always make everything seem so easy. She smiled. That's what moms are for. Now Bailey, get a grip on the whole situation and make a decision. Some are not always right, but if you feel in your gut the extra care you take will help to change this woman's life, then you know what to do. Thanks Mom. I owe you. Do you feel better? I do. I've met the child a few times when the relative brought her in to visit. She's an adorable little bundle of happiness. Laura smiled at her daughter's enthusiasm. Perhaps she found her calling working in the drug rehab. It made her heart happy to know Bailey was finally settled after her own experience with pills, except she needed her young daughter to visit home once in a while. When are you coming home? The last few weekends have been kind of crazy. I will admit, I've been helping Susan's grandmother with little Bree. Her name is Brianna, but we call her Bree. Susan's grandmother is 77, and the baby is a lot of work. Ah, the reason she hasn't been home. Now Laura understood. You are doing what's right, and I'm glad you explained why you haven't been home. Is there anything we can do to help? Joe and I can take a weekend off and come down if you need us. No, Mom. I can handle it. I don't need my mother to come to my rescue. Fine then. I'd rather be here making delicious parfaits that you will miss, by the way, rather than helping to change baby diapers. Laura laughed when Bailey shrieked how unfair she was. That's so not fair, Mother. I'm kidding, you know? I'll have some made special for you next time you come. Promise? Of course. Have you heard from Holly? I haven't had time to call her, but we do text. She says she is doing great. I'm so glad, after that last ride in the ambulance over the winter. Laura didn't want to worry Bailey, since it wasn't her place to discuss Holly's medical issues. The fact her bio mom was in and out of the hospital several times in the last few months had Laura concerned. Holly kept saying it wasn't a big deal, but Laura wasn't so certain she was telling the truth. After all, Holly did have a history of keeping secrets. The fact that Holly never disclosed to anyone in Hideaway Lake that she was Bailey's biological mother would always be a forever factor in their relationship. Even though Laura forgave her best friend for hiding it all these years, it was still something she'd never be able to forget. Make sure you give her a call. I think she is feeling neglected. I will, Mom. I have to go, my break is over. I love you. I love you too. Give Bobby a call. He is truly concerned. I will. Bye, Mom. Call him before he gets in his car and comes to see you, love. I believe he's at that point. Bailey blew her a kiss through the phone. Don't worry. Gotta run. The emptiness when she hung up felt like the day the girl left for college. Even though Bailey was adopted, Laura loved her with all her heart and soul. A smile formed on her mouth as she moved back to her table to continue making her delicious parfaits. A swoosh of air brushed past her ear, and she knew her husband was trying to sneak up on her. Laura tried to keep from responding. Joe was like a young lover, always giving her constant attention. In the 30 years she had been married to Kurt, she never felt swept off her feet. Now, the second time around, she was constantly pinching herself to see if this was really happening. Two strong arms went around her middle. She giggled. Picking up a handful of blueberries, she turned in his arms to face him. Hello, Joe. His mouth came down on hers in a sweet, soft kiss. I adore you, she told him against his mouth. He gazed at her and smiled, his brow raised. I adore you too. Can I have a taste? She fed him a handful of berries, still giggling. He had the power to instigate such nonsense from her. Laura didn't care, she was happy, and that's all that mattered. Here was a man who owned a multi-million-dollar company, and didn't mind sitting on her front porch having hot chocolate in the middle of winter. He was so down to earth and lovable. He finished the berries and gave her a hug. I have to go to see my sister today. I like to make an appearance every now and again, even though she is now the president of the company. Will you miss me? Laura pushed away from him. I will. What would you like for dinner this evening? Joe took her hand and kissed each knuckle, then gazed into her eyes. She was feeling pretty darn special right now. There will be no cooking for you tonight, darling. I'm taking you to the mansion for dinner. Olivia has a table reserved for us. Laura gave him a sweet kiss back. That will be nice. Will Olivia and James be joining us? Of course. Since that's the only way to see them these days, I made them promise to join us. You are a smart man. Now go on. I have some parfaits to finish and some folks to check in shortly. Throwing me out already? I love you, Laura. She turned to blow him a kiss right as Shar passed Joe as he was leaving. She came bustling through the door. Shar shook her head. So sappy. Oh, hello to you, Shar. Her best friend leaned against the counter, picking up a few blueberries as she spoke. Holly was just sent to the hospital again. She won't tell me what's wrong, but her blood pressure is terribly low. I saw the ambulance there about a half hour ago and went over. I was in my office. There was no siren, so she must have called ahead for a ride, maybe? How does that work? I didn't hear anything about an emergency. I went over when I saw the ambulance, and she said it was a routine visit. Then why does she need to go in an ambulance? Of course, the first responder wasn't going to disclose any information since it's a medical matter, and against HIPAA regulations. How did you know her blood pressure was low? As I ran up to the ambulance, I heard the first responder, Deb, telling Holly it was low. This makes no sense. I can't worry Bailey, since she is dealing with her own stuff in Berks County. I'll go visit and see what information I can find out. Good. I have to get going. She openly eyed the parfait. Laura laughed. You may as well be the first to taste them. She finished with the whipped topping and slid one of the glass dishes across the counter. Shar took it without complaint, then went to the silverware drawer for a spoon, sinking her teeth into the refreshing deliciousness. Oh my goodness. Delish. Yum. Shar scarfed down the whipped goodness and rinsed out her container, setting it in the sink. I gotta run. Love you. I won't be home later, Shar. I'm going to the mansion for dinner with Joe and Olivia and James. I'd join the crowd, but the girls are home. I promised to grill out tonight. Have fun. Laura cleaned up her mess and left a note on the counter for the guests. Joe had a small cooler installed in the dining room, which made it easier to leave refrigerated desserts for the guests, since they were constantly coming and going. She looked around before grabbing her purse from the counter. This was a great life, and she planned to live all her days fully and with purpose. And right now, Holly's health and well-being were at stake. Holly had always been more fragile than others, but her overall health was good. Or at least Laura thought it was. Now she wasn't so sure. It'd be sad for Bailey to get terrible news in the midst of all that was going on in her young life. As her adopted mom, Laura was going to get to the bottom of things first and then decide what to do. And Joe. Stable, loving and kind Joe would help her get through anything. Chapter 5. Elizabeth cut up the steak into smaller pieces, taking small bites. She'd rather eat a salad to keep her figure trim, but her mother was watching her way too closely. There's more steak if you want some, Shar challenged her daughter, staring at her like she was some all-knowing goddess. Her mother did that to her all the time. Maybe it was another reason she didn't like to come home. She loved her mother, but the woman always knew how to get under her skin. I'm fine with what I have, thank you. Are you sure? You barely ate. I'm fine, Mother. Please don't start on me. I'm nervous enough to lose a bet with Taylor. Shar sipped on her wine, then an eyebrow rose up. Not another one of those bets, Taylor. What did you bet on now? Taylor laughed, to Elizabeth's dismay. She wasn't looking forward to this midnight rendezvous at the neighbor's house. Did she just say neighbor's house? Like she was happily living in Nana's cottage now. They had cleaned out all the dust bunnies after the rowboat incident, and it took them most of the afternoon. Afterwards, Elizabeth realized it was indeed cozy, and once they had the windows sparkling clean, she wasn't going to mind sleeping there after all. Still, the thought of a nice meal at the mansion tomorrow forced her to get through the rest of the evening. She wanted to feel on top of the world again, and knew a lovely evening out in a beautiful setting would boost her spirits. First, she had to get through tonight and her sister's weirdo ideas. We raced to the center of the lake. In those old rowboats? I bet they haven't been used in years. 5 years to be exact. They still work, Mom, Taylor argued. Those old rowboats are sturdy and were made by the Amish. At least that's what Nana told us. She said they'd never wear out. Shar nodded. Nana is probably right. I miss her, and I'm glad you are cleaning up the cottage. It's time I did something with it. Taylor and Elizabeth gave each other a worried look. There was no way either one of them wanted their mother to know the show may be cancelled. Not yet. The cottage wasn't the ideal place Elizabeth wanted to live in, but rent-free right now was a good option until Stanley called with either good news or bad news. It was all a waiting game. Besides, there was no way she was about to move back home. One night here had been enough. She had to admit, the first night they spent here was fun, but Elizabeth knew her mom, and they'd just wind up fighting all the time. It was best not to go down that road. Taylor was the first to suggest they wait until the end of the summer to make a decision. The cottage is really not eating anything, Mom. Maybe we should keep it as our little getaway. I think Elizabeth and I will enjoy the quiet after being in Hollywood the last 5 years, you know. Shar snorted. A getaway. It's practically deserted on that end of the lake. Besides the old Turner cottage, there is no reason I'd want to stay there longer than to fix it up and sell it. Elizabeth stared at her sister for some help. Well, we'd like to keep it to stay in while we are home this summer. What about letting us fix it up while we are there, and you can make a decision at the end of the summer? Shar stared first at Elizabeth and then shifted to Taylor. As an attorney, the woman was scrutinizing them. But she nodded and didn't say anything more. That didn't mean she didn't suspect something. The woman was quite adept at figuring them out. Right now, no one wanted to admit a thing. Not yet. For the time being, everyone in town thought they were movie stars. Elizabeth wanted to keep it that way, not be known as a has-been whose show was cancelled. Shar shrugged. Stay there all summer if you want to. I'll wait to sell it. Taylor gave her an encouraging smile. Wonderful. I'd love to add a garden like Nana used to have. Elizabeth was relieved her mom wasn't going to get rid of the cottage for now. At least they had a place to stay without her all-knowing stares. Maybe she'd even try to relax while she's here. Do you girls want to watch a movie? I don't have to be up too early for court tomorrow. Sure. They picked up their plates and helped Shar clean up, then got comfortable on the plush couch to watch a romantic comedy. An hour and a half later, after Shar kept texting Ryan, the girls left to go back to the cottage. Elizabeth got behind the wheel to drive across town. Did you see Mom texting like she was a teen? I did. It was so distracting. I doubt she even watched the movie. I bet the minute we turn onto the main road, Ryan will be pulling in. Elizabeth waved a hand. I don't want to know. Taylor laughed. Same. Since it didn't take more than a few minutes to get back to the cottage, they made their way down the lane to where Nana's place sat along the lake. As they drove by the narrow road that would take them to the Turner cottage, Elizabeth noticed a tiny light shining through the trees. Is there someone there? She slowed the car and pointed out the window. Taylor leaned forward. I don't think so. It's hard to tell with all the greenery hiding the cottage. We'd have to get closer to see. Maybe it's a ghost, its orb shining in the darkness. Shut up, Taylor. That's not funny. Yes, it is. You should see the look on your face. Elizabeth did not like to hear about ghosts or any such thing. She had bad dreams as a child, and her fear of those nightmares had her keeping a low wattage light on every single night, even as a 31-year-old adult. Taylor knew why she kept a light on, and still teased her even after all these years. You know how I am about these things. I can't believe I agreed to go back with you at midnight. Oh sis. Have some fun. There is nothing to be scared of. Think of it as an adventure, or make believe you are researching a part in a movie. Elizabeth sighed. Let's get this done and over with then. Taylor checked the time on her phone as the rental pulled up beside Nana's cottage. It's 10 minutes past 11. I guess we can go early. We'll need a few flashlights. Nana had some good ones in the bottom drawer in the kitchen. After finding 2 huge flashlights and a spare one, Taylor began walking across the yard towards the path that led to the other cottage. Elizabeth stopped in the middle of the yard, realizing they had to walk instead of drive there. Taylor? Are you kidding me? I thought we were driving to the lane and driving there? Her sister looked back and grinned. What fun would that be? We are so close, all we have to do is go across the wooden bridge that covers the brook, and we're on Turner property. Elizabeth moaned. A deal was a deal, but this was crazy. Her mind knew nothing was out here at night, but she had such a vivid imagination, it began to draw up some scary figures in her mind. Every little noise made her jump. She latched onto the back of Taylor's shirt and held on. Taylor giggled. Are you afraid, sis? Yes. You are so mean. I'm ordering steak and lobster tomorrow, and you can pay for it out of your savings. Taylor laughed, then slowed down and held out a hand as they neared the cottage. Oh, I do see a light. Wow? Is someone hiding out there? A small glow along the side of the house caused them both to freeze in their tracks. Elizabeth was behind her sister, but she peeked around Taylor's shoulder, no longer scared. Now she was curious, since a ghost certainly would not turn on a light. It looks like one of those old-time oil lanterns like Nana used to save electricity, remember? It does. Maybe we should go back. I wonder if the place was sold? We may be trespassing. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. We are trespassing. It's too late to turn back now. Let's find out who it is. Her curiosity was getting the best of her, and this time Elizabeth led the way. Taylor was now behind her, hanging onto the back of her top. They stepped quietly up to the window, looking all around to make sure no one was out in the yard. I don't see anyone, Taylor whispered. Elizabeth shone the light around the area. There's a small bucket over there, hang on. She turned it upside down and stepped up, balancing herself so she could look in the window. What do you see, sis? Elizabeth's eyes darted all around the room, noticing the furniture hadn't changed at all. There's still the old wooden table and chairs by the window. An oil lamp is causing the glow. Why turn that on? Someone has a laptop setting on the table. She stepped down. We should go to the front door and knock. Taylor agreed. Yes, I wouldn't want to get caught out here by whoever is inside. They may tie us up in the old barn and make us their dinner, she teased. You are not funny, Elizabeth whispered. Let's go. Taylor held up a hand. That's when Elizabeth heard the footsteps coming toward them. They both froze and stared at each other. Shut off the light, Taylor ordered. Elizabeth's hand was shaking so hard, she was barely able to hit the switch. As the footsteps got closer, the two backed up and hid behind a large oak tree standing a few feet away. They were backed up against each other, holding their breath. It was one thing to go to the door to make sure everything was fine here, but to be caught snooping was cause for an arrest. The footsteps stopped. Elizabeth felt Taylor grab her hand. We didn't think this through, Taylor whispered. Elizabeth was too scared to answer. She squeezed her hand and closed her eyes, hoping and praying the person would go back inside so they could run back down the path to the safety of Nana's cottage. Then the steps retreated and faded away. Taylor and Elizabeth both turned and headed towards the path back to the cottage. Right before they got to the small bridge that crossed over the brook, which was still on Turner land, a big clicking sound rose up, and the whole area was flooded by a bright light. They both froze once again, caught like a deer in the headlights. Slowly, Elizabeth turned back to the cottage, but the light was right in her eyes. We're sorry. We saw a light and wanted to explore. Taylor's voice was much stronger than hers. We'll be on our way. Sorry to disturb you. A deep, mellow voice rose up. Stop. Taylor grabbed her hand again. Elizabeth clung onto it and lifted her chin. We didn't mean any harm. The figure, which was huge or seemed huge from so far away, began to come towards them. Is that you, Elizabeth, Taylor? Taylor gasped and let go of her hand. Jake? Jake Turner, is it truly you? Her sister began to walk towards the shadowy figure, and then she ran and jumped into his arms. Elizabeth slowly made her way towards the two. Her muscles had been so tense she needed to sit down. It was only Jake Turner, the owner's son, now all grown up. Her heart had been palpitating out of control for the past few minutes. For crying out loud, Jake, Why didn't you say it was you? We've been terrified some axe murderer was after us." Taylor laughed and stepped back from Jake. She turned and gave Elizabeth a hug. "No worries, sis. Jake is back." Elizabeth shook her head. "I need to sit down." Jake took her hand and Taylor's and pulled them towards the cottage. "I've got a pot of decaf coffee brewing. Come with me," he told them. They followed, and really had no choice since he was hanging onto their hands. Inside, the cottage looked exactly the way Elizabeth remembered. Just like Nana's, it was cozy with a plush sofa and oversized chair, a wooden table and chairs under the window, and a narrow hallway that led to the bedrooms and bath. "Don't mind the mess," Jake pointed towards the table. A pile of papers lay on the floor beside the chair where the laptop sat. Books were stacked up in 2 rows beside the trash can sitting there. "I'm actually working, and always have a mess for a few weeks during that time." He pulled out a wooden chair first for Taylor, then Elizabeth, and motioned for them to sit. After pouring them each a cup of coffee, he brought a small tray with coffee creamer and sugar. She sipped on her coffee, preferring it black since there were so many calories with all the additives. Taylor, she noticed, was quite comfortable sitting next to Jake. They had always been closer than anyone else in their small crowd. Between Olivia, Taylor, Jake and herself, it was always Jake and Taylor who spent hours on the lake. Olivia and Elizabeth were too busy thinking about their futures. Still, it was nice to see he hadn't sold the cottage. "What are you doing here, Jake? I wasn't sure if this place got sold to someone else years ago." He sat down, leaning over a bit, as he crossed his ankle over his leg. "My dad didn't have the heart to sell after our mother passed away. He didn't have the heart to come back either. I wanted to come back every summer to see my friends again, but he never would." "You are here now, Jake. What brought you back?" Taylor asked, leaning towards him, a curious look on her face. Elizabeth noticed how her face lit up when she gazed at Jake. Nothing had changed much. She remembered how Taylor had a crush on him years ago. "2 reasons, Taylor. I've been coming back here for the last few years. Ever since my father passed on, God rest his soul, this has become my writing retreat. When my mind gets blocked, I drive down here to spend some much-needed time alone, and it works." "You are a writer? Congratulations, Jake. I'm sorry, did we disturb you?" He shook his head. "Not at all. But when I saw it was you and Elizabeth, I was quite surprised. How did you get your sister out into the dark night?" Elizabeth laughed. Even Jake remembered how she was scared of the dark. She jumped into the conversation. "It was a bet. You know how Taylor likes to make them." "I sure do. It's good to see you both." They talked for a while, and had another cup of coffee. Elizabeth knew she'd be up all night, even if it was decaf. There was always a trace of caffeine in coffee, no matter what it said on the label. "I watched the first season of Twin Factor. Good show, by the way." Taylor gave him a wide smile. "Thanks. Remember how we used to say, we're all going to be rich and famous?" Jake grinned. "Looks like you made it happen. Everyone knows who the girls of Twin Factor are." Elizabeth sensed Taylor wanted to disclose they were probably going to be cancelled, and slightly shook her head. She didn't want to disappoint Stanley if the word got out about the show before he made the announcement. Taylor nodded softly and gave Jake a smile. "It's been a whirlwind 5 years. I'm truly glad to be home for the summer." Jake smiled back at Taylor, as if she were the only one in the room. Elizabeth almost felt as if she were interfering, except she knew there had always been a special bond between the two. "How long are you here for, Jake?" She wanted to get the subject off the show. He shrugged. "However long it takes to finish the screenplay I'm writing, and figure out how to save the theater." "Wait, what about the theater?" Taylor's voice sounded distraught. Elizabeth felt the same way. Has something happened to their hometown theater? Thinking back to the long, hot summers when she performed on that stage, gave way to a whole new set of heart-thumping feelings. The theater was where she learned how to be the actor she was today. "I'm surprised you haven't heard." Jake got up and dug into a huge backpack sitting on one of the wooden chairs. He handed a copy to Taylor. Her mouth dropped. Elizabeth scooted over to her and read over her shoulder. "The theater is up for auction? How does that happen?" The owner died the other winter, and his son abandoned everything. I guess he took what insurance money he got when the old man died, and let the theater rot. Even though there were some shows last year, behind the scenes everyone was concerned it would be the last. Some corporation wants the land to build a commercial building on it. Taylor's face fell. We can't let this happen. When is the auction? Jake scanned the paper in his hand. The end of summer. August 31st. 2 months away. That did not give any of them much time. Elizabeth knew they had money saved up. And she knew exactly when Taylor would offer it to save the theater. Taylor silently pleaded with Elizabeth. She didn't want to give up all their money. Not now when things were so shaky. They had a joint account, and each had a personal account. The joint account was what they lived off of, and it may last them through the year. Then, they'd be broke and would have to dig into their personal accounts, unless they found a new gig. Or they'd be called back to the twin factor, which in her opinion, was unlikely to happen. Confusion ripped at her soul. Has anyone tried to talk to the son? Jake nodded. I did. He doesn't care about the building, or why we want to save it. There is no emotional attachment to Hideaway Lake at all. The son is a spoiled disaster. The local tax office is putting it up for taxes owed, because the abandoned building can't sit there without maintenance and care. In Hideaway Lake, the town council tends to get rid of eyesores fast. They feel the building is such. What if we help take care of the building? Elizabeth knew that was a long shot. She hated to physically work, but she'd do it to save the old building. I tried to offer that as well. The town council won't budge. The current owner has to pay the taxes before the action, or he forfeits the property, and someone else can buy it at the scheduled auction. We already know the owner's son won't bother. The building has to be auctioned off, and the new owner has to either fix it up or tear it down. Elizabeth frowned. Isn't it a historical building? Jake shook his head. I checked into that too, and the process was never done. The new owner can file once it's sold. I make a great living as a screenwriter, but I don't have enough money saved to make the difference. I'm afraid I am not much help. Taylor spoke up. We have some money saved. I know it's going to be scary, but we can do some fundraisers in the next 2 months. Throw our money into a pile and buy the theater. Jake, Elizabeth, and Taylor all sighed at once. It's a heck of a long shot, Jake admitted. Elizabeth agreed wholeheartedly with her sister. It is, but we have to try. Perhaps some of our connections in Hollywood can help, sis. Taylor nodded. We have a lot of work to do. Let's get this whole town involved. Jake held up a hand. We have to find out what corporation wants to buy the building first. Anyone know a ferocious lawyer who can help us? Taylor and Elizabeth smiled and then laughed out loud. They both said at the same time, Oh yes, we know one of the best lawyers ever. Chapter 6. Bailey struggled to stay awake. Another Friday night helping with the baby was wearing on her mentally, since she really wanted to be in Hideaway Lake right now. She glanced at the phone when another text came through. It was Bobby. He'd been trying hard to get a hold of her for the last few hours. She knew he wanted to come to Berks County to see her, since she told him she was working again this weekend. It was starting to be her mantra. Bobby was probably so sick of hearing the word no. She really missed him. She wanted to go home, but with this current situation, she had to bide her time. By this time next week things would change and she'd be able to leave. She glanced at the baby's great-grandmother. I think this is the last weekend we have to take care of this little sweetheart. Teresa Rivers nodded. Still, there was worry on the older woman's face. I'll be happy to see Susan and the baby start over. Are you worried about her? Bailey asked, aware of the concerned look on the Teresa's face. I am. Aren't you? Bailey nodded. Yes. Susan is going through all the emotions and motions, but to me, she hasn't hit rock bottom yet. Of course that is just my opinion. Well, you are qualified to make that decision. Bailey nodded. She was and wasn't. Not only did everyone at the rehab have much more experience than she did, they all seemed to feel that Susan was going to fail again. They said she wasn't ready to leave, even if the doctor at the rehab thought she was. It was clear to Bailey, the woman needed a stronger support system. All she had was her 77-year-old grandmother. Susan was set to leave the rehab next Friday. Bailey was worried she'd fall into her old ways the moment she left. She depended too heavily on Teresa to care for the baby. It made it too easy for Susan to stray from her sobriety. Of course, Bailey could be dead wrong. Susan might be so relieved to be home and with her child, it could be what she needed to keep her drug-free. Time would tell. Even though the counselors told the doctor it was too soon, he disagreed. Bailey wondered what would happen if Teresa is not able to help as much. From watching her these past few weeks, Bailey jumped in to help when she saw how the older woman struggled to take care of a toddler who was all over the place. That's why Bailey volunteered to help. It was so clear to her that her job didn't end when she walked out of the rehab center. One of the counselors told her she was too involved, that she had to draw the line somewhere. Maybe so, but her heart was falling in love with little Bree. And she had a soft spot for Teresa as well. I think Bree is getting tired. I'll take her to the crib and rock her to sleep. Thank you, dear. She's plumb worn me out today. I'm going to make a cup of tea. Would you like some? I can't, Bailey told her. I need to go home and make some phone calls. The older woman nodded. I heard your phone pinging and pinging away. Someone must care deeply for you. Bailey picked up Bree, who was sucking on her finger, and laid her little head against Bailey's shoulder. It wouldn't take long for her to fall asleep. Yes, it was Bobby. He is a great guy, but we are mostly friends. Do friends call after friends like that? It's a whole new world these days. I just don't get it. Bailey smiled at the older woman. Things had changed since she was Bailey's age, but the basics were still the same. After putting Bree to bed, she slipped out the door and headed back to the condo. She parked in the garage and made her way inside. The place was so quiet. Everything was neat and clean, since Joe had hired a woman to come in once a week to tidy up the place. When Bailey told him she didn't really need a cleaning lady, he reminded her that the woman needed a job. That was how the man that married her adopted mom lived. Always thinking of others. He offered her this condo rent-free, while she was working at the rehab in the city and taking classes to better herself as a drug and alcohol counselor. It was saving her a fortune right now. Joe was her stepdad now, and she was so thankful for a man like him in her mother's life. Joe was kind and made her adopted mom happy, so she was down with that. Bailey kicked off her shoes and plopped down on the plush recliner in front of the fireplace. The central air was on, and she closed her eyes for a moment, relishing in the coolness surrounding her. She nodded off for an hour and woke up all of a sudden. She'd better call Bobby. No. Instead of calling, she hit the video chat button. It buzzed several times before turning on. Colorful lights flashed all around, and loud music played in the background. Bailey smiled when his face popped into the picture. He gave her the biggest grin ever. Hey Bailey. Let me go to my office where it is quiet. He was shouting over the loud noises. The music faded, and after several moments she heard a door slam. His full face came into view again. Hi Bobby, how are you? Missing you. How is work? I'm spending way too much time there, she told him, feeling bad for putting him off. She just didn't want to tell him that she chose a baby over him. Was that stupid? They had agreed to take it slow, start as friends and see what happens, but not seeing him was causing mixed emotions. She liked Bobby a lot. I had a visitor, well, 2 visitors, he started out. You'll never guess who came to see me? She smiled. Of course it had to be his folks. Sadly, they had a terrible relationship. Your mom and dad. The surprised look on his face made her laugh. How did you know? It's not hard to figure out. They are the only 2 people that don't visit you often. What did they think of your roller rink? Dad was actually impressed. He wants me to expand and buy up other roller skating rinks until I have a huge conglomerate. Bobby laughed half-heartedly and shook his head. Then came the eye roll. He's a businessman. I can understand how he'd say that. I hope you take his suggestions lightly. Bobby gazed into the camera, an adoring look on his face she knew was meant for her. That's why I like you, Bailey. You are always honest with me. She had a fluttering in her lower gut. I like you too, Bobby. I really miss you. His eyes lit up. I really want to see you. Can I drive down there even if it is only for an hour? Bailey shook her head. I'm on call, Bobby. I can't get distracted. Besides, next weekend I will actually be free. I'll be able to come home. Truly? That's great. I will miss you every single day until then. The noise got louder, as if someone had opened his office door. A woman's voice called out, Bobby. I wondered where you ran off to. Bobby turned his head and spoke to the person. I'll be out in a few minutes. Thanks. He reached out an arm and set something on the desk. Bailey watched it, wondering about the face behind the soft voice. Who is that? She asked when she heard the door close. He grinned. One of my new employees. I think she likes me. Bailey smiled. Everyone likes you, Bobby. You are a great guy. His face moved closer to the camera. No. I mean likes me, like wants me. She is making it way too obvious. The look on his face made Bailey giggle. He was terrified of this woman. I'm sure most women want to be your girlfriend, Bobby. He frowned. There's only one person I want as a girlfriend, he told her, his finger coming onto the screen. It pointed right to her. She blushed. He had a way of making her feel as if she were the most important person in his world. She felt shame rise from her ears to the top of her forehead. Bailey was so deeply involved in little Bree's life. She was lying to a man she could learn to love. This wasn't right. She had to tell him the truth. Listen, Bobby. We must talk. Yeah. When? Want me to come down? She had say he sure was not going to give up trying. Bailey shook her head. No, I'm exhausted tonight. Look, tomorrow I'll make some time on my schedule and we'll do another video chat. Maybe Sunday, we can get together after I tell you what's going on here. Bobby looked concerned. Everything okay, Bailey? She knew he meant with her past addiction to Adderall, and shook her head. I'm fine, Bobby. Taking anything is the last thing on my mind. Her phone buzzed. It was Bree's great-grandmother. I have a call, Bobby. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Promise? Yes. She barely had time to catch the call. Hitting the end and accept button, Bailey answered. Is everything okay? It was unusual for a call this time of night. Is this Bailey? It is. Who is this? Her heart sped up since the call was coming from Teresa Rivers' phone. Why wasn't she calling? This is John Brookfield of the Berks County Police Department. Oh. What's wrong? Is Teresa okay? What about Bree? I just left there a little over an hour ago. Ma'am, please calm down. Mrs. Rivers asked me to give you a call. She's been given some bad news, and she is now experiencing chest pains, but she won't let us take her to the hospital until we called you. May I talk to her? I'm afraid she is on oxygen and experiencing shortness of breath. We really need to get her to the hospital right now. Bailey had no time to think. She put her shoes on and ran to the door, leaving the lights on, and hit the garage door opener before backing the car out. The phone was still in her hand. Let me talk to Teresa. Just hold the phone up to her ear. I can do that, he told her. After some shuffling noises, he spoke up. Okay, the phone is at her ear. Teresa, listen to me but do not speak. I am not sure what happened, but I'm in my car and on my way. Go to the hospital. I'll take care of Bree for you. She heard some mumbling, but forced herself to take charge. Go now, Teresa. I need you here for the baby's sake. Let them take you to the hospital. Will you do that? She heard a faint yes and sighed. Okay, I'm hanging up now. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Bree will be fine. I'll sit with her and wait for you to come back. What was she going to do now? Teresa never made it out of the hospital. At 8 the next morning, another call woke her up from her position on the recliner. She'd slept there all night, checking on Bree, who slept soundly through all the noise earlier. Hello? A nagging fear tugged at her heartstrings, as if she knew what was going to be said. Bailey, Maya. Yes, it's me. This is Sandra Halifax at BC Regional. I'm the nurse manager, and wanted to let you know that Teresa Rivers has passed. I'm very sorry for your loss. Bailey had kept her head up for the last few weeks, keeping strong to help the older woman take care of beautiful Bree. Tears slid down her face at the loss. Teresa had tried so hard to help Susan with the baby. Even though her own health wasn't the best, she was there when Susan and Bree needed her. Now she was gone. Bailey sighed. Thank you for calling. I'll have to tell her granddaughter, who is in a local rehab right now. I thought her granddaughter passed away last night. That was the reason for the heart failure. The stress had been too much for her. Does she have more than one? Bailey froze. What? In hindsight, Bailey hadn't asked why Teresa was having a heart attack, and through all the chaos, never thought to ask anyone as they wheeled her out the door. From my notes, the granddaughter, Susan Rivers, had left the rehab against medical advice and died of an overdose less than an hour later. Bailey hung up the phone after thanking the nurse. She got up from the recliner and slowly made her way to the baby's crib. Bailey looked around the room, a makeshift spare room that Teresa had made into a nursery for the child. There was a single bed in the far corner, where the baby's mother had slept before she was sent to rehab. Both Susan and Bree had been living with her for the past year and a half. Teresa probably spent more time with Bree than Susan had. Teresa had tried so hard to make Susan stop taking drugs. Nothing had worked until Susan had nodded out while Teresa was away and came home to find Bree on the front porch, sitting in a diaper, playing with the leaves of a plant. Teresa had waited until Susan came out of her drug-induced stupor and held the phone out to her. She told her granddaughter if she didn't call a rehab right now, she'd call the children's services and throw Susan to the streets. Susan called, but help wasn't available. The drug rehabs didn't have any openings for months. To Teresa's dismay, she continued to put up with Susan's drug addiction for a few more months until she came home and found the same situation. This time she called 911 and got the authorities involved. The hospital recommended the rehab where Bailey worked, and that's how she found herself sitting in the woman's house, now taking care of the small child. For some reason, maybe divine intervention, Bailey fell in love with Bree and Teresa when they came to see Susan every Sunday afternoon. How she got so involved was a mystery. There had been many patients in and out of the rehab, and Bailey never got so involved until now. The words of her adopted mother came back to her. There is a reason for everything. You may not know why or how right now, but you will soon enough. Bailey let the tears fall. What would happen to precious Bree? Her hand shaking, she pushed the buttons on the phone. When Bobby answered, she heard his voice and began to cry. Bailey? Hey, what's going on? Music faded in the background. Bailey? I really could use some help, Bobby. I'm on my way. You don't even know why. I don't need to. Text me your address and give me an hour. Little Bree stirred in her crib, her thumb going back in her mouth. She had such long lashes and they lay against her cheeks as she blinked a few times, then fell back to sleep. Bailey was glad she wasn't wide awake yet. At 1.5, Bree wasn't aware of the awful things happening around her. She was a well-adjusted child, thanks to her grandmother. Sadly, the county will throw her into the system. I love you, little one, Bailey whispered. Bobby is on his way to help. Everything will be all right. What do you mean? That will take months? We don't have months to wait for the town council to decide the fate of this well-loved building. I can promise you opening the theater again before the sale will bring lots of revenue to Hideaway Lake, and it looks like the town can use it. 3 women and 2 men glared at Char like she was a nuisance, which made Char slowly lower her chin and give them each a slow, stone-cold look. She wasn't about to back down, and they should know how she operates. After all, she defended each one of these members for one thing or another through the years. Casey, one of the older women, spoke up. We allowed it to stay open last summer during the abandonment phase, and it did not bring enough revenue to make much of a difference. Char knew that. She gave the group staring at her with lifted brows an all-knowing smile. She shook her head and turned it slightly, pointing to the door. Elizabeth and Taylor walked in the room, along with Jake Turner. It failed last summer because you had local actors and no headliners. This year you will have the stars of the famous TV series, Twin Factor. I forgot they are your daughters. Trista, one of the town council members, stood and came forward to shake hands. She was clearly a fan of the show. Shar crossed her arms. Well, what do you say? Give these three a chance to put on some shows, and raise some money to buy the theater at the auction at the end of summer? Let's keep this old building alive. It's part of our community. She thought she had them all until Fred Balding barked. It's a big yellow eyesore. Every time I drive by that place, I want to rip it down myself. Fred owned a local construction company. If he had his way, he'd take his bulldozers over there today and plow the building down. Shut up, Fred. Shar was sick of him whining. When are you going to retire, old man? Fred wrinkled his nose at her. She laughed in his face. They disliked each other for the past 10 years. That's why she had to win over the other members of the town council first, and by the looks of it, she already had. Everyone but Fred was gathered in a semicircle listening to the twins' ideas. The odds were not in his favor. He wasn't going to get his way this time, and she was glad. The old coot needed to retire. He was miserable, and tried to make everyone else that way. When the girls first came to Shar with the idea of saving the theater, Jake had tagged along with them. It was a surprise to see him, since he was a young boy when his father left Hideaway Lake. She remembered how they all hung out together as kids, along with a few others from town. Every summer they'd stay at Nana's cottage for weeks at a time, and have their little secret club out on the water. Called themselves the Sisters of Summer. Even though he was a boy, Jake had no choice but to go along, since it took 3 rowboats for all the girls to get out on the lake. His parents had owned one of the 3 boats. He was sworn to secrecy about the Sisters Club. It was good to see them all together again. Fred cackled, distracting her thoughts. She glared at him. He moved his lips and his mouth wrinkled. I'm not going to retire, come hell or high water. Then you better get used to the theater coming to life, because the other members have already decided to open it for the summer. Take a look. Elizabeth was charming the crowd, offering photographs on the members' cell phones with them, and autographs as well. She was a true pro, and Shar was so proud of her. Glancing at Jake and Taylor, they were involved in a serious conversation with one of the other members of the council. Fred blew out of his nose, making a sound that sounded disgusting. He turned his head away, and wiped his face with a handkerchief he pulled from his pocket. Shar shook her head. She turned away from him, deciding to ignore anything else he had to say, and walked over to the crowd. Well, folks, do we have a summer theater or not? Each person nodded. Casey was the first to speak. Yes, you sure do. Thankfully, having the twin factor here has changed our minds. We'd be happy to support this cause, and do whatever we can to help. Can we buy the property without having it go to auction? Even though she knew the answer, she'd give it a shot. Unfortunately, that is out of our hands now. But we'll help to promote the theater and any fundraising activities for the summer. The girls lifted a fist in the air and screamed, filling the whole room with their shrieks. Fred stood up and knocked his hand on the table. This is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. I don't agree. Don't we have to take a vote on this? Too bad, Cranky Fred. You are outnumbered. Shar laughed out loud as he stormed out the building. She just hoped he wasn't going to be a problem, since he was a shrewd businessman. Time would tell. For now, she was going to celebrate this one win with her daughters. Thanks, Mom. The twins both spoke at the same time, causing laughter from the others. Shar glanced at her watch. I have another appointment, so I'll say goodbye. Congrats and get to work, she teased, giving both a hug. Bye, Mom. Come to the cottage soon. We are fixing it up, and you are going to be surprised. Shar held her breath and nodded as she left. Going back to the cottage was way too difficult. She'd have to muster up the strength to do so. For now, she was going to meet Ryan, who was waiting on her in the hot tub. It was time they got down to business. Chapter 7. Elizabeth, you look as gorgeous as ever. Now stop loving yourself in the mirror and let's go. We'll be late. Taylor shook her head. It was hot and sticky out, and the air made it hard to breathe. July was a terrible month this year. She had to admit, the one thing about California she'd miss was the perfect weather. She had forgotten how miserable it could be here during the day. "Can you start up the rental and let the air conditioning run for a few minutes so my hair doesn't fall flat?" Taylor laughed. It was so like Elizabeth to make a request like this. She grabbed the keys from the hook beside the counter and stepped outside. At least Nana had been smart enough to put central air in her cabin. There was a small screened porch that kept the mosquito and bugs out where Taylor liked to sit in the evenings. She didn't mind the heat as much as Elizabeth did. Taylor started the rental, then turned when she heard a motorcycle coming down the lane. She waved at Jake, who stopped near the car. He flipped up the visor on the helmet. "Hey Taylor, you look mighty fine. Where are you going, all dressed up?" She shook her head and rolled her eyes. "We are going to the mansion to have dinner with Olivia and her husband." He nodded. "I haven't been up there yet. I like to keep to myself when I'm here. I doubt anyone in town even knows who I am." "I understand. I'd actually rather keep to myself too, but with a dramatic twin sister who likes to be in the public eye, it's hard to stay hidden. If it were up to me, I'd spend lazy days on the boat and in Nana's garden." Jake lifted a hand in the air, then revved up the engine. "I'm off to do some exploring at the Historical Society to study the history of the theater." Taylor frowned. "That sounds much more interesting than dinner, but I do want to see Olivia. Tell her I said hello. I'll stop over tomorrow with what I find out." "Great. See you later, Jake." Taylor. He let out the clutch and hit the gas, spinning the wheel as he headed out the lane. "Show off." She shouted it out loud but doubted he heard. When he whipped his head around and lifted a hand in the air, she knew he had heard her. She waved back, wishing she could dump the dinner and go along. Was that Jake? What did he want? Elizabeth was coming out of the house, taking huge steps to get to the car like she was trying to dodge the heat waves. Taylor almost laughed out loud, since her sister was wearing a gorgeous cream mini with a round neckline and low back. Her 3-inch heels were stirring up dust as she stomped across the yard. Elizabeth kept trying to shoo the dust away. Since Taylor was driving, she waited until her sister put on her seatbelt, then put on her own. He is heading to the Historical Society to dig up what he can on the history of the theater. That's a great idea. She flipped down the sun visor to double-check herself in the mirror. You look nice, Taylor. Taylor wasn't used to her sister complimenting her. Usually, Elizabeth only paid attention to herself, since everyone else always did. She had to admit she was surprised at those words. Thank you, sis. You look gorgeous too. Elizabeth smiled. It was one of those smiles Taylor was used to when her sister wasn't really paying attention. Which was fine, Taylor was used to it. Besides, she was thinking about the look Jake gave her earlier. She hadn't thought much about what she was wearing, but he seemed to like it on her. She wore a bohemian dress with a below-the-knee ruffled skirt, matched with a pair of gladiator sandals. She hated dressing up, and even though it wasn't as elegant as what Elizabeth wore, at least she was cool and comfortable. That's what was important to her. It was just as well anyway, since her sister always got the most attention. Attention to herself was the last thing on Taylor's mind. She preferred to be in the background when it came to public displays. Even though they needed to start putting themselves out there and gaining popularity to make the fundraisers work in their favor, it was always hard for her to do. She'd rather Elizabeth be in the spotlight. What are you thinking about, Taylor? Elizabeth stopped looking at herself in the mirror and turned to Taylor. How much you love the spotlight and I hate it, she teased. Elizabeth laughed with her. It's my thing, and I love the attention. I made some phone calls today. Oh, who did you call? Well, several stars that have been on Twin Factor, and a very popular game show host that is actually from an area close to here. I still have phone calls to make, and if I can get enough well-known people to volunteer, we can have an all-star fundraiser. What do you think? Taylor loved the idea. Perfect. She wasn't sure that Elizabeth was full on board with this project, but apparently she was. It felt good to know she was trying hard to save the theater. What did you do today, sis? Taylor turned and grinned. Well, I went to the tax office and they informed me how the auction works. The auction will be held at the courthouse, And if there are any liens on the property, some of the lawyers working for said company may be present. Or anyone in the public domain with interest in the property, like a builder or company in the business of purchasing properties. The odds of winning the auction can be slim. From what I understand, there is no mortgage on the theater. The old man had it paid off years ago. That's why I find it hard to believe the heir just let it go. I don't understand it either. The theater is loved by so many people. I wonder if Olivia may have some ideas on providing refreshments for our all-star party, since she is in the food industry. Taylor shook her head. You have a one-track mind, Elizabeth. I know this is important to you, but I'm sensing you can't wait to organize a huge fundraiser with glamour and a star-studded event. Elizabeth threw her head back and laughed. You know me too well. Here's the road to the mansion. Look up there, sis. The glow from the mountaintop looks so ethereal, doesn't it? Fabulous. I can't wait to see Olivia. I agree. They got to the top of the hill and turned into the parking lot. Taylor drove to the front entrance and stopped at the valet parking sign. She handed her keys over to the attendee there and was expecting Elizabeth to make a grand entrance. Taylor figured she'd walk behind her. Instead, Elizabeth held out her hand and they walked inside side by side. Most of the people in the lobby turned to look when the two came waltzing through the doors. It may have been the flashes from some photographers that were stationed at various places in the lobby. Taylor wanted to roll her eyes, but knew better. Instead, she smiled at the crowd and walked by Elizabeth's side while the camera clicked away. How did she not know that Elizabeth would take advantage of her night out and call the local news, as well as professional photographers to record her entrance? Brilliant, sister, she mumbled in between smiles at the constant flashes. I know, right? If I let it up to you, we'd walk in here like any other normal person and get absolutely no attention. Taylor lifted her chin and laughed, keeping her smile intact. No worries, sis. I'm used to your craziness. They entered the cafe when Olivia shrieked and lifted her arms to welcome them both. The three were in a group hug and talking all at once. I missed you both terribly, Olivia told them. I'm sure you want to be the center of attention, so I reserved the best table in the house. Follow me. Taylor walked behind Elizabeth this time, passing other diners who looked up to see what all the commotion was about. One of the photographers slipped through the restaurant doors and began taking photos. Olivia turned around and shook a finger at him. I told you no photographs in my restaurant. Get out. The photographer mumbled and backtracked only when a tall man in a suit came towards him. He lifted a hand. Sorry, he said, and took off. Olivia turned away. Here we are, the best seat in the house. Taylor sat at the table, along with Elizabeth, who wanted a seat facing the entrance. Taylor didn't care where she sat, as long as she didn't have to see other people staring while she ate, which they all would, since Elizabeth didn't plan to have a quiet dinner. Olivia sat down with them, calling to the server to bring a bottle of wine. My husband will be with us shortly. I'm certain he is helping the photographer find his way out the door before he joins us. A frown fell upon Elizabeth's face. It's my fault, actually. But I'm not sorry. I like to stir things up a bit, you know. I do know, my friend. Olivia took Elizabeth's hand. I sure have missed you and your grand entrances. She took Taylor's hand as well. And, quiet Taylor who doesn't want to be seen in public. Somehow you two make it work. I'm so very proud of your accomplishments. Thanks, and look at you, Taylor told her. Things have seemed to work out for you as well. Oh yum, is that your husband? Elizabeth made a gurgling noise in her throat. He is gorgeous. Olivia laughed and held out her hand. James automatically took it, dropping a kiss on her knuckle. She blushed and introduced him. This is my sweet husband, James. My two best friends have come back home to Hideaway Lake for the summer. This is Elizabeth and Taylor. Being her usual self, Elizabeth flashed a smile and blinked her eyes rapidly, always being charming and adorable. Taylor shook hands and gave him a nod. She looked around the room to find almost every person in the room staring at their table. Everyone is watching us again, Taylor complained. Suck it up, Buttercup. Turn on your smile and a little dazzle. This is how we are going to raise funds for our theater. You do such a brilliant job, you don't need me to help. Elizabeth shook her head. Nonsense. Of course I need you. I mean, you are right, I can charm everyone clearly, but we're a team. Taylor tried to change the subject. Olivia, when did you get married? The last we heard from you, James was your fiancé, and then we found out from Mom you are a married woman. She shrugged. We ran off and got married on a Friday afternoon at the JP's office. This place keeps us so terribly busy that we didn't have time, nor did we want all the attention of a huge wedding. Olivia leaned forward. They have a fantastic honeymoon suite right here in the hotel. Why would we want to go anywhere else? James was patting her hand. Taylor thought the two were so adorable together. He was clearly not affected by 3 women at one table. Tell them the truth, darling. You didn't want to be too far away from your restaurant, in case they needed you. Elizabeth and Taylor laughed. They both said at the same time, that sounds just like you, Olivia. Olivia shrugged. Okay, you got me. James, don't give away all my secrets. He leaned in towards his wife. From the stories you told me, there are no secrets between you girls. What about the sister pact on the lake? Tell me that story again. Taylor's mind drifted as Olivia explained how they all became the Sisters of Summer that hot July evening. Over the years there were a few others who were accepted into their pact, but most of the time it was just the 3 who stayed the closest over the years. Now here they were in their early 30s and nothing had changed. We have to revisit the lake in the rowboats. I'll block out some time next week. James grunted. Someone better give her a reminder call. A swat on James' shoulder, and then Olivia leaned in and brushed her lips across his cheek. You will pay for that remark, mister. He laid a hand on her cheek and looked into her eyes. I hope so. You'll have to excuse me, I see security waving at me. When James left the table, Elizabeth began fanning herself. Wow, Olivia, you got a hot one for sure. I'm not surprised one bit. Olivia laughed out loud. James is a special man. Now, tell me all about Hollywood. I want to hear all the details. I need your help. Can I pick you up in 10? Char waited for her 2 best friends to reply back. Laura immediately texted back that she'd wait on the porch, while it took a bit longer for Holly to do so. They had come to an understanding with Holly, who had basically ruined their friendship last year by admitting to sleeping with Laura's then-husband. Everyone was now aware the baby Laura adopted was actually Holly's daughter. Hearts were broken and feelings damaged, but since then the 3 best friends had slowly been repairing a damaged relationship. It was time the 3 of them renewed their long history of friendship. They were older and knew much more than they did back then. Char was one of the best attorneys in the area, and she was known to be tough and hard to deal with, at least in her professional life. Not so much in her personal life. Now that they were getting older, she wanted more from the simple things, like lasting friendships and loyalty. Honesty as well. She beeped the horn when she pulled up in front of the bed and breakfast, as Laura came down to the car and got in the passenger seat. Where are we off to? Let's get Holly next. It took about a minute to drive across the street to Holly's place. She was actually waiting outside her house and got in the back seat. Closing the door, Char took off. It was early evening. The beach at the lake was filled with kids and adults. As they drove by, the noises of splashing water and kids' laughter filled the air even with the windows closed. Char turned up the air conditioning. It was so hot out. Ladies, I need your help. I want to go to Mom's cottage. She felt more than saw both of them nod. Well, let's go, Laura told her. Are you sure you want to? You said you'd never go back there. Where Laura was always optimistic and didn't question her, Holly was always looking at the negative side of things. Char was always a gung-ho, let's get it done type of person. Between the 3 of them, their friendship had lasted over the last few decades. It had been rough and shaky at some points, but they always worked it out. The 3 of them. Always there for each other, whenever the other one called. No questions asked unless you were Holly, then everyone got the full force of her 20 questions before making a decision. Of course I want to go, Holly. Why do you think I called the both of you? It's not that I want to, but I need to. The girls are staying at the cottage. Right now they are at the mansion, having dinner with Olivia and James. It's the perfect time to explore. What are we exploring? Char didn't rightly know. She needed to take a step back onto the property she vowed never to go back to again. Holly, don't ask questions. I just need you both by my side, okay? Laura turned and told Holly to quit. It's a personal thing, and we need to just be there with her, Holly. Okay. Okay. Sorry I asked. It didn't take long to drive to the other side of the lake, especially since it was still light out. The road was a little curvy and took them along a single lane at some points, but they got to the cottage and pulled in the long driveway. Char let the car idle, clasping onto the steering wheel, regretting her decision to come here. Laura and Holly didn't say a word. She knew if she backed around and drove away, they would still be right there for her. It gave her the strength to shut the engine down. Once the car was turned off, Char opened the door, looked at each one of her friends and nodded. I can do this, she told them. Then let's do it, Laura told her softly. We got your back, babe, Holly said. Except it was hard taking that first step onto her mother's property. The night she vowed never to return flashed in front of her. She had to literally shake herself to get rid of the image. Holly and Laura stood by her side as she sat in the driver's seat staring at the ground. Laura stretched out her hand. Holly did the same. She sucked in a deep breath and took each outstretched hand, clasping onto their fingers. Neither one pulled her, but waited for her to make the move. Char closed her eyes, feeling the touch of her best friends as they waited for her to make a move. They were there for her always, just like she was there for them. If it weren't for the two of you here right now, I'd never be able to do this. As she spoke, Char got out of the car and stood on the ground she vowed never to come back to. A few tears slid down her cheeks and she felt the relief hit her full force. It wasn't so hard. The hard ground was still the same as she took a few more steps, then clutched both hands and the three of them marched towards her mother's cottage. Laura gave her hand a squeeze. You can do this. Holly did the same. Look at you, Char. You are doing it. Char stopped when she got to the steps. She turned around and stopped, shaking her head. I can't go inside yet. Okay. Let's take a walk to the dock. The three headed to the dock, which wasn't far. I have an idea. Char stared at the rowboats. Holly and Laura looked at each other, then at Char's determined face. Oh, brother. I haven't been in a boat, ever, Holly admitted. It's been quite a few years for me, Laura told them. You two can read my mind. Let's do it. I don't know, Char. Can you swim? Holly and her questions. Of course. Can you? Yes. I can too, Laura said. If you can't, then you don't need to be in a lake community. They got into the wooden rowboat, untied the rope, and began to move the oars, taking themselves towards the center of the lake. Holly was looking a bit pale. Holly, are you going to be all right? Her fists were clenched onto the edge of the wooden seat as the boat swayed slightly. I'll be okay. Can we stop for a moment? Char slowed the boat, gliding the oars through the water, then letting the boat come to a complete stop as it swayed in the middle of the lake. Char watched in amazement as Laura pulled her handbag from her shoulder and pulled out a bottle of wine. What? Of course you'd bring wine, Char told her. Laura always thought ahead. She dug out a pack of solo cups, handed each of them one and popped the cork, slowly pouring into each cup. She held up the red cup, but Char lifted her hand in the air. Before we toast each other, I have to tell you why I vowed never to come back here. We knew you had an argument with your mom, but we didn't want to be nosy, and knew you'd tell us someday when you were ready. Laura was always so matter-of-fact and forgiving. It was why Char loved her. Well, it's more than that. You see, I think my mother did bad things to people when I was a kid. You know how she'd go into the forest and collect herbs and make all kinds of natural concoctions? I do believe she was a witch. She'd stir up these remedies and meet her customers on the porch. They'd pay her, and that's how we always had extra money. When I found out, I confronted her, and then we had a fight, and I vowed never to return unless she stopped making potions. Oh my goodness. This is awful. I do remember some of the townspeople calling her that name as a kid. I felt so bad for you. I think it was why we became friends. What makes you think she did bad things? I mean, if it was herbal remedies, didn't it help them? We know a lot more now about these all-natural things. Holly chimed in. This is awful. I can't imagine your mom hurting a soul. Char leaned in purposely and lowered her voice. Well, one night I was sent to bed early and she had a customer who was quite loud. So I ran to the front door and listened to them talking. The man told her if she didn't give him what he asked for, he'd cause trouble, because he didn't have the money to buy the herbs. So she came inside and I hid in the hallway. I heard her speak in some strange language, not understanding the words as she pulled out a concoction and took it to him, telling him to drink it right away. Did he drink it? Holly and Laura were both sipping their wine, leaning forward with curiosity on their faces. Yes, and not a moment later he began to stagger and cough and clutch at his chest. I was watching from the door and he walked to the dock, then fell over. My mother rolled him into the water and pushed his body towards the middle of the lake. I think he finally went under the water, right about where our boat is sitting. Char peeked over the edge. Is that a shadow or a body right there? She pointed to the side of the boat, and both Holly and Laura shrieked. Laura stared at Char with huge eyes. Are you serious? Char began to laugh so hard. Of course not. But you should see the look on both your faces. Oh. My. Gosh. Holly shook her head. I can't believe I was starting to believe your sinister story. Char doubled over. I doubt my mother would have tried to hurt anyone. You both should know this. We did, and that's why the story was awful. Just awful, Holly told her. Laura started to giggle. Char, you deserve to go into the water. She looked at Holly. We should make her swim back to shore. Char laughed. I used to get so sick of people claiming my mother was a witch when I was in school. Remember how you came to my rescue a few times, Laura? I do. We sure shut some people up, didn't we? Remember Stella and Carla? They teased you to no end, until we made these cloth dolls and pushed pins in them. We told the girls we were going to give them to your mom to put a curse on them, and they never made fun of her again. What I do remember of my mom was walking through the forest helping her find certain herbs. We'd go for hours, and she'd tell me stories that I'll keep right here in my heart. One time, as we were walking, the twins and Olivia were out in the boat, just like we are. We stopped and watched them as they each drew blood on their fingers and became blood sisters. They said they were the sisters of summer and would always be there for each other. It was adorable. We never told them we watched from behind a tree. That's a beautiful story, much better than the last one. Holly was still a bit pale. I'm sorry, Holly. Did I truly scare you that much? No. Well, yes, you did. I'm fine now. Except she didn't look fine. Laura and Char exchanged a worried glance. Is there something you want to tell us, Holly? Like, why are you always at the hospital for routine checkups? Holly paled even more. Not now. I just want to enjoy this moment with the two of you. I respect that. Okay, Holly, we will trust you to talk to us when you are ready. Holly raised her glass. To best friends through trials and errors, we are still together. Char raised hers, then Laura followed and said, let's take a vow. Let's become the sisters of summer too. Char agreed. We've always been here for each other, no matter what. Even when we had that riff with you, Holly, I loved you then and I love you now. I feel the same way, Laura told them. She looked directly at Char. You've been my rock through the whole marriage thing. If it hadn't been for you taking charge, I may not be running a bed and breakfast or keeping my mother-in-law's dream alive. I may have lost it all. No, Laura. You are a strong woman, and you pulled yourself through all of that. Look at you now. You have a good husband, one who will stand by your side, and of course, you have Holly and I to always be here for you. Sisters. We won't prick our fingers and do the blood thing, but let's raise a glass to each other. To sisters. Yes, sisters. They sat watching the serene water surrounding them. A hawk flew over them while a few birds chirped in the trees. It was so quiet and peaceful on the lake. Holly broke the silence. Char, are you going to tell us what the real reason is that you didn't want to come back here? She wrapped her arms around her knees and spoke. I was so mad at God for a long time. When Mom got sick and we knew she was going to die, we tried to get her to go to hospice, but she refused. She insisted on being right here, by this beautiful lake, so that she could watch the sun come up and set on her own property. I sat with her every day for 20 days while she slowly slipped away. I begged God to heal her. I begged my mother to open her eyes. At one point I told her if she dies, I will never set foot on her property again, the place she loved the most and chose to die on. It was a dumb thing to say, now that I think about it. But I kept my promise until now. She lived and died the way she chose to, Shar. You can't deny her that. Laura always made sense. She did. I guess I'm more like her than I ever realized. Holly smiled. You are stubborn, hard to get along with, and do things your way. That's the truth. It appears to me that you are the same way, Holly. I guess I am. We are three of a kind. We are the sisters of summer. Yes, we are. Don't tell the girls we stole their name or idea, Shar said. They'll think we are nutty old ladies trying to relive our youth. I'll be nutty old ladies with you two any day, Laura told them. Here. Holly gave them each a hug, causing the boat to sway more. She clutched the sides and screamed. Laura and Shar laughed. The look on Holly's face when she thought she was going to go head first into the water was priceless. We better get back before we do tip this boat, and all three of us go head first in the water. Laura and Holly agreed. Shar was glad she took that first step from her car an hour before. This was like coming home again. It felt so right, and she'd never be afraid to come here again. She looked up at the sky. I'm sorry I was so angry with you for so long. It was Mom's journey to take, and I made it about me. Thank you for these friends and this life. Come on, Shar. Help row the boat, Holly ordered. Shar gave her the biggest smile. Let's go. I'm ready to go inside the house now. Good. I want to see what the girls have done to it. Me too. Thanks, ladies. I love you both. Chapter 8. Savannah was still determined to make it on her own. Even though the rest of her family insisted she didn't have to struggle so much, she basically ignored their requests to do things for her. She didn't care if her newfound family was wealthy. Finding out her father was one of the owners of a big corporation was still not sinking in like it should. She accepted the fact she was now part of this family, but she had always lived such a simple life before that she was honestly afraid to let go of her past. If she tried to forget about the way she was raised, then the memories of Grammy would disappear, wouldn't they? She'd already put the house on the market, the one she grew up in with Grammy and her mom. Well, her mom had been mostly gone, leaving Grammy to raise Savannah, but it had been all she really knew. Living in poverty hadn't seemed like a huge deal, not with her grandmother to make her life better. Plus, she didn't know any better. When Savannah tried to dig herself out of that way of life and build a business for herself, working 3 jobs had been exhausting and time-consuming to the point of harming her physical self. Her newfound Aunt Julia had made her realize she was being more stupid than stubborn. Knowing Grammy was gone had put a huge hole in her heart. Savannah was starting over, living in Hideaway Lake and trying to get used to a new family. She was leasing a shop from Laura, her Uncle Joe's wife, for her party planning business she had been desperately trying to make successful. After getting fired from her day job, she concentrated on her business. It had gotten so busy, she didn't have time for much else. Not that she was complaining, she wasn't. Except she missed seeing Parker. A dog at a shelter had brought the two of them together, and lately he was all she thought about. Which reminded her, she needed to text him. He checked in on her every single day. This morning there was no text, so now she was wondering why. Hey there. Hello, Parker. Hi, Savannah. I'm out of town at the moment. Birthing a cow at the Lilac Ranch in Allentown. Ah, that was the reason she hadn't heard from him. Even so, he usually found a moment. I wondered why you didn't text me. I look forward to them every day, even if I forget to text back. You do have a habit of forgetting me. Did you think I forgot you today? He was right. She did forget him at times. She smiled at the phone. Of course not. Okay, yes. I truly thought you were fed up with me. It was so much easier to be honest this way. Never. I think I like you too much. But I really want us to go on a date soon. I miss you. Savannah sighed. She had put him off for weeks, or was it months? When are you coming back? I'm not sure. It could be hours or tomorrow. I'll be here as long as it takes. These are prize animals, and I promised my brother I'd be here if he needs me. Turns out he does. That was news. Savannah never heard him speak of a brother before. Of course, maybe it was time she paid more attention to what he said. The last few months had been crazy with Grammy dying, moving to a new place, getting to know her new family, and starting a business. I realize that I've had so much going on lately, we don't really know anything about each other. I'd like to make that up to you. When he didn't text back right away, she began to panic. She wondered if Julia would know what to do. That's another person she hadn't seen in a while. With Julia taking over as CEO of the family company, Russell Enterprise, and Savannah busy with her business, they'd been mostly texting. It was time she took a breath of fresh air and stayed in touch with those she cared about. Surprising herself, Savannah hit the video call button. She never used it unless it was necessary, and today it was. It buzzed several times before an old barn came into view. A brown cow was in one corner, until Parker's handsome face got in the way. His blue eyes stared into the camera. Hey there. What a surprise calling me. Are you okay, Savannah? He gave her a serious look. She grinned. I know, right? I'm trying to make it up to you, and when you didn't answer me back, I thought, well, I don't know what I thought. I'm glad you called. That's Maria. The cow. She's about to give birth at any moment. Is she having a difficult time? Hold on. The picture shook a bit, then stilled. I propped the phone against a bale of hay, so I can run if I have to. How are you, Savannah? His blue eyes flashed as he blinked several times, then turned to check on Maria. I'm good. She didn't know what to say. This was a huge step for her to call him for a face-to-face video chat. Had Savannah been avoiding him on purpose? Was she afraid to become involved with someone like Parker? She wasn't sure. Her emotions were all over the place, but one thing she did know was he brought laughter and stability into her chaotic life. He turned back to the camera and smiled. Since you mentioned taking me out to dinner, I would love to have your company, Savannah. How about when I get back to Hideaway Lake, we make plans? She nodded. Why don't you just come knocking on my door, and I'll go wherever you want to go. It is probably the only way we'll connect. Right. I'm sorry, Savannah. We both have crazy busy lives. I'm always on the run, and you are building your catering business. I really want to make time for you. She was glad he felt that way. I was starting to think it was just me, but now I realize we both need to slow down and make time to date, or whatever it is people do. His blue eyes drew her in. They were so blue and staring straight into the camera, it was hard for Savannah to focus on anything else. That is, until a loud moo interrupted their conversation. I have to go. I'll call you as soon as I'm finished here. You must answer the phone, okay? She smiled. Okay. I'll put your number on a special ring so I know it's you, and make sure I answer. I have a tendency to let the voicemail take the calls. I know. Bye, Savannah. He turned quickly, forgetting to turn off his phone. Savannah watched in awe as he comforted the cow, talking in her ear as she tried to give birth. She was even more fascinated when he had to help the calf's legs out, and helped Mama Cow pull it from her. Savannah chewed on her lip, staring intently as Parker focused solely on the calf. When it didn't move, he stood back, waiting for the mother to do her job. She's exhausted, she heard someone say off camera. Parker nodded to the person, and then another man came into view. Savannah knew it had to be Parker's brother. They looked so much alike, except the brother was older. They spoke to the cow, encouraging her until she began paying attention to the calf, and the adorable little thing began to move and try to stand. Savannah was so fascinated, she didn't realize Parker was watching her. She blinked when she realized he was. I'm sorry, Parker. I couldn't shut off the phone when everything started. Birth is amazing, isn't it? It sure is. I'm glad I hung around to watch. Parker grinned. Me too. Now you know what I do with my time. It's time well spent. Goodbye, Parker. This time I'm hanging up. See you soon. Looks like I'll be home this evening, so answer the door when I knock. She hung up, the experience making her day. She felt closer than ever with Parker sharing that moment with him. He was so caring and kind to animals, even when they were in pain. Parker was a man who had so much love to give. It amazed her and scared the daylights out of her all at the same time. She smiled when an idea came to mind. She wanted to show Parker that she was paying attention, and what better way than to have a nice meal for him after he drove all the way from Allentown. She'd finish with the client who was coming at 3 this afternoon for a wedding consultation, and close the shop in order to make him a nice dinner. Or better yet, she pushed in the number for Olivia's restaurant. When one of the chefs answered, she placed an order to be picked up at 5. She'd set up the sunroom with a small table and 2 chairs, a fancy tablecloth and candle, and have a cozy dinner ready and waiting. Savannah looked around her store, choosing a centerpiece for the table and a crisp white tablecloth to take along. She set them aside when her customer came through the door. This was going to be so much fun, to just be able to sit with Parker and get to know him. It was something new, but she was looking forward to it so much. Savannah's new client took longer than she had planned. Checking her watch, she closed the shop and hurried to her car. It wouldn't take long to go up the hill to the mansion to pick up the meal, but she had wanted to take some time and decorate the sunroom first. Hopefully, she'll have time after picking up the food. Savannah pulled into the parking lot when Parker called. Hello, Parker. Hey, Savannah. I'm leaving now, so it will be about an hour and a half until I get there. I hope we can find somewhere that's open by then. Savannah spoke up over the fan of the air conditioning in her used car. She hadn't bought a new one just because she was a Russell now. No, she found herself a used Chevy at the dealer in the next town. Turned out to be a great deal, and she wasn't about to use Russell money yet or at all. She was making payments that she could afford. Besides, she wasn't going to tell her dad she needed his money. She was a grown adult, and so far it was all working out. After turning off the air, she climbed out and hurried inside. There was a crowd of people in the lobby, talking to James, Olivia's husband. Even Joe was there. She didn't really pay much attention to the small crowd, since all she wanted to do was pick up her food. Olivia came around the corner, almost bumping into Savannah. Hey, Olivia. What's the hurry? The owner of the restaurant rolled her eyes. We have a VIP here, and they didn't call ahead. So no one was prepared for a crowd of 30. Oh dear. Do you know if my food is ready? I'll grab it and run. Yes. Ask one of the girls over there, she pointed. I have it in the warming tray for you. Have fun tonight, by the way. That was an unusual request by you. Dinner with Parker, she told Olivia, and headed towards her takeout. Olivia waved, as she instructed several men to push tables together at the far end of the restaurant. The hustle and bustle that was going on made Savannah anxious. She just wanted to grab her food and get out of here, but then the crowd of people came through the door. Savannah turned to see a famous movie star at the helm of the crowd. All around her were people, some fawning over the woman. How sad, she thought. It didn't appear like she was enjoying her grand entrance at all. Savannah watched from the sidelines as the crowd was guided to their seats by 2 of the men who switched the table settings. James made up the rear of the line and noticed Savannah watching. He waved and called her over. Savannah, do you have a minute to introduce yourself to someone? I told her that you are the main event planner that we use here at the mansion. Her face fell. She glanced at her watch, and then at James, who seemed to expect her to respond in a positive way. He was all business, and she honestly didn't want to disappoint. After all, this was her business, and she was trying to make a good reputation everywhere. Of course, who is the possible client? He turned his head towards the large crowd, and then looked at her with a raised brow. James motioned for her to follow. When she got to the table, she realized how beautiful Martina Malona was, and felt shy all of a sudden. How was she going to get through this rift in time? "Hello," Martina said, looking right at her. She wasn't snobby at all or seemed pretentious. Savannah smiled. "Hello." She placed her hand in Martina's and they shook. "I'm Savannah." "Hello, Savannah. I hear you are the person to speak to about holding an event here. I have to admit, I'm so happy we ran into you tonight. The event is next month. Do you have a few minutes to take some notes, and I can tell you what I want?" How was she going to say no? James stood beside her, and before she knew it, Olivia was at her other side. She held out a pristine notebook and pen. "Here you go, Savannah. Have a seat at her table." Savannah was so nervous she dropped the pen. Sitting at the stars table, and before she was able to reach down and pick up her pen from the chair, Martina dipped her hand and picked it up for her. "Don't be nervous," she told her. "I'm not going to bite you." That had everyone at the table laughing. Savannah wanted to die. She took in a deep breath, trying to remember how Julia told her to own her space. Lift your chin, slowly glance at the other person and give them a hint of a smile. Not a smile, just a tad, like a small curl of one side of your mouth. That's all. Be confident and own that space, girl. There, she felt much better. If she focused on Julia's words, she'd do okay. Savannah waved her hand and gave Martina that slow spreading smile Julia had spoken about. "I'm not as nervous as I am taken by surprise. Now, what can I help you with?" Their conversation ran well over an hour and 45 minutes. Savannah was praying for the meeting to end, after jotting 2 pages of notes. She tried to get up and leave several times. Finally, after Martina ordered another round of drinks, which Savannah had chosen lemon water since she was driving, she had to admit she needed to leave. "Oh, look at the time. I have another client this evening. I must be going. Here is my card, Martina." This time she stood. Parker was either at her house waiting for her, or about to show up. So much for the cozy atmosphere and the fresh food. Martina also stood and shook her hand. "I'm glad to have you on board. If you can work up some numbers, I'll have my people call you in a few days." "Will it take more than a few days?" Savannah shook her head. "I can have the numbers for you by tomorrow evening." She didn't tell Martina she'd stay up all night to plan out this event. After all, if she did a good job for Martina, there may be others who wanted to use her skills as well. She'd truly make a name if someone like Martina became a client. Walking on shaky legs was not easy, but Savannah made her way to the kitchen area where her food was being kept warm. Olivia came out of the kitchen with a large bag. "I made you fresh, my dear. Thank you for taking the time this evening. I hope we didn't ruin your plans." Savannah was happy to accept fresh food, knowing she'd at least have that in her favor. "I have to get moving. Parker is on his way to see me. I thought we'd dine in, instead of eating out. He was in Allentown taking care of a cow." Olivia rolled her eyes. "I'm sure he won't care where he eats after that, Savannah. Thanks again." Savannah hurried out of the cafe, even dropping her chin in case anyone else noticed her. She didn't have the time to help anyone else this evening. It was time to put Parker and her relationship first. After all, she had promised this, and she wanted him to be pleasantly surprised that she thought enough about them to plan a dinner, even if it was takeout food. All she really had to do was put the food in some bowls and he'd never know she hadn't cooked at all. Except, Savannah wasn't about to play that. Parker knew how busy she was, and he'd know she didn't have time to cook. It made her smile thinking about him. Soon, she'd be able to see those blue eyes in person. She drove down the hill, tapping on the brakes, then almost went through the stop sign when a car that was driving fast shot by. Savannah hit the brakes and realized she had better keep her eyes on the road. Just as she turned onto the main road that would take her to her cottage, a siren went off behind her. She looked in the mirror to see the lights flashing. Cops. Why now? The officer took his time getting out of the car, and she wanted to scream. If she missed Parker, because she was getting a ticket, she'd be so disappointed in herself. She heard a tap on the window. Turning it down a crack, she gave the officer a furrowed look. "I'm sorry, officer. I'm trying to get home." He actually had the thumbs of both hands tucked into his belt and a wide-rimmed hat tilted to the side. "I saw you speeding down the hill. At first I thought you lost your brakes." "I wasn't trying to speed, sir. I was trying to get dinner home and to meet Doc Parker." Everyone loved the local veterinarian, especially since he would come to his client's house or farm or place of business and take care of the animals. "The doc is around. I'll follow you. I need to speak with him." Savannah didn't dare roll her eyes or ask if she was getting a ticket. Officer Swigart got back in the patrol car and blasted the siren, then followed her as she pulled out onto the road. It wasn't long before she pulled up to her cottage, except it was annoying and a bit embarrassing with the police siren behind her. She got out and looked around, then realized the tail end of Parker's car had just turned at the next corner. She shot out an arm. "There he goes." Officer Swigart had his window down and heard her. "I'll get him." He pulled back onto the road and sped away, lights flashing and sirens blaring. Everyone would soon be out on their front porches, staring at the events happening, with Harry Swigart behind the wheel of the patrol car. Savannah stood watching, her shoulders slumped when she realized Parker had been here and was already gone. She took the food out of the car and headed up the steps to the porch. She took one last look back and saw faint red flashing lights in the distance. Officer Swigart had found Parker, but it didn't look like he was coming back. She waited for almost 5 minutes until she realized she wasted another chance to get to know Parker. This time no amount of self-talk would help her. She went inside, closing the door before kicking off her shoes. Hannah lifted her head and began to wag her tail. She set the food down on the coffee table and rubbing the old girl's fur. When her senior dog was tired, she just laid there wagging her tail with her tongue hanging out. It was adorable, and she nuzzled her neck. "I love you, Hannah." A soft knock on the door surprised her. Hannah immediately got up even though she had aging bones, and made her way to the front door, her tail and ears at attention. By the time Savannah got there, thinking it was the officer, she pulled open the door and her jaw dropped when she saw Parker standing there. "Do you know how hard it is trying to get away from that crazy cop?" A huge smile crossed Savannah's face. "Are you hungry?" He nodded, then checked his watch. "I'm sorry it's so late. Is there time to get something at the cafe?" She shook her head, then took his hand as he stepped across the threshold. After closing the door, and giving Hannah a pat on the head and rubbed behind her ears, he followed Savannah to the coffee table. "I've got something better than the cafe, Parker." When he eyed the bag of food from Olivia's restaurant, a wide smile covered his face as he pulled Savannah towards him. She fell into his arms easily. He kissed her forehead twice. "I'm starving. You sure know how to make this vet a happy man." "Well, sir, let's eat before Harry Swigart comes back to harass me about my speeding earlier." "You were speeding? That's highly unlikely," he teased, sitting on the sofa. "I was trying to get here before you did. I got caught up at the mansion and tried to hurry so I didn't miss you." "I'm trying, Parker. It's so difficult some days." "For me too. Hey, can I help you with the food?" She held up her hand. "No, you sit. It has to be pretty exhausting birthing a cow. I'll get some plates." When she came back into the living room, he had the plastic container lids opened, and the smell was wafting through the room. "Oh my, that smells so delicious," he crooned. She sat beside him, but he took both plates from her hand, then scooped food on each one, serving her first. "Thank you," she told him, pleased at his gesture. "It takes two to tango. Haven't you heard?" She had heard her Grammy say those words many times, especially when her mom would wind up in jail again. Grammy never let her mom blame her life on anyone but herself. She always told her not to blame others since it took two to tango. Savannah had to suppress those thoughts. Some things triggered her memory and caused too much sadness. She gazed at Parker. This was the start of a new life here in Hideaway Lake. She wasn't going to fill her head with old, sad memories. She wanted new ones. By the looks of things, so did Parker. Chapter 9. Jake was not going to stop until he finished the next scene. It was hot and sticky outside, and he was sitting on the porch swing tapping away on his laptop for hours while sweat dripped from his brow. He was immune to the heat, while writing the screenplay that would star many celebrities, including the twins. The pressure was on to put on a star-studded show. Elizabeth, Taylor, and Jake had spent the last 2 nights sitting in the middle of the lake in those old wooden rowboats working out the details. Elizabeth had invited so many stars to be in the play, and the ones who had free time on their schedule accepted right away. After she explained how they were desperate to save the theater, there were many who wanted to help, and volunteered their time, no questions asked. Now all Jake had to do was put them in the story, and give each star a matching part. He was sweating from more than the heat right now. If he failed to keep everyone happy, they'd blame him, and any future on the big screen would be unlikely. Jake stood to stretch his legs and leaned up against the post on the porch. Did he really care if he had a Hollywood future? Over the years he had dreamed of being on the big screen, but then he came home to Hideaway Lake, and all of a sudden his priorities changed. Now he came here instead of trying to write in a tiny apartment in Baltimore. This place drew him when he finally made up his mind to come home. He loved it here. He always had, even after his mother passed away. It had all been so mysterious back then as a kid. One day she was smiling from the boat as they made their way to the middle of the lake, and the next thing he knew she was drowning in the water. He tried to save her. With every part of his being, he jumped in the water, screaming at the top of his lungs, and desperately tried to drag her to the shore. By the time his sister and dad got there, it had been too late. For months Jake wasn't able to look at the lake again. Even when Elizabeth and Taylor came to visit their Nana and begged him to come out and play, he'd sit in his room and ignore them. He never wanted to see the lake again. After a while, the girls stopped asking him to join them, and soon after, his dad loaded up all of their belongings and they moved to the city. Jake only came back after his dad passed away a few years ago. He wanted to find peace here, and he did. It was now where he came to write, since he wasn't able to find it anymore in the city. He thought about moving here permanently. He looked up to the sky. "You looking down on me, Mama? I know now it wasn't my fault you died that day. I've struggled over the years, but I finally found peace with everything. Dad blamed me even to his last breath. I know he thought if you hadn't been with me on the lake, the accident would have never happened. But it was just that, an accident. He was wrong to blame me, and I forgave him. I wish Dana would realize this is not a bad place to be." He felt his phone buzzing in his back pocket. Pulling it out, he saw it was his sister. Had she known by some unknown force he was thinking of her? "Hey kiddo. How's it going?" "Jake, I'm only 2 years younger than you. When are you going to stop calling me kiddo?" He grinned. "Probably never. What's up?" "I stopped by to visit, and your apartment was all locked up. Where are you?" "At the lake house." He heard her sigh into the phone. "Is something wrong?" "I'm not sure. Randy is acting strange again. He does this every few months. I made another doctor appointment for him, but he never goes. I swear he is manic depressive or something. I want to be there for him, but he's refusing to get any help." Jake reached over to the swing and picked up his laptop, pulling the screen door open and balancing it with one foot while making his way inside. Knowing his sister was going to talk for longer than necessary, he plugged in the Keurig to heat some water for a cup of coffee. It was bound to be a long conversation. 25 minutes later, and his sister was now on speakerphone. He took the last sip from his mug and sat back on the cushions of the couch. "Dana, you can always come here," he mentioned carefully, not wanting to scare her off. "I don't know," he heard through the phone. "It's hard to go back there. It was hard for me the first time. I found my peace here, Dana. Maybe you should take that step too. I'll be here for the summer if you want to visit." "The summer?" "Jake, what if what if he starts to get mean again like he did before?" "He won't. I told him if he lays a hand on you, he will answer to me." Jake had him by the throat that day. He wasn't normally a violent person, but no one threatened to lay a hand on his sister. Randy needed help. It was time Dana realized and got out while she was still safe. To be on the safe side, pack some clothes and stuff and come to the cottage, Dana. I promise it will be an eye-opening experience for you. The sadness and heartache is gone from here. I'm sorry to say this, but Dad made it a sad place. You need to get that memory out of your head and realize this is a place of healing. You make it sound so good, but all I remember is the bad. I did too, until I decided to get out of my head and come back here to face it. Our mother's spirit is here, Dana. Now that Dad's bitterness and negative energy is gone, this place is great. I can write here. You should just come. I want to, I really do. Let me think about it. Dana? I may move here. Jake, you keep throwing these bombshells at me. Stop already. I can only take one at a time. He laughed. She still had a sense of humor, even though she was going through some confusing times with Randy. Overall, the guy was a hard worker, and their father had always approved of Randy. Was Dana holding on to Randy because their dad had liked him? If so, she had to break free. He wasn't a good person right now, not until the man got some medical help. That's what big brothers are for. Elizabeth and Taylor just pulled in. We're going to do some brainstorming today. Love you, Dana. Please don't think too hard about coming here. I promise it will be the best thing you ever did. I love you too. Tell the twins I said hello, even if I don't remember much about them, except how you spent time on the lake in that boat with them. You know, before Mom and all the sadness there. Goodbye, Jake. He stuffed the phone in his back pocket and shot out the door in his bare feet. The girls were walking towards him, their arms full. He stepped from the porch and went to Taylor, relieving her of the box she carried. Then he turned to Elizabeth. Throw that box on top, he instructed. Thanks, Jake. Did you get your scene finished? I know you were struggling with it when we left yesterday. He shook his head, leading the way inside. I was working on it when I got a call from Dana. She's thinking about coming for a visit. Taylor began taking the items out of the box after he set them on the counter. He watched as she pulled out a tub of French vanilla ice cream and a bottle of root beer. Next came whipped topping, bananas, cherries, and chocolate syrup. She looked up and caught him staring. If we are going to brainstorm, we need root beer floats and chocolate sundaes. Lots of sweets, don't you agree? He laughed. That will take us days to eat. Elizabeth shook her head. You don't know us as well as you think, Jake Turner. We can scarf this down in 24 hours or less. We did bring ingredients to throw together a grilled chicken salad for a meal, so there will at least be something substantial here. Well then, ladies, let's get started. I've got some ideas for the 2 rock stars you said would be volunteering. They are coming, right? As far as I know, yes. Now Manfred, our Broadway star, is between shows and told me he'd think about it. I think I have convinced him that he owes me a favor, since I helped to get him a part in a play a few years ago. Elizabeth shrugged. I know it's bribery, but darn it, we have to save our theater. Agree. Whatever it takes. Jake stood at the counter with Elizabeth and Taylor as they passed the ingredients back and forth for root beer floats. He took a sip and closed his eyes. Great idea, I feel my thoughts beginning to flow. Taylor tapped him on the shoulder. I hope you are not being funny, Jake. It's always serious business when we make these. She followed her sister to the long sofa and plopped down beside Elizabeth. He sat down in front of his laptop. Let me read to you what I have so far. Bailey was biting her nails. It was an awful habit, but this was so important she was afraid of failure. She checked the phone to realize she had been nervously waiting for the woman to arrive for the last hour. The county's child protection services were sending someone out, and they were on their way. What was going to happen to this precious child now? After Teresa and Susan died a few days ago, within hours of each other, Bailey had stayed with the child while social services were contacted. They knew Bailey was familiar with the child, and suggested she keep her there until they were able to send someone out to evaluate. Bailey hoped she'd worn out the child as they ran through the house and played with all the toys in Teresa's apartment. After a few hours of playing, Bree was finally napping. Bobby had been right there, carrying on and making Bree laugh so hard. Don't be nervous, Bailey. I'm here if you need me. Thank you for coming back, Bobby. I'm so sorry I lied to you. When she had called him the morning Teresa died, desperate and alone, it hadn't taken long at all for him to show up at the door. He had sat with her while she explained what happened. She had been so certain he'd walk back out the door and never speak to her again. Instead, Bobby had pulled her into his arms and let her weep. She had cried for a lost mother who will never be able to hold her baby in her arms again. She had sobbed openly for an old woman who spent her last days taking care of the family she loved and tried so hard to save. What amazed her the most was that Bobby understood why she had lied to him and did not judge her. "I hope someday you can trust me completely, Bailey," he told her then. "I'm sorry. You were working so hard to get your roller skating rink off the ground. I did not want to bother you with this." "Well, maybe that's not true. I have trust issues. Besides, the other counselors think I was getting too involved. They said I had to let Susan hit rock bottom and stop helping her, even with the child. It did not matter if she fell or not, because now she is dead. It was going to happen, no matter what I did." The conversation they had was so vivid in her mind. "I agree. This isn't a coincidence you are here with Bree. Bailey, I watched the way the little girl hangs onto your every word and lets you rock her to sleep. She probably hasn't had that in a long time. Her mother was too unstable." "Do you think so?" Bailey had been so surprised at his words, but he had been observing the two of them, he told her. "It doesn't take long to see that you clearly love the child." She had smiled at him, with tears and stars in her eyes. "I do. I hate to see her go into foster care. What if she has a horrible life? That would be my fault." Bobby had shaken his head then, and sat down beside her, taking her hand. "That's not true, Bailey. Life is what we make it. When we are little like Bree, we can't decide. But as we get older, we know what is right and wrong. She'll be fine, don't you worry." Bobby came back today to support her when the children's services show up. He had arrived about an hour ago, making sure she wouldn't face this alone. They were sitting on the couch now, waiting. Bailey laid her head on his shoulder. It felt so right. Why hadn't she been honest with this man? He was a keeper. Everything that she had gone through since college, he knew about. He never put her down for the way she felt about anything. She hoped he wasn't going to be shocked at the next words she spoke. "I want to keep her." Bobby's thumb was pressing circles on her skin, but it stopped instantly. "What?" She nodded. "I love her. She deserves a good life. I'm able to give her a better life than she'd get in a group foster home. I would think someone would want to take care of her. Aren't there any other relatives?" "I'm afraid all Susan had was Teresa, and now she's gone too." Bobby didn't say a word for the longest time. He tightened his hold on her hand. "Where will she go when you are working or going to class?" "That's a lot to think about, Bailey." "It's all I've been thinking about, Bobby. Hideaway Lake is a great place to raise children." His face lit up. "Are you saying you'd rather go back home instead of living here in the city?" Bailey had to admit she would. She had wanted to be a counselor so badly, but it all changed now that Bree needed her. "Yes, I think so." He ran a hand through his thick hair. "You know, Bailey, you can't just think so. You have to know what it is you want. A child doesn't deserve to be alone. If you try to raise her as your own in this situation, here in the city, she'll grow up with babysitters and a single parent who is working all of the time. Do you want that for Bree?" Bailey shook her head. "Not at all, Bobby. Who says I'm going to be single? Besides, if I take her back to Hideaway Lake, she'll have a family who cares. My mom Jo, Holly, my bio mom, and even Shar will love on her. She'll have an Aunt Olivia and an Uncle James and grandparents and so much more." "You truly are a brave woman, Bailey. I respect you for that." Bobby stood and let go of her hand. Then he turned to her. "If that is what you want, I'll back you 100%. She stood up and raised her arms, placing them around his neck. "Thank you, Bobby. I want Bree to have everything I was given as an adopted child. You know, I could have been in the system, but I wasn't. I think Bree deserves as much love as I had." He gave her a hug right before the doorbell rang. In a way, both Bailey and Bobby were from strange situations. She had to admit, Bobby had turned out well for being ignored most of his childhood by jet-setting parents. Bobby went to answer the door, while Bailey twisted her hands together. She was even more nervous now that the woman was actually here. "Hello. My name is Carla Simpson Jenners. I'm here to see Bailey Maya. Please come in, she heard Bobby say. Bailey straightened out her blouse and moved forward. Hello. She held out her hand to a slim, tall woman with a friendly smile. I'm Bailey. Won't you sit down? It was awkward for a moment while they sat opposite each other. You can call me Carly. How is the little girl? Is she here? Carla looked around, her gaze observant, and rested on the pile of toys and clothing on the floor. She's napping. We were playing all morning. Don't mind the chaos, Bailey told her. A toddler can be quite messy. Carla agreed. As long as it's a healthy mess, it doesn't matter, does it? Exactly. Bailey twisted her fingers together until she felt Bobby sit down beside her. He took her hand gently in his own, and the warmth from his skin instantly settled her rolling tummy. She squeezed his hand to let him know she appreciated his support. I'll get right to the point, Ms. Maya. I understand you've been helping Teresa Rivers with the child. While that's all well and good, and I'm sure it is much appreciated, we need to know more about your intentions if you plan to take this child into your care. I understand that is your wish. Bailey nodded. When I called this morning, I explained to your supervisor that I'd like a chance at fostering Bree and possibly even adopting her someday. I'm adopted as well. I know what kind of life I may have had, and I want to give back. Carla made a few notes in her small book she held. She looked at Bailey. So you think taking care of this child would pay back for all those good things that you have gotten in your life? Is that the only reason? Bailey's face fell. The woman was bombarding her with difficult questions. Look, I understand that you have to make sure I can take care of Bree. I assure you, she'll be surrounded by a huge family. I'm moving back to Hideaway Lake, and it's a great place for a child to grow up. The woman nodded and made a few more notes. Then she looked at Bobby and spoke up. May I inquire who you are? She asked. Even though she had a sweet smile, Bailey was starting to realize she was observing everything and would make a decision on their answers. I think Bailey was too nervous to introduce us. I'm Bobby Fairland, her fiancé. Bailey almost choked. What? Oh, I see. She tilted her head and looked at them both. That is such good news. Family stability is important. What else do I need to know to make a decision today? Bailey didn't know what to tell her. Wasn't her dedication to this child enough? She let out a deep breath, the one she had been holding since the woman knocked on the door. I'm not sure what else you need to know, ma'am. I love Bree. She loves me. I can take good care of her, and if that isn't enough, then what else do you want me to tell you? The room was silent, except for a few more notes written on the woman's notebook. She closed her book and slid the pen inside her pocket. She looked at Bailey and gave her a huge smile. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. We'll do a trial. Since you work for the rehab center, and I've already checked out your references and spoke to them, I am going to allow you to make preparations to take Bree to Hideaway Lake. I'll need to know where you will be living, and make arrangements to visit there in the next 30 days. Bailey thought it seemed too easy. Was she going to be allowed to just take this child and leave? She shook her head and was about to speak up when Carla did instead. I see you look surprised. I've already spoken to the doctor and the others involved in this case. Frankly, Bailey, I'll probably be the only one who is honest with you. From what the other counselors tell me, you were way too involved with these people. Your manager didn't think you would make it more than a few more months in the rehab since you let your emotions take over. Bailey's face fell. She wanted to lash out and tell this stranger she was wrong, except her words were the truth. You are right. This is the first real case I had as a counselor, and I am far too involved. I'll give up counseling in a heartbeat to help Bree. Her voice was almost a whisper. Bobby, his hand steady in hers, gave her strength. That is exactly why you are the perfect fit for Bree. She already knows you and loves you. Why try to place her in a strange location and situation when she's already lost so much? You will be a good mother to her. I'm counting on that. The woman stood and looked at her notes. If you can call me after you set up all the arrangements, I'll make a note, and we'll set a date for a home visit. Take care. She was out the door before Bailey realized the meeting was over. She was going to have custody of Bree. This was all real. It wasn't wishful thinking. Bailey let the tears fall and then raised her hands in the air. I did it. We did it. She flew into Bobby's arms and gave him a huge hug. You did it, Bailey. I am your support. You are so much more, Bobby. A girl could fall in love with you. Bobby looked into her eyes. I sure hope so. She slowly moved forward and gave him a soft kiss on the mouth. He stiffened at first, probably surprised at her bold move. Bailey was falling for Bobby. Maybe she had been in love with him all along. All she knew was her emotions were going crazy at the moment, and in his arms was the exact place she needed to be. Was that love? Chapter 10. What is going on? What's all that noise? Taylor stood, stretching her legs, and made her way to the window. It was almost dark. They had been working for hours, eating ice cream and drinking root beer floats. The brainstorming had been so intense, if a tornado went by, no one would have noticed. Now, after wrapping things up, they had been sitting there unwinding, talking about the good old days at Hideaway Lake. That's when they heard loud voices from the dock. Jake stood and slipped on his shoes. He had a worried look on his face. You ladies stay here. I'll go check what's going on. Taylor and Elizabeth both stood up. We're going with you, Taylor told him. If someone is trespassing next door, I want to be the first to let them know the cottage is private property. I agree, Elizabeth said, but her voice was weak. She didn't like to confront people. Taylor held up her hand. Stay here, Elizabeth. Keep your phone by your side, in case we need your help or have to call the police. We'll be right back. She nodded, as the two of them went out the door. It was dark, so Jake reached for Taylor's hand. For some reason his hand in hers felt nice. Natural. As if it belonged there. She wondered if he felt the same way. Every time I hear loud noises from the docks it bothers me, he confessed. She realized he was thinking back to his youth, when his mother had her accident. She held onto his hand a little tighter. Don't think about that moment, she told him. Taylor stopped. Wait a minute. Those noises sound familiar. That sounds like my mother. What is she doing out on the water? Taylor hoped her guy friend wasn't with her, and they were swimming naked. How awful that would be to see. Then she realized it was all female voices she heard, laughing and talking so loud. At night when it's so quiet, the noises echoed and actually sounded louder than they were. She shook her head at the three women in a rowboat out in the water. Mom, what are you doing out there this time of night? Oh, hey Taylor. We're having fun. Come on out in the water. Hang on. Let me tell Elizabeth it's just some crazy women, and not trespassers. Their laughter made Taylor smile. Those three always seemed to have a good time together. They were best friends. Laura, Holly, and her mom. She didn't question why they were here after sunset, to go out in the water. Since she was little, the three always did spur-of-the-moment things. This was nothing unusual. Why are they out in the boat now? It's dark, Jake whispered. You don't have to whisper, Jake. We can hear you. They all laughed and he joined in. I'm sorry, ladies. I'm not used to so much noise here. Get used to it, Jake. Where our daughters go, we go. He turned to Taylor and raised both brows. She laughed and let go of his hand. When Elizabeth gets here, let's join them. Okay. He got in the other rowboat, then held out a hand for her. She noticed the three best friends got real quiet out in the water. The quiet sounds of the night, like a few crickets, and the water sloshing slightly sounded so loud as she sat on the wooden bench. She turned to her mother. You can talk now, Mom. There is nothing to see here. We are strictly longtime friends. Just like you three, Jake added. Taylor nodded, then smiled. Exactly. Parents. Jake frowned. Taylor was glad when Elizabeth made a lot of noise as she came through the yard. A small flashlight warned them she was running across the grass. What is going on here? Hey, Elizabeth? Hi, Elizabeth. Hello, dear. Taylor saw the relief on her face, even though she told Elizabeth it was the trio when she called. Her twin had been so jumpy lately. Taylor chalked it up to the change in her life this summer. Come on, Elizabeth, get in the boat. Let's go have some fun. Elizabeth took off her Jimmy Choos and slipped onto the boat, sitting opposite Taylor and Jake. He began to row them to the center where the trio was laughing. They were talking about the past. Laura was speaking. I remember how Olivia would spend countless hours with the girls out on this lake. You two have something really special here. I hope you are enjoying your time at your Nana's cottage. Taylor loved it here more than ever. I am. Now, with the project of saving the theater, we have a lot of work to do. She got her mother's attention. You have a whole team to depend on, dear. Except when you go back to California, how will you operate it from so far away? Taylor looked at Elizabeth. It was time they told the truth. In a silent agreement, she spoke up. The twin factor may get cancelled. We'll know in a few weeks if we have a job, Mom. Elizabeth was quick to jump in. That doesn't mean we are has-beens now. No, I'm looking for a new role right now. I have my agent working on some projects. Shar was quick to notice Taylor stayed quiet. She tilted her head. What about you, Taylor? If the show is cancelled, what will you do? She smiled. I have no plans to go back to Hollywood, unless the show doesn't get cancelled. The likelihood of that is slim. We've been slipping in the ratings. If that is the case, I'd like to stay here in Nana's cottage. Shar glanced from one to the other. I don't think Elizabeth will stay here, will you, dear? Elizabeth gave her mother a sour look. Of course not, Mom. I have a career. My agent is searching for movie deals for me right now. I love coming home to visit, but I'd suffocate here. That's what I thought. The two of you have never been apart. It was a simple statement but said so much. Her mother was right. The two of them had never been separated. It was going to be a difficult time when they did. Taylor knew she wasn't going back to that kind of life. If we can pull this off and buy the theater, which looks like there are no takers for the building, then I'll be here to help bring the summer theater back to life. Elizabeth will be doing the same except long distance. We already talked about this, Mom. It will all work out. With Jake invested in this, the three of us will be a formidable force. Elizabeth smiled at her mother. I have faith in Taylor. She hates Hollywood, and even more she hates her role. We both agreed this will be the best thing for the both of us. Shar threw her hands in the air. Well, I'm proud of you girls. Holly and Laura nodded their heads. There was a soft glow that reached the boat from the docks where torches had been lit earlier. With an almost full moon, the whole area was fairly lit. It was peaceful and serene, the best therapy ever. I hate to break the calm and quiet here, but I came here tonight to warn you about a company that wants the theater property. When it didn't look like anyone was home, we decided to take a boat ride. I remember how you two, Olivia and a few others became the Sisters of Summer, Shar told them. Taylor had a feeling the relaxing atmosphere was over. Who is trying to buy the theater? Shar sighed. They don't want it for historical significance, or to bring the theater back to life. They want to tear it down and use the land for commercial purposes. Kurt, Laura's ex, has been making inquiries about the property. Taylor knew a commercial company like that would bid high, since they'd know how valuable the land was. Is there any way to stop him? Elizabeth was also frowning. Laura, can you talk to him? Tell him how important it is that we save the theater. Laura shook her head. He doesn't care. Kurt is ruthless and angry since Joe's company bought out a major commercial deal a while back. He hates everything and anyone who gets in his way. He hasn't spoken to Olivia since her husband James merged with Joe's company on that deal. What? Olivia never mentioned he won't speak to her. I feel so bad for her. Shar smirked. Don't feel sorry for her. She's better off not having that idiot in her life. Sorry, Laura, I had to say it. No, you're right. It's just a shame that he's such a jerk, Laura admitted. I used to tell them to try to be forgiving since he is their father, but he dug his own hole with the kids. Now they can make up their own minds. They're all adults. This makes me want to fight for the theater even more, Taylor mentioned. Jake looked at her and nodded. We'll win. I know we will. I hope so. This play we are writing, and with the star-studded actors attending, we have to raise enough money to buy the theater out from every other bidder. We will, Taylor. Plus, you have some wealthy locals that will also contribute to your cause, Shar told them. I'm working on a list. Why don't you sell some VIP tickets? Give them a great seat and some goodies. Elizabeth perked up. Oh, like the Oscars? Give them a goodie bag of all things local. Laura agreed. I'll donate a weekend stay at my bed and breakfast for each VIP ticket you sell. That's awesome, Elizabeth squealed. Holly waved. I'll make a card for a free 5x7 self-portrait from a photo they bring or send me. Both girls thanked them. I have a feeling we are going to be going from shop to shop in Hideaway Lake to fill our VIP bags, Taylor announced when she saw how stoked Elizabeth was. Char laughed. Between the two of you, no one will refuse you anything. Get to work, girls? Well, Mom, don't be shy. What are you throwing in? The attorney thought about it for a moment. For this play, most will be from out of town, so I'll throw in a bottle of wine from our local vineyards for each ticket sold. Thanks, Mom. Taylor was getting excited. We will have to advertise soon. Okay, Taylor, get ready to put on some pretty clothes and meet our neighbors. We are about to sell every single business in this town and get them to part with something. Taylor rolled her eyes. I know this is helpful and will sell more tickets, but Elizabeth can do this alone. Just her presence will entice people to buy. Every single person shook their head. No, Taylor. You are not getting out of this. Time to perform, sister. Right now we need the twin factor twins. She actually wrinkled her nose and then laughed. Okay, I'm in. But I'm not liking it one bit. You don't have to, Elizabeth told her. We have to save the theater, that's all we can focus on right now. Jake gently took her hand and gave her a small squeeze. No one really noticed since it was dark. At least she hoped so. I can help too. I know a few people who may throw something exciting into the VIP bags. Just a word of warning, everyone. Kurt will be watching. He has spies, the dirty. Char. Laura shook her head. Everyone laughed. Char never minced words. She held up her hand. Okay, I get it. But it's true, he truly is rotten to the core. He'll put spies out like that town councilman who needs to retire. Watch him, and don't tell him anything we are doing. Kurt will find out sooner or later, but hopefully by then it will be too late. What he doesn't know will help us and hurt him. The tension was getting to Taylor. Are you saying if he gets investors to go in with him to purchase the theater, he may bid higher than us? That's exactly what I am saying. Right now he plans to make a bid, but he's not as serious as you are. He isn't too worried about any competition, and probably thinks he'll win. I'll be keeping an eye on him. I'm not without my little spies either. How do you think I found these things out? Her mother smiled and lifted her chin. Char was a force to be reckoned with. Taylor and Elizabeth gave each other a knowing look. With her on their side, they had to win. Laura hit the green button. Hello, Bailey. How are you, my dear? I'm good, Mama. I have to talk to you. Okay. Shoot. Not on the phone. I'll be over in about 20 minutes. Are you busy? No. I just cleaned up the kitchen and was getting ready to have coffee with Joe. Is everything all right? It's great, Mom. I really need to have a conversation with you. Okay. Are you on your way since you said 20 minutes and I know it takes longer from the condo? I'm here in Hideaway Lake now. Laura was confused, but then realized she may have stopped at her bio mom's place first. Okay, we will be on the back porch. Wait until you see what Joe has done. He's had the screened-in porch enclosed, so we can sit in an air-conditioned sunroom in the summer. It's so refreshing. I'm sure it is. I'll come out to the porch. Joe can hear what I have to say, so don't make him leave. I'll be bringing Bobby and a surprise along. Okay. See you then. Laura hung up, utterly confused. Joe came around the corner to see what was taking her so long. Laura? Why the frown? He took the tray filled with 2 coffee cups and a plate of grilled pineapple with lime dip from her. It's Bailey. She is stopping over. Joe looked surprised. Isn't she supposed to be working at the rehab? I don't know. She said she had some news, and she was bringing Bobby along. Plus a surprise. Well, let's sit down and wait to see what is going on. Joe, you are always so practical. She followed him into the sunroom, and sat beside Joe on the small wicker furniture she purchased when he finished the room. It looked like a completely different area, and she was happy to offer the room to her guests as well. With all open windows, they could gaze out into the backyard and the many trees surrounding the land. The mountains peaked in the distance over the small village. I try to be dear. If Bailey is here instead of at work, then something obviously happened. But there is no sense in worrying about it, since she seems to have everything handled. You understand my children so much better than I do, she told him, patting his hand. They shared a sweet kiss before she heard the front door open. They are here. That was not 20 minutes. A little giggling sound drew Laura's attention. When she turned to the doorway, her youngest came through holding a child in her arms. Who is this? Laura was so puzzled. This is Bree. Would you like to hold her? She probably won't stay still for long. Yes, please. Laura stretched out her arms and took the little girl into her arms. She smiled at little Bree, then looked at Bailey and Bobby. The child didn't look like either one, and Bailey hadn't been gone long enough to mother a child. Although she had to admit, that was her first thought when she saw the baby and then realized how impossible it was. Hello, Bree. The baby giggled, then slid right out of her arms, landing on her bottom. She giggled again and stood, wobbling slightly, then made her way to the windows where she watched some birds on the lawn. As she made cute little noises, Laura watched her while directing her words to her daughter. Do you want to tell me what is going on, or would you rather keep me in suspense? Bailey laughed nervously. She plopped down on the wicker chair while Bobby stooped beside Bree and spoke to her in a quiet tone. I am fostering Bree. You are what? A foster mother? How did this happen? Remember how I told you that Susan was a difficult case, and even though I can't talk about it, I was worried for her family? Laura nodded. I do remember, yes. I haven't been coming home on weekends because I was helping Susan's mother take care of Bree while Susan was getting sober. Except Susan left against medical advice, took heroin, and it killed her. Upon hearing of her daughter's death, her mother Teresa died of stress-related heart attack and stroke. Laura gasped. I'm so sorry, Bailey. Joe reached over and patted Bailey on the arm. I'm sorry, Bailey. She gave them both a nod, then continued her story. Bree would go into the system. There was absolutely no one to take her in, no family that we know of. Since I had been helping Teresa since she was elderly, we became very close. Children's Services agreed the best place for her to be was with me. Laura was used to Bailey always changing her career goals. But this was totally different. It was a life-changing event. There is no changing her mind if she keeps the child. Are you sure, honey? A child is a lot of work. Bobby was keeping Bree occupied, then took her outside in the grass while the others talked even if it was hot out. Joe got up and followed Bobby out, giving the two more privacy. Bailey took Laura's hand. Mom, you raised me and knew I was an adopted child. I had a good life, even if I messed up a few times. Laura smiled. That doesn't mean you have to take in a stranger's child. I know. At first I thought I wanted to give back, to the universe for allowing me to have such a great life. Then this little child looked at me like I was the best thing in her world. She clings onto me like I will fix her sadness and make her happy. She is tugging at my heartstrings every single moment of the day. I don't care if I ever counsel another drug addict again. You've left the rehab. She nodded. I did. 2 days ago. Bobby came the moment I called him. He invited me to stay with him in the cabin behind the roller skating rink. He said he bought some land adjacent to the rink and will be building a larger house on it. He wants us to be a family. I think I may just be in love, Mom. Laura wasn't able to speak. She was used to Bailey changing her mind constantly, and thought maybe it was because of all the confusion of her adoption. But the love her daughter had for that child shone clearly in her eyes. I am amazed and so proud of you, Bailey. I think you found your life's purpose. Bailey hugged her, holding onto her too tightly. Thank you, Mom. I knew you'd be the one person that would understand completely. Laura moved back and looked at her daughter. Is Bobby as serious as you are about this child? She nodded. He is, Mom. Bobby grew up with parents who never cared about him. They spent their entire lives away from home, and he was raised by a nanny. He wants Bree to have a family as much as I do. It's why we decided to tie the knot and make it official. I'd like to adopt Bree after we marry. Wow. I'm in shock. That's so much rolled into one visit, love. As long as you are sure, I'm behind you every step of the way. I've never been more serious. I'm no longer working at the rehab. They didn't feel I was working out anyway. They said I was too serious and got too involved with my patients. Laura laughed. She took a hand and touched her daughter's cheek. You love so deeply and so much that Bree deserves to have a mother like you. I'm so proud of you. I will help you in any way I can. Thank you. I know I am young, but I want this. Laura gazed out the huge windows and saw Joe bending down speaking with Bree. She was moving her hands, as if explaining something to him. Joe sat back on his heels and laughed. He caught Laura watching through the glass and pointed. Bree turned and began to wave. Laura waved back. I want to meet this wonderful child. Bailey took her hand and they went outside. When they stepped out the door, Bree squealed and ran towards Bailey. She scooped her up and swung the child around, both of them laughing. Bobby watched, his face lit up as contentment and peace flowed from him. Joe glanced at Laura. She was almost in tears. He gave her a reassuring look. A motherless child now had a mother. A young man now had the family he longed for growing up. And Bailey, she found the one thing she was good at, motherhood. Laura glowed in happiness knowing her daughter had finally found her calling. Chapter 11. Savannah turned to find the local twins she heard so much about, standing at the counter in her shop. Hello. You must be the two famous sisters from the reality show. It wasn't a question, since she already heard so much about them from the local gossip. Hello. I'm Elizabeth, and this is Taylor. We've come to ask a favor. I heard through the grapevine that you are looking for gifts from local businesses for a VIP package. Yes, that is right, Elizabeth told her. We want to give away the biggest bag of goodies ever. I mean, it won't be as expensive as the Oscars gift bags, but they'll be awesome. Thank you for helping. Meeting them both just now, Savannah already liked the girls. They were probably a few years older than her, maybe even in their 30s. She wasn't a fan of the show since she'd always been too busy to watch television, so she was glad others filled her in on the series. Hopefully, they'd only ask about saving the theater. You are welcome to put up any signs or leave pamphlets for the counter. I'd be glad to pass them out to my clients also. That would be wonderful. Here's a flyer to place in your window if you wouldn't mind. Tickets will soon be on sale at the box office. We're heading over to the theater to see what kind of work it will need before the show. Good luck to you. I'll donate a gift card to put in each VIP bag. Will that work? Elizabeth nodded. Of course. She turned to Taylor, who had been staring at a wall filled with photographs of women in beautiful wedding gowns. Taylor, are you daydreaming again? Come on, we have to meet Jake at the theater. After the two left, Savannah checked her phone. No texts from Parker. He was getting frustrated with her again, she was certain. She had 5 events this past week with barely enough time to eat dinner or sleep. Summertime was so busy for her new shop. She had no idea that it would be like this when she opened, but there were so many couples who wanted to get married at the new mansion overlooking the lake. It was a perfect setting for outdoor venues and indoor ceremonies. Luckily, they had a beautiful ballroom with a huge back room where she kept most of the wedding decor. Between her party planning and Olivia organizing the food, they'd been busy non-stop for the past 2 months, with June being the biggest month ever for her financially. With all that was going on, the work made it so hard to date Parker. He was so patient with her, and she missed him more and more every day. But she had made a vow to be self-sufficient, and if she refused any business, then it would be her own fault if she failed. Savannah was not about to fail. She had a wealthy family who believed in her. Of course, the father she hadn't known about was always trying to give her money. She refused time after time, explaining to him that she wasn't going to take a handout. He always looked at her strangely and then said, "I understand." Then it happened again and again. There were times Savannah honestly wished she'd never met the Russells. But then she'd have missed out on the laughter, the close-knit family ties she was starting to love and cherish. She was happy to be a part of this new chapter in her life. Taking her father's money would be the easy thing to do. Except she was stubborn, and had to prove she was not like her mother, who tried to bribe the family many years ago when she was pregnant with Savannah. The sins of the mother still held a child under bondage, since that's how Savannah felt, like she always had to prove to everyone she was not a gold digger. She smiled at the word. Her Grammy would call Savannah's mom, her daughter, a gold digger. She missed the old woman every single day, even though Grammy was finally at peace. The bell jingled above the entrance. She had her back turned away, and swung around to find Parker watching her from the doorway. "Come in," she told him, waving her arm. "I have a visitor," he mentioned, lifting a dark blue leash partially in the air. She glanced at his side, and saw the sweetest little young pup ever. "Oh, how adorable." Savannah hurried to the dog and knelt down. Her gesture caused it to back away nervously. That's when she noticed it was minus a leg. The white bandage around the animal's stump stood out like a sore thumb. "What's your name?" she whispered and held out her fingers to let it sniff her. "She doesn't have a name. She was left on my office doorstep a few nights ago and won't leave my sight. I've had to amputate her leg, it was crushed. She's scared, but she's a fighter." "Poor baby. I wonder if she got hit by a car?" Savannah's hand tickled when the pup came forward slowly, licking her fingers and sniffing at her. She sat down on the floor and let the pup climb on her lap. "She likes you." Parker let go of the leash, as the pup curled up in Savannah's lap. "I think I am in love," Savannah told him, staring at the pup. Parker nodded. "I knew you'd love her." "You did? How can anyone leave a dog like this to suffer?" "I don't know. My assistant called everyone in our files to see if she belonged to any of our clients, but she didn't. No one knows where she came from." "That's strange, especially for this small town. Perhaps someone who knows how compassionate and wonderful you are deliberately drove out here and left her on your doorstep knowing she'd get the care she needed." "It's possible, and thanks for the compliment. You are pretty special yourself." His words heated Savannah's cheeks, and she hoped he didn't notice. She wished she had more time to be with Parker. In a way, he was so busy with his own work and commitments, it was just so darn hard to make time for each other. She looked up at him. "I miss you." He knelt down and stroked the puppy's fur. He was so close and looked into her eyes. "I miss you too. When can we see each other?" "What about right now? I am in between clients, and have about 3 hours of free time. Let me make a phone call. Can you watch her for a moment?" Savannah laughed. "It doesn't look like she's going anywhere." Parker went outside to make a phone call, while Savannah stayed put holding the puppy. She ran a hand over its body, which was too skinny, with her ribs sticking out in some areas. "Hannah would love you and treat you like her baby," she mumbled to the puppy. "Maybe we can take you to meet her." She pulled out her phone and called the cafe. "Hi Chloe, can I place an order for 2 grilled cheeseburgers to go? 10 minutes? Great, I'll stop by shortly." She hung up, determined to make the next 3 hours with Parker special. Parker came back inside. "I've moved a few appointments, and now have the next few hours free. What would you like to do?" "I have an idea." She tried to get up, but the puppy clung to her. Parker helped her stand, and she tucked the puppy in her arms, cuddling him like a baby. "Oh my little lady, you are so content right now." Parker laughed. "I think you may be the best therapy for her right now." Savannah nuzzled the little puppy's fur. "She is content, isn't she? While you were outside on a call, I ordered some lunch for us from the cafe. It will be ready in 10 minutes. Can we take our lunch and take this pup to meet Hannah?" Parker smiled. "I was hoping you'd say that. A nice relaxing afternoon just talking to you sounds perfect." "Well then, let's close up shop and get moving." It didn't take long to hang a closed sign up and turn out the lights. After she had the doors locked up tight, they walked to the cafe. Parker ran inside to pick it up and came out with an extra bag. Chloe sent along some scraps for the dogs. "I know Hannah loves anything the cafe sends her." They decided to walk to Savannah's cottage, even though it was extremely hot. The sounds of kids playing and splashing in the water at the beach reverberated through the air. It was a perfect summer day, with the bright sun shining down. Luckily, there were plenty of trees to trap some of that bright light from the sky. Savannah opened the front door. When Hannah saw Doc Parker, she jumped from the sofa, her tail wagging so hard it made her hind end waddle back and forth. He scratched her behind her ears, and she stood there enjoying the attention. Savannah sat on the sofa and spoke softly to Hannah. "I have a friend who wants to meet you." Hannah realized she was holding something that was alive, and began to sniff the puppy as if she was an intruder. The older dog's ears perked up, and her hair stood up a little until she realized it was harmless. The pup was still sleeping, unaware there was a huge dog trying to lick her. Savannah laughed when Hannah sniffed again and realized food had arrived. She wagged her tail and moved away from the puppy to sniff the bag from the cafe. Parker gave her a pat on the head. "There is a treat in here for you, old girl." He went into the kitchen to find 2 plates and brought them out to the living room. As Savannah watched Parker take out the food and put it on plates, she felt a stirring in her gut. She could get used to this. The puppy stirred, wagging its tail and sniffing the food. "I think she's hungry." Parker opened a takeout container with meat scraps inside. He held a piece of meat to her mouth as she chewed it up and swallowed in one huge gulp. "She sure is hungry. Do you mind if I feed her before we eat?" "Of course not. But I don't think she is going to leave my lap. Look at her." "It's okay. No worries." He broke off more meat and hand-fed the pup until she let out a huge burp. They both laughed. Hannah was scarfing down her burger, then sniffed around the pup before she climbed up on the rocking chair by the fireplace and curled into a ball. The puppy yawned after she ate, stood and shook herself off and jumped from Savannah's lap. She hopped over to Hannah, then made an awkward jump into the air, landing halfway onto the chair. Hannah watched, her ears perked. After 3 tries, the pup sat back on her hind legs with her tongue hanging out. Savannah watched silently as Hannah jumped down, then nudged the puppy from behind and helped her onto the chair. The pup settled in the back as Hannah jumped back up and pushed the puppy out of the way. The pup came around the front and curled up in between Hannah's front paws. Parker handed Savannah her plate. "I knew Hannah would try to mother that puppy. It's probably the best thing for her right now to help her heal." Savannah bit into her burger. She chewed, contemplating his words, wondering if he was trying to talk her into taking another dog. Had he come to see her, or to save another animal? She knew Hannah was content, but lonely at the long hours when Savannah was gone. She often brought her to the shop, but when they went to the mansion, Hannah didn't really like it there. The place was too big and noisy for her, so Savannah kept her home a lot more than what she should. "Well, Parker, I thought you came to see me, but now I realize you wanted to pair these 2, and to be honest, I'm all for it. Hannah spends a lot of time alone lately." Parker frowned. "I did come to see you. I miss you. This pup just happened to land on my porch, and I'm afraid she won't heal if I place her in the kennel. She needs love, and Hannah has so much to give. Any chance, Doc, you'll be making daily stops here to check on her? Like you did with Hannah?" He laughed. "Of course. I'll make sure to stop early enough in the morning before you go to work, and late enough at night I can give you a kiss goodnight." She blushed for the second time. Parker was a sweet talker, and she didn't mind one bit. She didn't say anything more while they finished their lunch. This was nice. She sat back against the cushions, content. Parker leaned back and placed an arm around her shoulders. She laid her head against his shoulder. "We should be doing something more exciting for a date, don't you think?" He shrugged. "Not unless you want to. I'm perfectly content sitting right here with you. It's peaceful and I enjoy you. This means more to me than going out on a loud date trying to figure out what impresses you." She smiled. "I feel the same way. Although I've never been out on a real date before." He leaned forward. "Never?" She shook her head. "Nope. I had been working since I was 14, trying to help Grammy with the bills. In school, no one wanted to date the poor white girl who had a troubled mother in and out of drug rehab, and a poor grandma living on the edge of the projects. I mean, who'd want to date someone like that?" He brushed a finger across her cheek. I would. I'm going to take you on a date you will never forget. A real date. No animals allowed. Just you and me. I doubt we'll have time for a date, Parker. It's not our reality. He shook his head. Oh yes it is. He slid dramatically to one knee and took her hands in his. Savannah, my dear, will you go on a date with me to the star-studded extravaganza coming up in August? We'll go to dinner at the mansion, and then the theater afterwards. I would love to go with you. Besides, the whole town will be shut down on that night, so we won't have to worry about work getting in our way. No matter what, I'll keep our date. I'll make sure there is a vet on call, and it won't be me, as long as you promise to be my date for the summer theater. I promise. Leave it to a pair of mismatched dogs to stir up trouble. Savannah had been staring into Parker's eyes, and never noticed both Hannah and the new puppy were off the chair. Hannah pushed herself between the two of them, grumbling and howling, while the puppy jumped back up on Savannah's lap, wagging its tail and licking any skin within sight. Savannah never laughed so hard. This was the best afternoon date ever. Elizabeth and Taylor walked through the strip mall outside of Hideaway Lake, dropping off brochures and a window flyer at each business. There were so many, Elizabeth lost count of what business they walked into. At the end of the mall, she hurried up the stairs to the last one, while Taylor stayed on the sidewalk, speaking with a couple who were inquiring about the theater. She walked in, as glamorous as always, wearing a strapless peplum top and white shorts, holding a window flyer and brochures. There was an older woman at the front desk, and a man in a gray suit, with the front buttons of his shirt open. He was looking at messages, not bothering to look up when the woman at the desk spoke. May I help you? Hey, aren't you? Elizabeth never let them finish. Yes, I am. Hello, how are you? The woman stood, extending a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. What can I do for you today? I'd like to ask if we can leave these on your counter, and if you would be kind enough to place a flyer in your window. Of course. We'd love to. After realizing she made a decision without consulting anyone else, Elizabeth noticed her cheeks turn bright red. What do you have there? The man finally looked up. Hello. When he looked at her, Elizabeth was certain he'd recognize her since everyone else in town and out of town had. He looked at her with a blank stare. He must not watch much television. Okay, she'd have to charm him. I'd like to introduce myself. The woman didn't give her a chance to speak. It's one of the twins from the Twin Factor show. She's famous. You mean one of Char's twins? He said it so angrily, Elizabeth went on the offensive. What was wrong with him? He spoke as if she wasn't standing right there. She didn't wait for the woman to answer. Yes. I am Char's daughter. And you are? She left the question open for him to introduce himself. She was trying to be cordial, but he was kind of an ass. Even so, she'd met many like him before, and could usually charm them after they got to know her. It's none of your business who I am, but if you want to know, ask your mother. Now get out. I'm sorry, what? Get out. If you think you can hang up those posters in my window, you are mistaken. Now go. Elizabeth had never been treated so rudely. She glanced at the woman, but her face was crimson, and she was trying to apologize without saying anything in case the man heard. He was obviously the woman's boss. She glanced at the stack of business cards on the counter. Maya Commercial Real Estate was all she could make out, and then it occurred to her who he was. Now she felt sick in her gut. This must be the local company wanting to buy the theater. How did she not pay attention to the minor details? I'm sorry, she directed her words at the woman, then turned to him. I'm sorry you are so rude, she told him, turned her back to him and began to march out the door. His loud voice caused her to pause. You may as well throw those flyers in the trash or burn them. You won't save the theater. You can try to entertain this town all you want with your Hollywood glitz and glamour, but it won't help. At the end of August, that property will be mine with the help of a private investor that will surprise and shock most folks around here. She slowly turned and gave him a cold stare. You should know that is a lie, Mr. Maya. If you know my lawyer mother, then you've been on the losing end before. She won't stop fighting for the theater, especially not for you. We will see about that. The cruelness in his voice startled Elizabeth. She went through the door feeling a little nervous, even if she pretended to be brave. When Taylor saw her face, she hurried up to her sister. "What happened? You look upset." Elizabeth kept her smile frozen to her face and took her sister's arm in hers. "Let's walk with our heads held high," she told her. "That man is Laura's ex-husband and Olivia's father. How she stayed married to a monster like him for 30 years is beyond me. I never looked at the name of the company before you went into the building." "Sorry? What did he say?" "He said he's going to buy the property with a secret investor that no one knows about." Taylor steered them to the car. "Good. He just gave away his plan of action. Now we have to find out who the investor is. Let's go talk to Mom." Elizabeth was visibly upset, so she asked Taylor to drive. They left the strip mall and headed back to Hideaway Lake. It was so hot out, they put the air on instead of leaving the windows down. Music blared through the speakers, as Elizabeth wondered what she was going to do after the summer theater in August. They hadn't heard back from Stanley yet, but they were only a few weeks into their vacation. He told them it may be a while until they were officially notified either way. "What if I don't find a new role?" Taylor pressed the volume button on the steering wheel to turn the music down. "You never give up, that's what you do. Sadly, we will both be out of a job, but we have to change tactics, that's all. I plan to get a local job, then renovate the theater, and continue building a large venue right here while you go back to Hollywood, make lots of money and send it home so the Playhouse can be made into this beautiful, gorgeous landmark we are both proud of." Such big positive words coming from you. "We have to think that way, Elizabeth. This whole community wants to see the Playhouse renewed, and not some lousy commercial building put in its place. People will donate, trust me. I get a good vibe from everyone here. I hope it's enough to buy out that nasty, horrible man." "It will be. I'm taking half my savings to throw in the pot. I'll use whatever I have left after paying for suites for the stars." Taylor gave her a confused look. "What do you mean?" Elizabeth sighed. "Many stars are volunteering their time, but the only way I convinced some actors to show up was to promise to put them up in the mansion on the hill. I have to talk to Olivia's husband to see if I can get a discount, or I'll use up most of my savings." Elizabeth sometimes promised way too much, and she knew it, and then dreaded the results. Yet if her instincts were right, the stars and show people she does bring in will make all the difference in the world. She had to trust her judgment this time. She glanced over. Taylor's grip on the steering wheel loosened. She looked over at her sister. "We have a lot of work to do. Let's go talk to Mom, then head to the mansion to see Olivia's husband." Elizabeth grinned. "You always know what to say." Taylor was always the one to solve things and keep everything running smoothly, while Elizabeth smiled and charmed the world. That was okay. They were twins for a reason, and each had their own role to play. If only those roles led them both to succeed in this case. Time would tell, she thought, turning into her mom's driveway. "I wonder if Mom is at home?" Taylor asked, stretching her neck. Elizabeth pointed. "Yes, she is. I think, oh no. She's not skinny dipping in the middle of the day. There is Ryan's Jeep. I see two heads in the water." Taylor parked the rental car. "I'm afraid to get out. They had to see us, so let's go into the house and pretend we don't know they are out here. We are adult women. What Mom does in her spare time is none of our business," Taylor tried to reason. Elizabeth held her hand at her throat. "Yes, true. But we don't want to see it happening." "Right. Let's go inside." The twins hurried inside, grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator, and made a mad dash to the living room, where they turned on the television and pushed the volume on high. "Girls, what are you two doing?" Their mother's voice cut through the speakers. Taylor turned the sound on mute. "Hey Mom. We stopped by to talk to you about Kurt Meyer's company." Elizabeth stared at the screen, looking straight ahead. "Yes, he was a jerk to Elizabeth today," Taylor admitted. "Girls? You can look at me. I'm not naked or out skinny dipping in the middle of the day. We have our suits on." The twins turned at the same time to find her wearing a dress over her suit. Her hair was wet, and she was drinking a bottle of water. A sigh of relief came out of their mouths at exactly the same time. Char laughed. Girls don't believe all those rumors you hear about me. I mean, I'll admit it happened one time, but that's all it seems to take around here for the gossip train to spread things like wildfire. Taylor got up and gave her mom a hug. Elizabeth followed. We heard the rumors in California. So that train travels far and wide, Mama. Tell Olivia not to believe them, either. I know she is the source. Char didn't sound upset in the least. Sometimes, Elizabeth thought she enjoyed the attention. After all, her mother loved to be in the spotlight. Perhaps they were more alike than either realized. Chapter 12. Olivia looked up to find the twins coming through the opening of her restaurant, in true Hollywood fashion. Elizabeth was in the lead, like a true star, her hair swept up and small ringlets hanging along the sides. She wore a pair of tan cargo harem pants with lightweight boots, and a belly top. Casual and yet glamorous. Taylor followed behind her sister in a cute tie-dyed sleeveless below-the-knee flared dress with sandals and a sun hat. She waved. They had pushed 2 tables together earlier, so there was plenty of room for the twins. Elizabeth, Taylor? Over here. They noticed her at the same time, and turned toward the small group sitting at the table. It was still early afternoon, and Olivia was having a quick meeting with James, Joe, and a few staff members, who had since gone to the kitchen to implement some new ideas she came up with. Joe and James were quietly talking business, while Olivia had been enjoying her coffee while the men talked shop. At least now she had the girls to talk to before starting the late afternoon shift. Lately, for some reason she had been feeling overly tired halfway through the day and needed to nourish herself with something more than a quick taste of food. On any given day, she was a fireball of energy, getting by on a cup of coffee or bottle of water and quick lunch, or whatever she found to stuff in her mouth. It didn't make sense. James had told her earlier in the week she needed to start getting away from the restaurant every now and again. He was the same though, so she basically ignored him until they met up each evening. They usually sat in the hot tub with a glass of wine and made love afterwards. That was her therapy, and she loved every minute of it. Her husband glanced at her with a knowing look. She shook herself, realizing she was fantasizing about him once again. How in the world did she find a man like him? He was her world, and she was so happy it worried her. Sometimes she thought things were too perfect between them. Olivia? Thanks for seeing us so quickly, Taylor told them. Elizabeth was already sitting down, while Taylor lagged back a bit. Sit down here with us, ladies, she told them, laughing and shaking her head when Elizabeth rolled her eyes since she already was at the table. We are, Elizabeth told her, then smiled at James and Joe when they looked her way. It's a pleasure to meet you again, James. After shaking his hand, she looked at Joe and shook his also. I'm so happy you both are here, since we really needed to speak with everyone at this table. Olivia had to give her friend credit. She was the perfect professional, except Olivia knew how silly and off the wall they could be. Going back to the years they grew up together, it brought a smile to her face remembering their Sisters of Summer's group at the lake. It had made them all close, and as far as Olivia was concerned, they still were. Whenever the twins came home, it was like they had never gone. That was the great thing about their friendship. Even at times when she needed to talk to someone, if Olivia texted Taylor or Elizabeth, they'd answer and try to make time for her as well. Their friendship had gotten deeper over the years. She loved the two ladies like they were her own sisters. But she never told them what had happened to her before she came home and opened the cafe for her mom. That had been too private even for friends to share. Maybe she wasn't a good friend after all. Olivia felt a moment of shame not divulging her darkest secrets to her best friends, and yet at the time she hadn't even been able to tell her mom. Olivia knew they were here about the theater, and she'd make it up by helping them in any way possible. All they had to do was ask, and it looked like Elizabeth was about to give it her best shot. James yawned, then gave Elizabeth his attention. What can we do for you today, Elizabeth? She was on stage, as she began explaining their plans to save the theater. We know and approve fully. How can we help? Elizabeth looked a bit embarrassed. What did you do, Elizabeth? Olivia asked. She knew her friend, and the blatant embarrassed look on her face said it all. I know that look. Have you made promises you need help with keeping them? She nodded, then went back into stage mode and smiled sweetly at the men. Olivia looked at Taylor as she rolled her eyes and almost burst out laughing. She propped her elbow on the table, her chin in hand, ready for the elaborate story Elizabeth was sure to tell. Elizabeth used every dramatic effect she learned in drama class. You see, I've rubbed shoulders with some pretty huge celebrities, and our goal is to make enough money to buy the theater at auction. I know that you already know of our plans, but did you know there is a company that will not stop at trying to purchase it from under us? She gave each person a strong, steady stare and then nodded. It's true. Joe raised a brow. Who is trying to buy the property? Elizabeth held a hand over her mouth, then laid her hand in her lap and took in a deep, dramatic breath. I don't like to mention his name, since it's someone local, and I'm sorry, Olivia, but it's your father. We went to the strip mall, and I didn't realize it was his office asking to place a flyer in the window. He realized who we were, and said some harsh words, and then threw me out of there like I was a bag of trash. I swear that we didn't know it was him. When we were all growing up, he was never at your house, so how did I know? When we came over, I didn't even know you had a dad, he was gone so much. Olivia had to agree. My father is not a nice man. I haven't spoken to him in a long time. He hasn't bothered to call me either. I'm so sorry, Taylor told her. It doesn't matter. I have what I need in life. If my dad doesn't want to be a part of that, he can go after all the commercial buildings he wants. It won't replace humans or his family. No, he must be stopped, Elizabeth warned. He said he has a secret investor, ready to buy the theater at any cost. Our mom is checking things out right now. I hope she finds out who that is. Joe spoke up. If Char's on the hunt, she'll find out. Let me know, will you? The twins agreed to let him know. Taylor, who had been pretty quiet at this point, nudged her sister. Go on, ask the favor. Favor? What is it, Elizabeth? Olivia would do anything for her friends. She twisted her hands together, which was so unlike Elizabeth. Okay, so I made a few promises and now I need some help. There, I hate to say it, but in order to save the theater and raise enough money, I promised a few celebrities that I'd book them in a suite here at the mansion, and I realized that if I pay for each suite my savings will dwindle, and I won't be able to throw any money into the pot if we need more to save the theater. So would it be possible for you to give me a discount on their suites so I can help? Joe and James were staring at her while she spoke in one long sentence without taking a breath of air. They both smiled at the same time, then gave each other a look and nodded. James was the one to answer. Elizabeth and Taylor, we would be honored to reserve suites for you, no charge for this event. Truly. Elizabeth clapped her hands together. No charge? That's what James said, no charge. How many rooms do you need? I invited 7, and so far they all accepted. You will have 10 reserved, so make a few more calls. If Kurt actually has a silent partner, we will need to be cautious and do whatever it takes. He is shady and nothing he does surprises me, Joe told them. Elizabeth looked surprised that it was so easy. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. She looked at Olivia. Now what do you have to eat? I'm famished. Olivia rose out of her seat, laughing. I'll make you a delicious spring lettuce salad with roasted asparagus. Would you like one too, Taylor? Taylor shook her head. I'm sick of salads. On Elizabeth's days to cook, it's all we have. How about meat? Do you have any of that? How about a New York strip gourmet burger, topped with sautéed mushrooms? Yum. Yes. Elizabeth's mouth opened. Oh hell. Bring me one of those too. It's time to celebrate. Taylor laughed and squeezed her sister's shoulder. Good for you, it's time you eat real food for once. Oh shoosh. I don't need the whole neighborhood knowing what I eat. The 3 ladies laughed. Olivia went back to personally make the burgers for her friends. It was so nice to have them here. She was hoping to get away and spend some time at their Nana's cottage at the lake soon. The times they went out in the rowboats came to her mind. They had become blood sisters that one summer. She looked down at her finger, before pulling on a pair of gloves. There was no mark, but she remembered it like it was yesterday. "Hey, what are you thinking about, love?" James came around the corner and wrapped his arms around her. He never cared if there were others in the kitchen. She turned in his arms. "You won't believe this, but I'd like to take some time and spend it with the twins at the cottage." James hugged her. "Good. You need girl time. Go for it, darling. You don't need anyone's approval." "I know. We work so late, and then the time we spend together is important to me. I actually would like to have a meeting with Joe this evening. I think we can help raise some funds for the theater." "That's great news." She kissed him on the mouth. "Now get out of my kitchen. I'll let the twins know I'm stopping over after work." He kissed her again and whispered in her ear. She blushed and pushed him away. "Get out of here, James." Smiling, Olivia made an extra thick burger for Elizabeth and Taylor, then garnished the plate with steak fries and took it out to them. Joe and James had already gone, and the two were signing autographs when she got to the table. She set the plates down and waited until the small crowd deployed before letting them know she was free tonight. "If you will be home later, I'm getting off work at 6 and can come over to visit." Both girls nodded, their mouths filled with food. Elizabeth tried talking, but it sounded like she was mumbling. "Yes, we will be home. Can't wait." Olivia went back to the kitchen to start dinner preparations. She was anxious for this evening. It had been so long since the three of them went out onto the lake. They had always caught up with each other over the years, but on the lake, enjoying the scenery and the serenity of the place was so healing. Olivia wondered if that would be the place she could say it. The words she was afraid to speak out loud. "You won't believe it if I tell you," Holly told the others. "Let's just say I'm immune to your threats, Shar." The three ladies were at the cafe, having coffee together. Shar was in between clients, and called the other two before she met with her next client. "Come on, Holly. You've been lying to us for weeks now. Those are not routine visits when an ambulance picks you up with no sirens. We are your friends. What's going on?" Laura watched the two go at it. She hadn't been able to get anything out of Holly the day she stopped over, after they found out an ambulance had picked her up. Holly had insisted it was a routine visit for all her health issues. Laura never pressed the issue like Shar was doing. If she wanted to keep things private, then she had that right. Sometimes she didn't agree with Shar's tactics, and was about to tell her so. "I don't think my personal life is any of your business." Laura spoke up. "She'll tell us when she is ready." Shar set down her cup, leaned over and stared at Holly. "When?" "On the day it is too late." Holly had the mindfulness to lower her gaze. Her chin began to quiver. Maybe Shar was right after all. No one spoke. The air was so thick, Laura thought Holly would jump up and run out of the cafe. Except she didn't. She let out a short burst of air, lifted her chin and gave them both the most frightened stare. "I've been diagnosed with cancer." "What kind?" Shar whispered. "Stage 4 liver cancer." Laura was shaken. How did they not know Holly was so ill? "Stage 4? How?" "Holly, I understand you are a private person, but don't you think we'd want to know?" Holly let a tear fall down her cheek. She swiped at it before giving them an answer. "I was trying my hardest to fight. Deb, the first responder, saw me at the treatment center a few times and offered to pick me up. It's why you see the ambulance here for me. She's heading there anyway and will take me along." Shar closed her eyes. "Isn't stage 4 pretty bad?" Holly nodded. "It is. I've been part of a study called a celestial trial that I'm almost through. I won't know if that will make a difference or not. After the last treatment, they'll do labs and testing and then I'll know for sure." "Thank you for telling us," Laura told her. She didn't know what else to say. This was a shock. Holly seemed fine, if not a little tired when they were together. "How long?" Holly stammered. "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean, Holly. Without those trials, how long did they give you?" She shrugged again. 3, maybe 4 months. Laura gasped. "Does Bailey know?" "I don't want to tell her. I don't know how." "You should tell her. She has the right to know." Laura held up her hand. "Shar, that's up to Holly." Holly gave her friends a sad smile. I don't know. It's like my life has always been a sad story. I'm not even sure what the purpose of it is. Why did I have a child that I could only ever see from a distance, and never reveal who I was? Now here I am years later, and with her knowing that I am her mom, I have to give her up again. Another tear slipped down her cheek, but this one she left there. Laura looked at the table, to find the three of them holding each other's hand, in a firm grip. This is life. It is raw and real, and there is no way to face it except head-on. Holly, we will be here for you to help you through. I love you. Holly hung her head and cried. I'm sorry I didn't tell you both before now. Thanks to Shar strong-arming me, I thought I could fade into the night without anyone knowing. We knew, Holly. Friends always sense when something isn't right. Don't you know that by now? Shar spoke the words honestly. It was her persistence that they finally found out the truth. Laura wanted no. She needed to spend what time Holly had left making her feel as if her life was worthwhile. Because it was. If the trials worked, then even better. You are worthwhile, Holly. Because of you, Bailey was brought into this world. Look at her now, passing the torch and saving a child's life by raising sweet little Bree, a baby that's not her own. You have made a difference, you just can't see it. I don't know. I'm feeling pretty crappy right now. But you both are making it a lot easier to face. We will help you through this and fight hard with you, Holly. Laura and Shar promised to stick by her side. After some time talking, Shar walked Holly home while Laura went across the street alone. She sat on the front porch in the swing, staring at nothing. Why, Holly? Why not one of them? Laura did not want cancer. She saw what it did to a person and how hard it was on everyone. Her mother-in-law stayed strong until the end, but cancer had won and taken over her physical body. After all we've been through together, God, why? Why take away her life and not one of ours? Why do you pick and choose certain people? It isn't fair, and I want to scream at you for this. What is the purpose? The reason? I can't even think about never seeing my best friend again. No matter how mad we were at her, Shar and I love her so much. Laura didn't realize she was sobbing. Joe found her on the swing, hunched over, crying her heart out. He sat down beside her and pulled her into his embrace until she was able to talk to him. What is it, darling? What's wrong? Holly. It's Holly. I'm sorry. He didn't ask what happened, but she knew with all her heart this man was telling her without saying a word that he had her back. She wrapped her arms around his waist as the swing rocked steadily back and forth. The sun was at its peak, but she still didn't budge from the porch no matter how hot it got. Joe. He was her rock. He was right there, sweat dripping from his face in a three-piece suit sitting beside her. She finally came to her senses and stood up. Let's get you inside for a cool glass of lemonade. He stood and pulled her to him. I'm here for you, darling. She looked up at him and smiled. I know. You always are, Joe. I'm a lucky woman. He took her hand as they went inside. I'm the lucky one, he told her. Chapter 13. Jake stared at Tyler. Why didn't you come get me? I'd have knocked his lights out. The twins both laughed at the look on his face. They were out in the boat, having another meeting as they called it. Taylor and Elizabeth were repeating their run-in with Olivia's dad, Kurt. The thing is, Olivia won't even talk to him. He's a mean, selfish man, and no one in town likes him either. Not even the mayor of Hideaway Lake. Every time I mentioned his company, a negative vibe surrounded the whole conversation. Taylor had been asking questions, trying to get to the bottom of Kurt Meyer's threats. She thought if she mentioned his name to other businesses in the area, she might find out who was backing him. Her theory failed. Not one person had anything nice to say about the man. Maybe the two of you should let me handle things when it comes to him. He doesn't sound like he's playing with a full deck. Elizabeth shook her head. He is scary. I was starting to shake during the confrontation, but then decided he wasn't going to intimidate me. We need to know who else is in on the deal. Maybe it isn't someone local at all. Where else can we look? Taylor shrugged. I think Mom is working on that, Elizabeth. We better go over to the playhouse today and start getting ready for the play. It's in 2 weeks. I'm getting so excited. In a few weeks this town will be filled with celebrities and so many people. I'll be in my element again. I can't wait. It makes me nervous, Jake admitted. Although, I sent the play to our 10 special celebrity guests and they all gave me great feedback. That's great news, Jake. Even better is Mom had an account set up at the bank for donations to save the theater, and locals are sending money. Jake grinned. I think we're actually pulling this off. If you two are okay going without me, I'm going to try to stir up some monetary contributions this afternoon. The more money we get donated, the better chance of winning the auction, Elizabeth mentioned. Good plan. Jake and I will head over to the theater. Jake began rowing them back to shore. He tied the rope and jumped onto the dock, holding out a hand to help the twins out of the boat. When he held onto Taylor's hand longer than necessary, she gave him a puzzled look. Everything okay, Jake? Sorry, yeah? Everything's fine. They began walking back to the cottage. I'll meet you in 5 minutes. Elizabeth went inside and pulled out her folder, where she had a list of phone numbers and notes she wrote about the guests who were arriving in a few weeks. She looked at Taylor, who was changing into a pair of sneakers. What's going on? Was it me, or did you think Jake was acting strange today? Taylor stopped tying her shoe and stared at the ground. I noticed it too. I hope he isn't getting cold feet. This is his play. It's excellent, and everyone is on board to get it done. Even the celebrities liked the play. There must be something else bothering him. Well, go find out today. We can't have our screenwriter and director having issues this late in the game. Taylor gave her sister a hug. You are incredible. I'm sure he is fine, but I'll talk to him. Before she left the room, Elizabeth was on the phone mustering up donations. Taylor made her way outside and waited on the porch for Jake. She was surprised when she heard the sound of his motorcycle. He pulled up to the porch, reached behind him and handed her a full-face helmet. You want to take the bike? That was a dumb thing to say, since he was sitting on it waiting for her to get her helmet on and get on. It didn't take her long to strap on the helmet and get on. She loved riding motorcycle and the feeling of flying in the wind. Jake worked his way to the end of the driveway and turned right out of town instead of towards the playhouse. Where are we going? She asked, confused and yet delighted that he was taking her on a ride. The long way, he yelled loud enough for her to hear. The sound of the motor was roaring in her ears, even though she had the helmet on to muffle the sound. They rode for some time, and as they went up a windy hill, she could look out and see the beautiful trees and landscape much better than if she were in a car. It's so gorgeous. He nodded and took them even higher up the mountain. Taylor's arms were around his waist, and she leaned into his back when some of the turns looked dangerous. Jake slowed down at the top of one of the mountains, then came to a stop. Let's get off here. She hopped off, following him as he unstrapped his helmet and let his hair blow in the breeze. They were in a huge parking area overlooking a valley. Wow, this is gorgeous here. Jake walked closer to the edge and sat down on a rock. I often come here. She sat down beside him. I can see why. I could sit here and meditate all day. Yeah, if that's what you want to call it. It's more like looking upon the face of the Creator. True. Jake, is everything okay with you? Sure. Why do you ask? You seem a little distracted today. He lifted his eyes up and then turned to her. It's my sister, Dana. I've been trying to talk her into coming out here. This place would do her good. I'm sorry, is she ill? He shook his head. No. I worry about her all the time. She's in a terrible relationship where she is like his mother, taking care of an adult man who needs to be on medication for his bipolar personality or whatever. I wish she'd step back and take a look at her life. She's taking care of him and not living her own life. He won't even try to help himself, as long as she does everything for him. Maybe that's what she wants to do, Jake. Did you ever ask her? All the time, Taylor. If she would come here and see this place, maybe she'd get the healing that is much needed. I know it helped me. What? Do you mean this place healed you from a bipolar boyfriend? Jake laughed, changing the look on his face from troubled to sexy. She laid a hand on his shoulder. Nah, I like girls, he told her and gazed into her eyes. That's probably a good thing, she said, completely and utterly drawn into his gaze. Like you, he said, his voice low and almost a whisper. As he leaned in towards her, Taylor leaned towards him. It was a perfect setting for a kiss shared between two friends. Or was there more? When Jake put his arms around her and pulled her closer, she lifted her arms and placed them around his neck. Before she realized what happened, she was lying on her back as he leaned over her, his kisses more urgent. She felt the beating of his heart, it was so close. Jake pulled his mouth from hers and looked into her eyes. She wasn't able to look away. I'm sorry. We probably should get going. He moved away as quickly as he had kissed her. That's it. Jake, you and we just almost made out and you say we should go? You are confusing me. She sat up, wanting his arms around her again. I like you, Taylor. I like you more than I should. She stood up and went to him. What does that even mean? Why can't we like each other, Jake? You and me, we can have a fling and then you'll go back to Hollywood, and here I'll be, the guy you played around with on your vacation. I'm not into that, Tyler. She sighed. That would be true if you had been kissing Elizabeth, Jake. I don't want Elizabeth. She's too dramatic for me. Taylor laughed. He was right. She decided to make a bold move and took her arms and wrapped them around his neck. His hands were shoved deep in his pockets, and he looked surprised when she closed in on him. I like you a lot too. Jake, I may not go back to Hollywood. He frowned. What? The show. I'm not supposed to disclose this information, but it may be canceled. We may not have a job to go back to after the summer. That means I won't be leaving here. I think I'm going to stay. A huge smile spread across his face. I was thinking the same thing. The thought of going back to a city apartment, with a horrible view of traffic and tall buildings, is suffocating. My dad kept the family cottage for a reason. Maybe he was never coming back here, but he knew it was a special place. We would be neighbors. Neighbors with benefits. Jake laughed. It was a hearty sound coming from deep in his chest. He never looked so happy as he did right now, when he pulled his hands from his pockets and held her closer. Taylor was filled with joy. It was new and inviting and breathtaking. She never felt like she belonged somewhere until this moment. Maybe it wasn't Jake she'd spend the rest of her life with, but as she looked out over the mountainside, she knew this was where she belonged too. The hell with Hollywood. Elizabeth can have the fame and fortune. That was her last thought before Jake's mouth claimed hers for another sweet kiss. Elizabeth was on a roll. There were 2 pages filled with promises of donations, from the 2 hours she spent calling the people she knew had the means to help. She was about to make another call when her phone buzzed. She glanced at the caller to see Stanley's name pop up. A tremor of fear ran down her spine. Was this the call that would change everything? Or was he going to give her good news about the show? Either way, she had to answer. Taking a deep breath and pushing her fears aside, Elizabeth hit the button. Hello, Stanley. How have you been? As the silence went on, she knew why he was calling. His voice was heavy as he told her. I got the call this morning. She closed her eyes. What now? She asked, her voice a mere whisper. The news will come out soon. I'm sure an insider will leak it out no matter how long we try to hold off announcing this news. Can you hold it off for 2 more weeks? We're doing the Celebrity All-Star show to save our local theater, Stanley. Why should that matter? He should know how folks in Hollywood were. They'll cancel their donations when they find out about the twin factor. Why would they help a loser with a show canceled? Ah, Elizabeth, you are far from being a loser. Actually, Derek was talking about the perfect role for the 2 of you in a new series offered by one of the major movie channels. He told me to ask you to audition for it. Elizabeth closed her eyes, knowing her sister wasn't planning on going back to acting. Stanley, Taylor doesn't want to leave here. That's good news. Are you sure? Yes, I am. Why is it good news? Because I wasn't sure how to tell her that I don't have anything for her to come back to. Are you certain she is staying there? Wait, what? I thought you just said there was a role for the 2 of us. Stanley laughed. I meant you and Derek. He wants you to be his leading lady. She was stunned. Derek? He wants me. Yes, Elizabeth. I suggest you call him and let him know if you are interested. Production is to begin the first week in September. You don't have much time to make a decision, and you'll have to fly out to audition. I'm in. Okay, I forgot the part where we don't say yes the moment we get an offer. Let them know I'll consider it. Okay, I will. But call Derek and tell him you want the role so he knows. The cancellation of the twin factor being is probably the best thing that can happen for your career right now. Thank you, Stanley. You are a prize, Elizabeth. I just wish you the best. Give my regards to Taylor. Elizabeth hung up, then jumped up and down. She knocked the kitchen chair back, and then when she uprighted it, began to jump around more. Having a leading role alongside of Derek was a dream come true. Between the two of them starring on a movie channel, they'd skyrocket to fame much quicker. Her first instinct was to call Taylor. After hitting the send button, her sister's phone went right to voicemail. She left an urgent message and called Derek next. Hello, he said, his deep voice answered after one ring. Hi, Derek. It's Elizabeth. Hey. How are you? How's country living? She smiled. He was always telling her she was a country girl in the big city. I'm tired of sitting in a rowboat in the middle of a lake, waiting for my phone to ring. Sounds like you need a new role, he teased. I'll do it, Derek. If you are the leading man, we'll make an excellent team. I thought the same, he told her. Can you fly out here on Friday and audition with me? Elizabeth knew that was rehearsal night at the Playhouse, but she had to do this. I'll have to miss rehearsal here, but there's always next week, right? I'll book a flight the moment we hang up. That's great. I can't wait to see you. Same. When he hung up, she held the phone in her hand for some time, staring at it as if he was about to pop into the room through the speaker. It made her laugh for a moment. She had always been fond of Derek from the moment she met him. Was this her chance at happiness? She wasn't sure, but she knew one thing for sure. Elizabeth always knew she would be a star, and now her chance to shine was here. Chapter 14. Each volunteer held a script in their hands. The cast was sitting in a circular row of benches in front of the stage. Jake was in the center seat, his feet stretched out in front of him, while Taylor and a few others sat on the floor in front of the stage. They were going over the script and doing quite well. The only one missing was Elizabeth. Where is your sister? One of the volunteers asked. Judy had lived in Hideaway Lake all of her life, so when she asked, Taylor didn't mind answering. She flew to Hollywood for an important appointment. Oh, I can't wait to see the next season of Twin Factor. You guys are so cool on the show. I can't stand the detective, but do you think there will be a romance between any of you? Taylor shrugged. She didn't know how to answer Judy, since they got the official word that the show was canceled a few days ago. So far, Stanley had kept it out of the news media, but he wasn't positive he'd be able to keep it quiet until after the fundraiser. I'm not sure, Judy. We'll have to wait and see. Jake knew about the situation on the Twin Factor and tried to divert Judy's attention. Let's go over page 14 again. Judy, would you start at your part, please? The woman dived into her role, and before anyone realized, 2 hours flew by. Let's wrap for tonight. Anyone up for another rehearsal tomorrow? The others all agreed to come in again the next day. Most mingled with others before leaving the open-air theater. The stage and seats were like any other theater, but the back and sides had no walls. It was all open to the elements. The theater had a huge roof overhang that kept the rain from pouring in, and there were big curtains to draw to close the open sides and back if the weather got too bad. Hopefully, it would be nice the day of the fundraiser. Taylor headed to the dressing rooms and backstage, where rows of stage clothing and props were stored. She kept digging in her back pocket, pulling her phone out and checking to see if Elizabeth texted her yet. It had been over a day since she left to go for the audition. Everything okay, Taylor? I'm good. Jake's voice wasn't far away. When she turned, he hurried up to her. Let's get out of here. How about a ride with a handsome dude on a bike? She nodded. The noise and commotion was starting to get to her. What if they weren't able to pull this off? The time and money spent for this production was an incredible amount. Any word on Kurt Maya and his secret investor? Jake took her hand as they made their way to the back door where his bike was parked. Nothing yet. It feels like everything is at a standstill. I agree. She took the helmet and strapped it on when he handed it to her. Where are we going? You'll see. The ride from the theater was warm, and the bugs were everywhere. It wasn't quite as enjoyable as the one earlier in the week. As they rode down a windy road, it was like they were the only ones there. The world seemed to drift away, and the worries of the day were non-existent. They came around from the back of the mountain, and Jake pulled into the roller skating rink. The parking lot was filled. He pulled up to the ramp and backed into a parking space. It looks pretty full tonight, Taylor mentioned. She did not like crowds. We can get lost in there, he told her. Come on, trust me. She followed him inside, and after getting sized for skates, they made their way onto the wooden floor. I'm going to fall on my butt, she told him, delicately trying to balance herself. It had been years since she skated here. I'll keep you balanced, he told her, then skated off like he was entering the Olympics. Taylor's mouth hung open as she watched him do figure eights all around the floor. He made a complete circle around the rink before skating and stopping in front of her, a huge smile on his face. You are a good skater, she told him like he didn't know. I practiced a little. He took her hand, and she had no choice but to follow him to the middle of the floor. The lights began to bounce off the ceiling, and the music got louder. A popular song blasted on the speakers. It was loud and annoying, and she let Jake guide her around the rink. He made her laugh so much by the time they were done her sides were aching. I have to sit down, Jake. He led her to the small snack bar at the far side of the building. The tables were almost full, so they leaned against the rail waiting until two couples left one of the booths. Jake skated to the table and claimed it before anyone else was able to. Sit, he ordered, and went to get them some refreshments. The crowd was young, with mostly teens being dropped off by their parents to spend the evening with friends. She remembered when she was in high school and how certain kids hung out together. High school seemed so long ago. Jake set down 2 sodas and a dish of fries before sitting beside her in the booth. What are you thinking about? What makes you think I was thinking about anything? Right. You were staring at those kids over there, and your face was filled with nostalgia. She picked up a fry to nibble on. I was thinking how long ago high school seemed, but since I'm only in my early 30s, it really wasn't that terribly long ago. What do you remember, Jake? I hated high school. I stayed to myself and wrote. It wasn't long after college that I sold my first screenplay. The rest is history. She smiled. You've done pretty well for yourself, haven't you? I guess so. I've always had a steady paycheck, if that's what you mean. Not millions, but I earn a good wage. Taylor didn't mention she saw the donation he already made to save the theater. It was quite substantial, and was certain it didn't come from an ordinary paycheck. She wanted to change the subject. I haven't heard from Elizabeth yet. The moment she mentioned her sister, her phone began to shake. Maybe that's her, Jake told her. It was. How's it going? Hey, Taylor? I'm getting ready to head back. I'm not sure if we're in trouble yet or not. Media has been following me around, asking questions. Derek and I have been hanging out at his place mostly to keep out of the limelight, and you know how hard that is for me. Sounds like Hideaway Lake is affecting you. No, it isn't. I love to visit, but you know the rest. Sure do. I'll see you tomorrow? Yes. Come pick me up so I don't have to take a taxi. Taylor laughed. I doubt Hideaway Inn has a local taxi. Ubers are popular here. Whatever. Make sure you are at the airport at noon. Love you. Elizabeth hung up before she had a chance to say it back. She caught Jake staring at her again. She propped her hand on her chin and stared back. You do that a lot, she told him. I know. I like to watch you. Creepy. He laughed. It's not creepy. I like you, Taylor. He reached out and took her hand, and held onto her hand while looking into her eyes. Taylor was worried. She didn't want to fall for anyone right now, not while she was trying to figure out her life. He must have sensed that she was backing off, and let her hand go. Let's get out of here. I am in the mood for a star-filled sky and crescent moon. She stood. A man after my heart. You better believe it, he told her. She felt his hand at her lower back as they made their way back to the skate counter. She was anxious to get rid of the skates and ride. At least when she was on the back of the bike, she didn't have to think about anything or anyone. Olivia was relieved she had canceled her date with the twins the other night. She had wanted to see them and reveal her much-guarded secret, but then changed her mind. Why was it so hard to say the words out loud? She had a great husband, a fantastic career, and an apartment most women would envy. She'd close her restaurant for the night and take the elevator to her place, throw off her shoes, take off her clothes and meet her husband in the hot tub on their private porch. He usually had a chilled bottle of wine waiting, unless she got home first. She wondered if he noticed she hadn't been drinking the wine lately. She preferred ginger ale to settle the ache in her belly. Her hands were a bundle of nerves as she made her way to the elevator. Tonight was the night she was going to reveal her secret to James. Did he already know? Was he waiting for her to reveal it to him? She wasn't sure. All she knew was he had been staring at her a lot lately, but he hadn't said a word. He kept asking if she was all right, and she would reassure him that she was. Olivia wiped a tear from her eye as she got in the elevator, hoping no staff member would see her acting all blubbery and sad lately. She always tried to keep an upbeat attitude at work, and didn't want anyone to see her this way. She pulled her phone out of the apron she still wore around her waist, and called her mom. When Laura didn't answer, she spoke into the phone. Hey Mom. I need you to call me when you get a chance. Love you, bye. Olivia forgot her mom wouldn't get the message for a few days. Laura was terrible at answering them in a timely manner, but Madison, her brother's girlfriend and her mom's assistant, would check them. Then she'd get a frantic call from her mother, a day or two later. Why was this so terribly hard? Her past was haunting her, and she had kept James out of the loop the past few weeks. It wasn't fair. She prayed he would not be angry that she had, but he also had to understand how terribly difficult this was right now. The elevator door opened. She stepped forward and stood at the entrance to her apartment for the longest time, knowing when she went inside James was waiting for her. She wasn't ready. Not yet. Her head was so mixed up. Olivia turned and stepped back into the elevator, then hit the ground floor and watched as the doors closed. She needed some air and a little space in order to think this through. Olivia made it through the lobby without breaking down and headed to the parking area, where her car was sitting at the back of the lot. She got in, buckled her seatbelt and left. Olivia wasn't about to look through the rearview mirror. She knew she'd see a light on the top floor, which meant James was waiting on her. As soon as she figured out where she was going, she'd text him. She just needed some time alone to think. She drove down the hill and sat at the stop sign for a few minutes. She turned to the right, past the packed beach area and kept going. As if the car had a mind of its own, Olivia turned down the lane to Elizabeth and Taylor's cottage and wondered if the invitation to go out in the rowboat was still on. When Olivia pulled up, the cottage looked empty. The rental car was parked in the driveway, but after knocking several times with no answer, she thought maybe they had gone to Jake's next door. She trampled across the yard, but no one was home, and she noticed there was no motorcycle in the driveway. Everyone was probably at the theater getting ready for the fundraiser in 2 weeks. She backtracked through the yard and stood on the dock for some time before hoisting the rope from the wooden post and getting in the rowboat. The moon was bright, and the stars were sprinkled in many clusters, giving her plenty of light to see. Olivia rowed for a while until she settled in their favorite spot, the center of the lake. It was serene here, with the crickets chirping softly in the background and the noise of the forest mostly quiet. She heard an occasional cry from the other side of the lake, where the beach was probably closing up by now. There was such a feeling of nostalgia here. It took Olivia back to when the three of them became blood sisters so long ago. Her phone buzzed and she knew it was James. She wasn't ready to talk yet, then sighed. This wasn't fair to make him worry about her. She was a fool. Somehow, the atmosphere at this lake made her see the truth. By the time she was about to answer, the phone silenced. She stared at it, summoning up the courage, and then made a video call. James's face came into view. His brow was furrowed and he looked concerned. "Hey babe. Where are you?" Olivia burst into tears. Seeing his face, and the concern on it, made her realize that she no longer wanted to be alone. "Olivia. What's wrong? Where are you? Are you outside?" His phone shook and she saw him throw on a pair of shoes. He was in his shorts and a shirt as he stepped out the door. She heard the elevator buzz, and lost him for a brief moment. "I'm okay, James." She sniffed and wiped the tears from her eyes. "No, you are not. You are crying. Tell me where you are." "I'm in the middle of the lake." "Hellfire, Olivia. What are you doing there?" The engine came to life as she watched James throw the shifter in gear, and heard the motor revving. He came down off the hill like a race car driver. The tears came harder. "I need you, James." "I know, babe. I'm heading towards the lake." "Are you in a boat? Are you at the twins' cottage?" "I am. I want to row back to the dock, but I'm petrified to move. I don't understand why I can't just come out and tell you. I can't say it." "Keep talking, love. I'm passing the beach now. I'll be there in a few minutes. Talk to me. Tell me why you've been all closed up to me for the past few weeks." Olivia tried to get the words out. Several times she started, and then began to cry again. "I'm pulling into the twins' driveway. Do you see the lights?" "I do. I can't move, James. I can't breathe." She thought she was so strong, but it was only when James was by her side. She watched as he got out of the car and walked towards the lake. He stood on the dock looking right at her. Seeing him gave her the courage now. It would be fine. He still held the phone up. "James." He looked out in the water, and then into the phone. "Tell me what's wrong." "We are going to have a baby, and I'm terrified." She watched his reaction through the phone. He stared at her, not saying a word, and by the look on his face, he hadn't known or suspected that answer. Surprise and fear were in his eyes. She understood how he felt. She squeezed her eyes closed, then slowly opened them and looked into the phone. All she saw were bright stars, as if he put the phone down, and it was staring up at the sky. Olivia heard a splash, and then she saw James swimming towards the boat. "James?" He was coming to her. "There's another boat, James. Why didn't you take that one?" He pulled himself up, the water dripping off of him as he lifted his body into the boat. James balanced himself on the wooden seat opposite her, and pulled her into his arms. He held her, and whispered how much he loved her. Olivia was now ugly crying, not caring how she looked. James swam halfway across the lake to be with her. That said everything. She was scared. Losing a child had done a number on her mentally. Becoming pregnant so soon was something they hadn't talked about or planned. "I'm sorry, James. I didn't realize it happened until it did." He brushed her tears away even though he was soaking wet, dropping soft kisses on her skin. "This time I'll be with you every step of the way. I'm scared too. But don't you see the blessing in this? We are getting a second chance to become parents." "I know, James. I thought of every angle possible. A second chance. A new start. All of those. But how fair is it to have one child die and another one live? How do I love this one and not forget about the first one? There is little chance we'll forget about our first baby. But darling, we are only given so much time here. This child is a true blessing. Stop looking at what happened in the past and move forward. I want this baby. Even though it wasn't in our plans, those have changed." "Hold on," he told her and set her on the wooden seat beside him. James stood up, lifted his arms in the air and shouted at the top of his lungs. "I'm going to be a father again." Olivia stared at him in amazement. Then she stood too, balancing her legs, and did the same. "I'm going to be a mom again. Thank you." They sat back down and wrapped their arms around each other, content to stay out in the water until a single light shone down the path. The sound of a bike warned them Jake was home. After a few minutes, Jake and Taylor stood on the dock. "Olivia, I saw your car. What are you doing?" "Celebrating. We're going to have a baby, Taylor." "Oh, a baby. Congrats. That's so cool." "It's wonderful," she shouted at the top of her lungs. James ordered her to sit so they could row back to the dock. "Why are you all wet, James?" "It's a long story," he said, looking at Olivia. "It was also worth getting soaked for." "I love you," she whispered. Jake and Taylor invited them to have a glass of wine, but all she wanted to do was go home. James picked her up and carried her to the car. "I think my wife needs to rest. She's expecting, and I don't want her overdoing it." Olivia's eyes widened and she glanced at Taylor, who was making a face at him. She giggled. "I think you are being overcautious, babe." "Never, my love." He held her at the open car door and kissed her thoroughly. "Try to stop me." "That may be fun," she told him, wrapping her arms around his neck. She waved to her friend as James buckled her into the seat, throwing kisses all over her. She sank into the seat. The man was going to wear himself out, worrying about her comfort. She smiled. It may be just the spark they needed to keep their marriage exciting. Chapter 15. Bailey chased Bree around several times, trying to wear the child out for a nap. Except Bailey was the one needing a nap. Today was their inspection, and she was so nervous. The inspector was from Lancaster County instead of Berks, so she'd be a different caseworker. It was up in the air how friendly she'd be. Marie Carson was her name. She didn't sound too threatening. Bobby helped her straighten up the cabin behind the skating rink. They had moved in together after he brought her and little Bree home. The spare room was made into a nursery. Everyone in Hideaway Lake contributed furniture and clothing when they found out Bailey became a foster mother. She still wasn't working yet, since it was a full-time job taking care of Bree. "They'll want to know how we can afford to keep her," she told Bobby. Bobby pointed to the living room, where he had replaced the other sofa with a brand new recliner couch and loveseat. A rocker sat in the corner beside the fireplace. It was cozy and filled with toys. The room wasn't perfect, but neither were they. Bailey just hoped the caseworker would agree. Bailey tiptoed to the couch where Bree had fallen asleep, one arm and a leg hanging over the side. She was almost afraid to wake her, but knew she couldn't let her hang like that over the couch. Gently, she picked up the child. Bree stirred in her arms but stayed asleep. She laid her in the crib in the nursery and watched her for a few moments, sending up a prayer of gratitude. "If this is supposed to be my journey, then make it easy for the caseworker to see how happy she is. Thank you for this gift of love in my life." "She's here, Bailey," Bobby told her, peeking around the corner. When Bailey left her daughter's side, she took Bobby's hand. "It will be fine, Bailey. Don't worry." She smiled. "I know it will be. Can we get any luckier?" "That's the spirit. Let's answer the door before she wakes up Bree." The caseworker introduced herself and immediately asked to take a tour of the cabin. She peeked into the bedroom where Bree was and watched her sleep. Bailey and Bobby followed her around like two lost puppies. The woman had introduced herself and got right down to the inspection. "Miss Carson, would you like something to drink?" "No, thank you." She never made any notes, but asked if they would sit down and answer some questions. "Of course. Have a seat," Bailey offered, smiling. The woman did not smile back. She wore her hair shoulder length, and the only lively thing about her was red lipstick on her lips. The rest of her face was pale, and she wore a pair of classic black glasses that did not enhance her looks. A lanyard hung around her neck with her picture and name on it. Bailey glanced at it, then at Miss Carson. "May I call you Marie?" The woman pushed her glasses up with a finger and nodded. "Yes. We want you to feel comfortable." It happened to be her middle finger. She used to push up her glasses. Bailey looked at Bobby, who had his hands clasped together tight. He was trying hard to keep from laughing at Marie, who was trying hard to be very serious. This woman was hard to read. She seemed friendly and yet they just didn't know. Bailey gave Bobby a warning look. They had to be on their best behavior. "Don't laugh," she mouthed. The barrage of questions began. "What made you decide to become a foster mother, Bailey?" "I found Bree. She decided for me." She looked at Bobby. "What about you, Mr. Fairland?" "What made me decide to become a foster mother?" he joked. She didn't laugh or smile or anything. Marie sat patiently, staring at Bobby until he answered. "I found Bailey and then Bree came into our lives and now we are a family." You can't plan things like this. She turned to Bailey. How do you plan to support this child? There will be costs, and even though the county will help with medical care and give you a stipend, it isn't cheap to have a child. I have a job available right now, but Bree is a full-time job at the moment. Bobby owns the roller skating rink you saw when you came to our home. When the time comes, I'll work there or at my mother's bed and breakfast. My sister also owns a restaurant. I won't be jobless, in case you think I will. I think nothing. Bobby and Bailey gave each other a look. What did that even mean? Mr. Fairland, a roller rink is a fun summer sport, but how about year-round? Will the income from the business carry you through the winter season? Brianna is not a part-time child. She'll need care all the time. Money is not an issue with this family, Marie. You can obtain a copy of my financials from my accountant. Fair enough. I will do that. This place looks like a nice cozy cabin for a couple, but as the child grows, she'll need more space. Are you prepared for that? Bobby shrugged. We'll come to that when the time comes. He leaned forward. Look, Marie. Bree needs a roof over her head, and she has that here. Bailey loves her and is a good mother. She doesn't have to work right now and takes good care of her. I'm close by if either one needs me. We have the perfect arrangement, and Bree is going to be raised in a true family life. She won't be left alone or have to worry about drugs or someone leaving her. I promise you she'll be in good hands. The woman finally smiled. Thank you. Then she turned to Bailey. I understand you had an issue with addiction? Here it comes, Bailey thought. She wondered when they were going to bring that up. I used to. It wasn't really an addiction. What does that mean? You took Adderall, am I correct? Yes. You are correct. I was in college and hooked up with the wrong guy. I'm not blaming him for what I did. I take full responsibility, but I'm not that person anymore. I've grown from being a spoiled brat to a mother. Marie shifted but sat stiff and gave a nod. What happens if you hook up with the wrong friend? What happens if something goes wrong? Have you thought this through? Do you feel the short amount of time you had in rehab has truly rehabilitated you, Bailey? She bit her bottom lip, not expecting such tough questions. Bobby watched her, careful not to interrupt. Bree stirred from the other room. Excuse me, she's awake. I want you to meet her. Bailey was so sick in her stomach from all the questioning, she wanted to throw up. Instead, she hurried to the crib and picked Bree up as the child's eyelashes fluttered. Tiny, beautiful little eyes stared at her, then she gave Bailey a huge smile. Mama, she said. Bailey came out of the bedroom with tears in her eyes. They dampened her cheeks as they fell. Did you hear her? She asked Bobby, who was standing up. He nodded. We both heard her. Bailey sat down and placed Bree on her lap. This is why you or anyone else will never have to worry about me taking a pill, as long as I live. She gave Bree a hug and the little girl hugged her back, then slid from her lap and found her way to Marie. She tugged on the woman's pants and giggled. Marie gave her a smile and pat on the head, and stood quickly. Was she afraid of the child? I'll be back in 3 months for another evaluation, she told Bailey. Thank you for your time. I'll let myself out. When the door closed, Bobby and Bailey burst out in laughter. What in the world just happened? I didn't know what she was going to do. What a terrible interview. Bobby gathered her in his arms. You did great. She said she'll be back in 3 months, so I guess that means we passed the test. Bailey let out a deep sigh. I hope so. I'm not sure what to make of these caseworkers. I wonder if they ever had children of their own. Who cares, Bobby told her. He began to do a dance and clap, causing Bree to do the same. We did it, he told the little girl. It's time to celebrate. Bailey wasn't quite as positive as Bobby was. She knew she was a good mother, but the woman creeped her out. How was someone so young able to make a decision for this child? Maybe I should call Shar and have her represent me, she told Bobby. He waved his hand in the air. Bree did the same thing, causing Bailey's heart to melt. Don't worry yourself about it, Bailey. For now, let's enjoy our lives. That's all that matters. He looked at her, expecting her to agree. She gave him a smile, and then he did something that she'd remember for the rest of her lives. He turned to her and dropped to his knee. Bailey, with all the commotion, I almost forgot. Will you marry me? Bailey stared at the box he held in his hand. What? No? Bobby? Her mouth hung open and she froze. He was on his knee in front of her, not dazed at all by her words. If you don't say yes today, I'll ask you tomorrow and the next day and the next. When you told me you wanted this life, then I assumed you meant you want it all. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you don't want marriage, children, a house or me. So here I am, my arms open and my heart waiting for you to say yes. Will you, Bailey? Will you say yes and marry me? Bree flapped her arms up and down and started climbing on Bobby's back. He tried hard to look serious, but as she tugged on him, he started to laugh. Bailey closed her mouth and began to laugh as well. She dropped to her knees. Open the box. I want to see what you bought me, she ordered him. Bobby barely was able to flip open the box when Bree jumped onto his chest. He caught her and shoved the box towards Bailey. It's beautiful, she told him, sliding it from its setting and placing the band with a small cut diamond on her left finger. She looked up at him and nodded. I want this, she told him, then dived into the pile of people that she loved. They both wound up on their backs on the floor, with Bree jumping back and forth on them. It was the perfect setting for a proposal of this kind. For this family, anything was a possibility. Bailey didn't like the sound of her bio mom's voice. Would you mind keeping Bree while I run over to see Holly? She asked me to stop by. Sure. We're having pudding at the moment, and I think after that a bath will be needed. She's got it everywhere. Bailey grabbed her keys. That's why you put her in the high chair, Bobby. She never sits still on your lap. Don't let the child fool you. I'll be back in a flash. Even though she knew Bobby would make a terrible mess in the small bathroom while giving Bree a bath, she looked forward to getting out for a short period. Bailey pulled up to her mom's apartment and noticed her adopted mom walking across the road. Hey Mom, are you coming to see Holly too? Laura gave her a hug and nodded. Yes, and Char's here too. They probably already got into the bottle of wine. It wasn't a surprise the three best friends were getting together. Bailey wondered why Holly wanted to see her if she was meeting them. When she got inside, the room felt too quiet. Negative energy radiated from the three ladies as she looked from Laura to Holly and then at Char. What's going on here? She asked, plopping down beside Holly, who sat at the edge of the long sofa. Was there going to be more drama? If so, she'd rather be home with Bree and Bobby. The thought made her smile to herself. I want you to know before someone else tells you. Tells me what? She stared at Holly, realizing the woman was looking sickly again. When she noticed the pale face and sunken eyes, Bailey knew this was not a cordial visit. She held her breath. This was not a conversation she wanted to have. There is no other way to say this, Holly told her. She took her daughter's hand. Bailey noticed how bony it was. I have liver cancer. What? Are you sure? Her words were whispered, but they felt as if she shouted it out loud. Liver cancer? How did something like this happen? She was about to announce her engagement, and now this. I'm sure. I've been doing trials for the past 6 months to see if they'd help, but I don't think it's working. I'll know for sure next week. Bailey was speechless. Why? She whispered. Laura, her adopted mother, sat on the other side of her. I'm sorry, love. Bailey stared at her. Laura made out all right. She had a great home, a new husband and good health while Holly struggled for most of her life. Yet Laura had been her true mother. She was always there for Bailey no matter what. Holly was her bio mom, and Bailey loved her with all her heart and soul. But was it wrong to be relieved it wasn't Laura that had cancer? She shot out of the seat. I need some air. Bailey, come back, she heard Holly beg. She shook her head and turned back. I'll be okay. I need some time to think. But you won't be okay, will you? She drove back to the little cabin and fell into Bobby's arms. How strange it felt to have someone to come home to. A year ago, if Bailey got bad news, she'd have locked herself in her room or ran off to sulk. Hey, what's going on? He held her and rubbed a hand up and down her arm. Bree tugged at her foot. Bailey pulled out of his arms, knelt down and picked Bree up. She was trying to talk, but her words were so garbled. Another tear fell down her cheek. Holly has liver cancer. It doesn't look like she has much time left. I'm sorry, Bailey. I'm angry, Bobby. She was doing trials, getting treatments for the past 6 months, and she tells me now when it's too late. I wasn't able to be there for her, to hold her hand, and tell her everything will be all right, even though it wasn't. Why didn't she include me? I don't know. It's a personal choice, how you want to get through, I guess. Don't spend the remainder of your time with her angry and upset at the choices she is making, Bailey. Bailey pushed a strand of hair back from Bree's face. Would she want her daughter to know if she was dying? It was a tough question because she wasn't close to death like Holly was. Bree lifted a hand to Bailey's face and ran it over her cheek. The gesture had Bailey holding her even tighter. I love you, little Bree, she told her in a soft voice. There won't be a day I won't tell you, I promise. You okay now? She nodded. I'm fine, Bobby. Hi, Julia. What are you doing here? Savannah turned when she heard her aunt's voice as she came through the door. When Julia walked through the door, everyone knew it, even when it was through a little shop like hers. I was passing by and thought I'd stop. Is that a question? Savannah shook her head and laughed. Julia calculated everything about her life. Although, since her newly found aunt had moved to Hideaway Lake for good, she was learning to relax some. If you have to ask why I am here, then yes, it is. That makes no sense. Want some coffee? No time, dear. We have to go. Wait. What am I missing here, Julia? The fundraiser? You asked me to take you shopping for a new dress. You are not getting out of it now, dear. Savannah had forgotten. It was going to be her first real date with Parker, and she had no taste when it came to fashion. Julia did, and she had asked her to help. I forgot. How do you forget you are going on a date? I've been so busy and... Julia held up a hand. You of all people know I do not like excuses. If I can take off a few hours out of my busy schedule, so can you. Now grab your purse and let's go. The two drove out of town to the shopping mall. Savannah was excited about her date with Parker. She wondered if he forgot about it like she had. Well, she didn't forget, just pushed it aside for a while. It's okay to forget things, isn't it, Julia? I never forget things, so I'm not sure what you mean. It's hard to explain. I mean, I like Parker. This is our first date, and I'm excited to go to the fundraiser with him. When he stops by, I get all giddy inside and don't want him to leave. But when I'm working and not with him, I really don't think about him too much. Does that make sense? Julia laughed. It's okay not to be madly in love, if that's what you are saying, Savannah. You have been through a lot of stuff, and probably have trust issues as well. It's not surprising you hold back. You think I am deliberately putting him out of my head when he's not around? Julia pointed to a shop entrance in the mall. She turned to enter, and looked back at Savannah with a smile. Not your head, dear. Your heart. Ouch. She didn't want to push him away. I love his company and the way he treats me. I'm sure you do. Oh, take a look at that dress, Savannah. It's a perfect color for you. They got caught up in shopping, and found a gorgeous gown for Savannah's date night. Julia paid for the dress, and had it delivered as well. Savannah didn't argue when Julia had a mind to pay. It was one thing that her aunt loved to do, and that was to shop for her. She learned it wouldn't do any good to refuse a gift from her aunt. They were walking out of the shop, when Savannah spotted a familiar face at an outside dining area. She stopped in her tracks. Parker? Her voice was low, but her aunt heard. Where? Oh, I see him. You should go say hello. I'll wait here. I'll be a minute, and we can go get something to eat as well. Savannah took a few steps until a strong hand pulled her back. Julia had managed to get a hold of her arm. No. Don't go over there. When Savannah got a closer look, Parker was hugging the woman. She had long dark hair and was young and beautiful. She wore a short mini with a large handbag over her shoulder. Savannah watched as she placed her hands on Parker's cheeks and stared at him for the longest time. Parker's hands were on her waist and he was standing so close to her. Like lovers hating to leave each other. Why did I think this would work? Savannah turned away. As she began to walk away, she heard his voice. Savannah. Hey, Savannah. Julia took her arm and tried to steer her farther away. Don't confront him here. You may say something you will regret. Savannah stopped. It doesn't matter, does it? Who will care what I say or do? Hold yourself together, Savannah. You are a Russell, and we do not behave badly in public. She was tired of being told what to do. Savannah turned when Parker got closer. He never told her that they were exclusive, but to openly flaunt another woman in public when he was taking her on a very public date in front of the whole town made her furious. She wasn't going to be a laughing stock. He caught up with her and tried to take her hand. She pulled back, still furious. Hey, Savannah. I'm so glad you are here. I was. You were holding a woman in your arms. I know we are not exclusive, Parker, but that is the lamest and worst thing I wanted to see today. I'm sorry, just leave me alone from now on. But, I didn't do anything wrong. What do you mean? Oh wait, that woman. Savannah didn't stick around to hear him explain. There was no reason to. He was a player, seeing more than one woman at a time. Which is fine for him but not for her. Savannah wasn't going to share a man with someone else. Julia let go of her arm when they left the mall. Do you feel better now that you caught everyone's attention? Don't be sarcastic, Julia. He deserves to be walked away from. He must be a player. I never thought the doc was like that. You never know about people. Julia stared at her. Parker is a nice guy, Savannah. Are you sure there isn't a good explanation for this? Savannah shook her head. Nothing he says right now will make a difference. We need to get back so I can concentrate on my work. I don't have time for nonsense. Julia stepped back and whistled. Girl, you sound just like I used to. Savannah turned to her aunt. That's not such a bad thing. Julia snorted. Oh, brother. I created a monster. Chapter 16. Taylor and Elizabeth were having breakfast when Jake knocked on the door. He poked his head inside. Can I come in? Taylor waved him in. The last 2 weeks had been a whirlwind of flurry and activity as they prepared for the fundraiser. Everyone was feeling the strain, but the donations were piling up. Even if they didn't find out who Kurt Meyer's partner was, Taylor was feeling confident they'd be able to outbid anyone else who wanted to buy the theater. It had been so nice working side by side with Jake all this time. He was a powerhouse to be reckoned with, and his direction leading the volunteers and directing his play were invaluable. She wasn't able to figure out why Hollywood hadn't snatched him up yet. He kept everyone moving and in the right direction when many wanted to quit. Hey Jake. I think we deserve to eat breakfast before you plunge us into another backbreaking day, Taylor told him. I have some bad news. He didn't look happy. Jake was taking this fundraiser very seriously, and if there was bad news, she knew it wasn't good. He opened the newspaper in his hand and threw it on the table in front of them. The words stood out in huge bold letters. Twin Factor, 1 of 10 shows canceled this season. Taylor stared at the paper. Someone snapped a photo of them at the beach, sitting in lounge chairs, as if they didn't have a care in the world. How did they get a photo like that? I haven't seen any photographers lately. Elizabeth gasped when she saw the headlines. I was afraid this would happen. You can't keep a secret in our business, Taylor. We have to stay calm and make sure the donations we were promised are still coming. Taylor felt dread seethe through her body. Now that this news was out, she was certain half of the celebrities who promised to donate would renege on their donations. It wasn't popular in Hollywood to back anyone with a canceled show. Jake tapped his fist on the newspaper. If I knew who leaked this, I'd go? Taylor laid her hand over his arm. Forget it, Jake. What's done is done. We better start making phone calls. Elizabeth stood. I'm going to have a press conference and announce the new series. Taylor's eyes widened. You can't do that, Elizabeth. You have to wait for the official announcement. If I wait for that, it will be too late. Maybe the Twin Factor has been canceled, but finding out I'll still be working in Hollywood might keep them from going back on their word. She paced back and forth, her hand holding her forehead. I'm not sure what to do. We can't lose these donations, not now when we are so close. I know. Let me think. Okay, you put your thinking cap on. Meanwhile, I'm going to make a call to someone I know who can't keep a secret for the life of them. I'll also make a few calls to my big donors to see if they are still in. I won't make a press announcement since that would jeopardize the contract I just signed, but no one said I can't start my own rumor about starring in a new show on the movie channel. Taylor gave her sister a hug. Good idea. The two parted ways while Jake sat down at the table with Taylor. What's next? The show must go on, she told him, taking his hand. We don't quit. This is too important. Donations will slow down. Some of the stars are already at the mansion, and 3 more are due to fly in about noon. I think the last few will come right before the show. Each star has one line in the show, and they are well prepared so we don't have to have a rehearsal. Jake leaned against the counter, his arms crossed. Good. Let's keep everything the same, and ignore the headlines. After being pampered at the mansion, I doubt anyone will up and leave. Maybe we can even get the local paper up to the mansion to show how much fun everyone is having. I better call my mom. Shar answered on the first ring. I saw the headlines. So did everyone else. James is doing damage control at the mansion, steering the guests away from the headlines and offering them a personal tour of the area today, along with complimentary massages for those staying behind. Thanks, Mom. Everyone is working hard to pull this off. I'm worried. Don't be. You are going to be fine. Kurt is going to have a visitor today, so we should know who his backer is before the sun sets. Love you. Jake stood and headed out the door. If there is nothing more to do here, I'm off to the playhouse. Taylor followed him out the door. I'll go with you. She didn't want to be at home and be worried all day. Jake handed her a helmet when they got to his bike, and she strapped it on and hopped on the bike behind him. It seemed natural to put her arms around him as the bike went out of the driveway. Actually, everything she did with Jake seemed natural. Taylor was starting to fall for Jake. She wasn't sure if that was a good thing or bad. After all, even though he thought about living in Hideaway Lake, if the fundraiser play is received well, it could start a whole new career path for him. He'd no longer want to settle in this small town with a country girl like her. Was she giving up too much by not going back to Hollywood? Would Jake leave her behind when his career took off? She closed her eyes and tried to focus on the scenery before her. After a few minutes, her worries were forgotten. For right now, she was holding on to Jake. What the future would bring was anyone's guess. I'm dying. Kurt looked up from the file he was holding. He sat back against the expensive leather chair and stared. We're all dying, Holly. What is your point? And why are you here? We have to talk about Bailey. Kurt shook his head and shrugged. Why? I don't get it, Holly. I've been here for the past year after you told Bailey about her parentage. She hasn't tried to be a daughter to me, and now you want me to make sure she is taken care of. She's an adult. She is still your child. I have cancer, Kurt. I have nothing more to give her than an apartment full of paintings. She is old enough to make her own way. She doesn't need to be taken care of. Rumor has it she's shacking up with that guy who owns the skating rink, taking care of some dead woman's baby. He was still as cruel as ever, and it was all she could do not to slap his face. Even though she bought into his manipulating ways many years ago, she was still nervous in his presence. I don't want her to be penniless. That's why I am asking you to consider making sure she is looked after when I am gone. Kurt's phone buzzed. He was always rude and hit the speaker. What is it, Martha? Can you come out to the front desk? Chad Peterson is here to do an inspection of the building. I didn't have anything like that scheduled, and he swears it was made last week. Tell him to go away. He won't. He said it is official, and he has to do the inspection. Kurt let out a deep sigh. Okay, I'll be right out. I'm not doing anything important anyway. He looked right into Holly's eyes when he said those words. If he thought they would hurt her feelings or make her feel bullied, then he was wrong. She had shielded her feelings from him a long time ago. He was dead to her. Kurt closed the folder he was working on and stood. He placed his fingers on the tabletop and leaned in. I have nothing more to say to you, Holly. Sorry for your bad luck, but Bailey will be fine. She can make her own way. Be out of here by the time I come back. She watched him leave his office and stood, feeling a bit shaky. It still didn't deter her from her mission. She made a promise to find out who was partnering with him, and hoped to find out before he came back. She flipped through the stack of papers sitting on his desk, then opened the folder he had been looking at, and did a double take. Then a huge smile slipped across her face. She looked up at the ceiling. If there is one last thing I can do for Hideaway Lake, then thank you God for making it so easy. Holly sent a text to Shar, who was with Laura outside in the car. When she walked out of Kurt's building, she looked back to see him in deep conversation with Chad, Hideaway Lake's building inspector. She gave Chad a smile and a nod, then turned towards the door, barely making it to the steps. Laura and Shar helped her into the car. She was getting weaker by the day, but wasn't about to stop until seeing this through. They backed out of the parking area and headed back to Hideaway Lake. I know who it is, she told the others. Do you remember when I first moved here, there was a guy who kept following me everywhere? He wasn't creepy or anything, but he kept trying to ask me on dates. He was so sweet and kind to me. We became such good friends. Yes, I remember, Laura told her. He would open doors for you and kiss your hand. We all thought he was a bit creepy. Holly shook her head. I never did. All I cared about back then was making sure I could see Bailey grow up. Nothing else mattered. He claimed to be in love with me, but I knew it wasn't true. One day he disappeared, and the next time I saw him, it was on the national news. Who in the world are you talking about? We knew him as Carlo Mindstone. Remember, Carlo the lover boy? That's what you used to call him, Shar? Shar laughed. I barely remember. Holly got her phone out, putting in his name. She handed the phone to Laura, who was in the passenger seat. This is Carlo today. Laura glanced at the photo, and did exactly what Holly had done in Kurt's office. Oh my lands. Shar wanted to know too. She pulled off the road when it was safe to do so. Let me see. She glanced over the headlines and looked back at Holly. That's the same guy? Holly nodded. Yes, it's the same guy. He goes by Carlo Stone today. Can you find his number for me? Right now. Yes. We have a theater to save. Shar called her assistant, who dug up the place of business Carlo owned in New York City. It was a legitimate office building, as far as the world knew. Except Holly knew better. She listened to the sound of silence at first, until the shrill ringing hurt her delicate ears. It had been decades since she talked to Carlo. Yet if her gut instincts were right, he would not hesitate to speak with her. Hello, this is Carlo Stone's office. How may I direct your call? Carlo Stone, please. I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? I don't. He is not taking calls unless I have a name and prior authorization to send them to him. Can you tell him Holly from Hideaway Lake is calling? One moment, please. Holly knew he was a criminal in a business suit. She had to admit to following his antics in the media for years. Money laundering and even drugs were part of the life Carlo had begun when he left abruptly so long ago. It didn't take long for him to answer. Holly? Hi, Carlo. Is it you? Truly? Yes. She let out a sigh. I know this is out of the ordinary, but I am calling to ask you for a favor. She heard him chuckle. Holly, dear Holly. When I get asked a favor, it usually means someone is in trouble. Who is trying to hurt you? No one. I want to talk to you about Hideaway Lake and the building you plan to buy. I'm not buying a building, Holly. I'm investing. There's a big difference. I want to see you. Where are you? I'm still in Hideaway Lake. I never left. I'll have my pilot bring me to you. I want to see you. If you do, it has to be before 7 this evening. I'm going to a fundraiser tonight. Do you have an escort? She smiled at his use of wordage. No, I am planning to go alone. Never. I will escort you. Text me your address. I'm in the same place I've always been, Carlo. She ended the call and nodded to the others. He's coming to see me. When? Shar looked worried. It's Friday and the auction is on Tuesday. We don't have much time. Tonight. He'll be here to escort me to the play. Wow, you work fast, girl. Okay, we have that taken care of. Let's get to the theater and see if they need any last-minute help. Do you mind dropping me off at home? I'm exhausted, ladies. I'd like to take a nap before the events tonight. Of course, Holly. I am sorry. This is so unlike you to be so exhausted. I forget you are going through cancer treatments. I stopped the treatments. The trials were inconclusive. They didn't help. I'm sorry, Char told her. Oh, love. I'm sorry too. Laura reached back and took her hand. We will be here for you. I know. Jake, Taylor, and Elizabeth stood in a circle in one of the dressing rooms. They took hands and held onto each other tight. This is it, Taylor said. Break a leg. I hate that saying, Elizabeth told her. Say something else so you won't jinx us. Everyone uses those words, so I can't break tradition, Taylor told her. She squeezed her sister's hand. You really came through for the playhouse today. Thank you. Elizabeth kissed her on the cheek. Once the gossip mongers knew I was going to star on a certain movie channel, half of the donors stuck with me. There are some who will no longer send us a donation. For those, we'll have to make up in some other way. I think after tonight, we'll have enough to outbuy anyone going against us. Taylor was glad Elizabeth was so enthusiastic, but she was worried. Losing half of the donations from famous celebrities was a huge amount. After tonight, they'd know where they stood. Right now, they had to get through this play. The announcer was on the stage. The three hurried out to take their places. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have an exciting star-studded show for you tonight, and a play written by one of our locals, Jake Turner. The crowd clapped. As an open-air theater, the sound echoed all around the circular building. Everyone in the audience would feel as if they were right there, in the play with the actors. Taylor closed her eyes. She'd soon be on. This play was important for all of them. It didn't matter how much fame or fortune they had. What was important was to save this historical, beautiful building where they grew up and made their dreams come true. If they were to fail and the building came down, so many others would lose out on the opportunity to dream of a good life and then make it happen. The arts were worth saving. And now, I introduce to you the story about a town in need of a hero or heroes. Introducing the Sisters of Summer. The music began to play as everyone took their places. A circus-like atmosphere fell over the stage and in the audience. Taylor knew her lines so well. When she stepped onto the stage, it was as if she was transformed into the person she was portraying, an out-of-work actor trying to redeem the town's one historical building. Jake had done wonders on the screenplay. He wrote what he was most passionate about, their hometown theater. It was a story he wrote as they lived it, and it was working. The response from the audience was wilder than she had ever hoped and dreamed. Before they knew it, the play was over. Everyone felt the tension and emotion as the actors tried to save their beloved theater, just like in real time. It was brilliant writing on Jake's part. The curtain went down. The three took hands as everyone in the show formed a huge line across the stage. When the curtain went up again, the clapping and whistles got louder. At Jake's signal, the actors on stage bowed to the audience. Taylor and Elizabeth had tears streaming down their faces. Taylor let them fall, laughing and crying out loud at the same time. This play was one of the most inspiring, incredible shows she'd ever been in. Glancing at Elizabeth, she was certain her twin felt the same way. They never experienced this kind of satisfaction on a television set. As the audience began to exit the theater, Taylor, Elizabeth, and Jake went to mingle in the crowd that was still left. Laura, Joe, Holly, and a stranger were talking to Char and Ryan. Taylor hurried over to her mom, followed by the others. Hey Mom. How did you like the play? It was great, honey. She looked at Jake. You did a great job with the screenplay. I hope you find success down the road. Jake thanked her. I'm already successful, just not in a way anyone else may understand. Good for you, she told Jake. Holly introduced Carlo to everyone. This is my friend Carlo. He's been away for many years, but he is planning to hang around for a while. Taylor wondered what that meant, but tonight wasn't a night to ask questions. She turned to her mom. Have you had a chance to check our numbers? Shar nodded. We are still working on donations. They are not coming in as fast as we'd like them to. Taylor and Elizabeth gave Jake an encouraging look. It will all work out. Holly looked at her new friend. Would you like to tell them, Carlo? You can, he said, giving her a sweet smile. Taylor was puzzled. What was going on? Listen, you guys. You won't have to worry about Kurt buying the building. He won't have enough investors since his main one has promised to pull out. I think you'll have enough donations to get this building fair and square. How do you know this? Taylor looked from Holly to the man standing beside her. I am an investor. He leaned in, as if he did not want anyone else to hear. I like the play more than I like Kurt Maya. I won't be investing in this transaction. Taylor closed her eyes. When she opened them, the others had moved on. The three of them stood there, looking dumbfounded and speechless. Did this just happen? Elizabeth nodded. It did. Jake gave her a huge smile. It was all meant to be. Every single thing fell right into place. How does that happen? Don't question why or how. Accept it. We did it, guys. We did it. Before you jump the gun and get too excited, we still have to get through the auction. We have 5 more days to worry. Jake took Taylor's hand. If we have to worry for that long, let's do it together. What do you say? Elizabeth pouted. What about me? Taylor laughed and pointed to Derek, who was searching all around the theater. I think you'll have plenty of company to keep your mind off of the auction. Elizabeth squealed loud enough that Derek heard, and began to hurry towards her. They embraced right before Taylor turned away. Jake took her hand, pulled it to his mouth and gently kissed her skin. Thank you, Taylor. I couldn't have done this without you. She didn't have time to answer, as Elizabeth and Derek joined them. The crowd was thinning out, and several people came by to congratulate the actors. They spent the next 10 minutes shaking hands. Taylor? Elizabeth? They both turned to find Bailey heading towards them with a small child in her arms. Bobby Fairland, the owner of the skating rink, wasn't far behind. Everyone knew they had become a hot item this summer. It was so cute to see Olivia's little sister, the girl who never could make up her mind about what she wanted, to find happiness by taking in a ready-made family. Even so, Taylor was happy for her. Bobby pulled something out of his pocket. I wanted to make a donation to your cause. Taylor took the folded check and thanked him. Any amount will help. She imagined the two didn't have much money to spare, and it was a sweet gesture to want to help out. She wasn't going to deny them their blessing even if she wanted to return the check back to them, but starting a business and a family had to be tough. Bailey bounced the child in her arms. Bobby wanted to give more, but we've decided to buy some property adjacent to the business and build a bigger house. Why wait, right? Taylor thought it was a sweet gesture. Are you sure though? That's so special of you to give what you can for the theater. It's important to keep the building alive. I can't wait for date night now, since we decided we'll make date night whenever there's a play in town. When do the season tickets come out? Elizabeth gave Bailey a quick smile. Now don't you worry, Bailey. We will be doing VIP packages plus discount and season tickets as well. I'll make sure there are some discounted ones for your family once we are up and running. Bailey looked puzzled. Well, thanks. I think. The new couple took off to catch up with Laura and Joe, who were strolling along the pathway towards their house. Taylor gazed down at her hands and opened the check. Whoa. Elizabeth leaned over her shoulder. Whoa, she echoed her sister's outcry. What is it? Jake leaned in. What are you all, whoa? Taylor's hand began to shake. I can't believe this. Don't lose the check, Jake told her. Give it to someone for safekeeping. Mom, Taylor raised her arm and waved the check at her mother. Shar turned to her daughter. We have a donation. Shar shrugged. I'm kind of busy right now. Ryan and I plan to? Mother. It's $5 million. Shar walked towards her. 5 million? She nodded, finding it hard to breathe or speak. 5 million. Shar took the check out of Taylor's hand. Who gave this to you? Is it real? Of course it is. Bobby did. When Laura heard the commotion, she came back to the group, pulling a reluctant Joe with her. What's going on? Bobby just gave us a $5 million check. I knew he'd do the right thing. What? You knew about this and didn't tell me? Char looked furious. Bailey told me he confessed that he came into money from an aunt and wasn't sure what to do with all the money. I had no idea it was so much, though. Bailey said he wanted to donate more, but they were going to build a place near the rink. That mountainside has been up for sale for a long time because it is so expensive. Laura looked surprised. Good for them. They deserve to have a nice place of their own. Char tucked the check into her purse. I'll take this and add it to the rest. I think we bagged the auction, folks. Good night. I have a date night with Ryan. Taylor took Jake's hand after they shut down the lights and locked up. It had been a long day, but she wasn't asking for any more miracles. She had seen enough of them tonight. When he dropped her off at her place, Elizabeth and Derek were sitting on the dock talking. Want to come in? She asked. He shook his head. I'll meet up with you tomorrow. It's been an overwhelming day, hasn't it? She nodded, leaned forward and gave him a kiss on his forehead. Good night, Jake. Sweet dreams. I only have those when I dream of you, he told her right before he revved up the engine and took off. She stood staring at the dust he stirred up when he rode out of the driveway. Chapter 17. Auction Day. Savannah was out in the yard with Hannah and the little three-legged pup that she named Hope. Hannah and Hope were now best friends. Hannah treated Hope like her own, and the pup took advantage of it. They were frolicking in the side yard, while Savannah sat watching them from the step on the porch. Two figures were walking along the side of the road. Savannah held a hand over her brow to see who it was, but the sun blinded her vision. When they turned into her yard, Hannah ran up to them wagging her tail. The pup followed, barking like there was an alien invasion going on. Hope, settle down, she ordered, then stood and walked towards the two. Parker stood there with the woman he had been spotted with the day she had gone shopping for a dress. She was confused and hurt that he brought her here. What's going on, Parker? She looked from one to the other. Hello. I'm Geraldine, or Jerry is what most people call me. I'm Parker's sister. Parker's sister. Savannah's face flushed bright red. Shame and embarrassment dropped on the top of her head like a wet blanket and began to suffocate her. She could not speak for the life of her. Parker smiled. I think we need to talk. Why didn't you say something, Parker? She finally got a few words out. You wouldn't let me, Savannah. While she was trying to be brave and strong and tough, Parker had been trying to tell her that the woman was his sibling. She wanted to laugh and cry and hide somewhere far away. Why did she keep messing up? Was it going to be like this for the rest of her life? I'm so sorry, Parker. I don't know what to say. I hate to bother you two, but I have to go. My husband will soon be needing his medication. I just stopped by with Parker for a moment to introduce myself. I'm sorry about the confusion the other day. Thank you for stopping. Please forgive me for thinking Parker was any less the perfect man he has shown me. Jerry laughed. He's far from perfect. Listen, have him invite you to one of our family suppers. We have them on the farm every Sunday afternoon. We sit around and eat ice cream and pretzels and talk. I can tell you stories that will knock your socks off. You can go now, Jerry. Don't say another word, Parker teased. It was obvious he was close to his sister. When she was far enough down the street, Savannah looked at Parker's face. She had been trying not to look at him for the past few minutes. I am terribly sorry, Parker. Will you ever forgive me? He shrugged. I don't know. It will take a lot of convincing. How can I make it up to you? He was making it easy on her, but she didn't deserve that. She had been awful. By forgiving yourself. I see how troubled you are. You had no idea. Savannah, if I had lived a portion of your life, I would be scared too. You don't have to be that way with me. I'll help you as long as you don't run like you did. Why didn't you come after me and explain, Parker? With your Aunt Julia by your side? You are kidding me, right? She laughed out loud this time. I am truly sorry. Parker came in closer, laying his hands on her shoulders. I think we should start from right here. If that is okay with you? It's perfect. He leaned in and softly moved his mouth over hers. Hannah and Hope wanted in on the action and began jumping and pushing them apart. Parker took her hand as they walked through the yard. I still have a date night open for you, anytime you say. Parker stopped and waited. She gave him a smile and ran a hand down his cheek. I still have a dress that hasn't been worn yet for a date night. It's saying Friday night. Let's seal that date with a kiss. You're on. Jake and Taylor sat side by side in Char's office. Elizabeth was on the opposite side of the room, beside her leading man, her hands clenched together. Derek leaned forward, his arms casually lying on his thighs while she chewed her gum and cracked it, causing Taylor to snap at her. Elizabeth. Stop doing that so loud. I can't help it. This is nerve-wracking. Your gum is worse than nerve-wracking. Derek turned to give her a reassuring grin. He wasn't going to say a word, she knew. It had been nice of him to stay a few more days and wait for the results of the auction. With him being here, it made the last few days more bearable. I don't think you have to worry so much, Elizabeth, he told her. You have that big check, and your mom is at the courthouse right now making sure you win. It can go either way, she explained. I know we have enough money. Kurt Maya doesn't have the financial backing any longer, but he is a jerk, and if anyone can ruin our chances, it is him. Don't give him that much credit. What goes around comes around, and it sounds like he is due for one. More than due. You have no idea. Derek grinned. I liked the way he was killed off in the play, right before the auction. Jake knows how to put in dramatic scenes. Elizabeth glanced over to see her sister holding hands with Jake. It was sad she had to leave all of this behind, but Elizabeth had no doubt she'd return more than once a year for the holidays. The place was really starting to grow on her. The cottage was starting to feel like home. She'd never admit that to anyone. At least not yet. Once the theater was bought, and they could plan more, she was going to bring more star-studded shows to this little town. At least those were her plans. Taylor may have something else in mind, but they'd get to that later. All she wanted was for the auction to go in their favor. She crossed her fingers and noticed the tiny scar left on her finger from many years ago. She stared at it and smiled. Taylor, Elizabeth, and Olivia had become blood sisters that summer. The scar was still there, but more than that, their friendship had always lasted. The phone rang. Every person in the room stared at it. No one moved. Someone has to answer, Taylor whispered. Jake stood up, reached over and hit the speaker. He didn't say a word. Hello? The room stayed silent. Okay, you are there. Char let out a dramatic sigh. It made Elizabeth grin. That's when she knew they won. Her mother was the best lawyer, but her dramatics were too much like her daughter's. We won? Elizabeth asked. What do you think? Mother. You can't fool us, Taylor yelled out. She stood and waited. Elizabeth grabbed onto Derek's hand. Yes, darlings. You now own a theater in the middle of Hideaway Lake. The relief was tremendous. Jake picked up Taylor and threw her in the air before catching her again. She was so pumped up, Taylor punched Jake in the shoulder, missed and caught his nose. Elizabeth laughed so hard she thought she was going to pee her panties. Except she had none on. Oh dear, too much information. Derek wasn't quite as excited since he came into this later in the game, but he was shaking Jake's hand and asking about writing screenplays. Would you girls settle down? The cafe will think there is an earthquake with all the ruckus going on. My office is right above there, you know. We should go tell everyone. So many people have helped from this town alone. Call Officer Swigart. He loves to drive around using his speaker system. He can let everyone know. That's a great idea. Elizabeth called Olivia to tell her they won and to meet up later that night. Olivia was telling everyone at her restaurant before they hung up the phone. She laughed and cried. It wouldn't take long for the folks in Hideaway Lake to hear the news. Bad news got around quite easily, but good news in Hideaway Lake traveled like wildfire. The bottle of wine was halfway empty. Olivia held it up. No sense in wasting my share. Drink it up, ladies. She refilled Taylor and Elizabeth's glass, then handed the bottle to Jake, who sat in the rowboat with them. "Jake, you always took good care of us," Taylor told him. "Yeah, I remember. What are you doing?" "We are going to renew our blood sister vows," she told him. They were in the middle of the lake, the sun ready to go down. It was different this time, since so many others were involved in their lives. Jake was here, steadfast like he always had been even back in the days of those long hot summers. Up until the time his father took him away, Jake had rowed out in the water with them, and knew every secret and dream they talked about. "I'm glad you came back, Jake." "So am I. I'm here to stay, Taylor." Taylor told him, "I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Unless I can't find a job, then I may have to hitch a ride back to Hollywood." Elizabeth clapped her hands. "That would be wonderful. Except I know you wouldn't be happy there. The theater is your happiness. I saw it the night of the fundraiser. You have a lot to work with here. The theater will now become your passion. It already is." Elizabeth gave her a hug, and they raised their glasses into the air. To Olivia, and her newest addition to her life. "Hear, hear. I can't wait. We've already chosen a name." "That means you know the gender?" A slow smile crept across Olivia's face. "Yes, we do. It will be some time before we disclose that information. We're planning one of those gender reveals." "I love those," Elizabeth cried out. "You must let me know when, and I'll fly home for the celebration." "Well, as long as I'm not filming." "Oh. Maybe I can watch it via video chat." "You will always be a part of our lives, so yes, we'll video chat when the time comes." Olivia waved to someone at the dock. Taylor shook her head. "He's not letting you out of his sight, is he, Olivia?" She laughed. "Nope. It's kind of nice. He's showing me he will be here for me." "You'll have to tell us the story sometime about the first baby. I'd like to know about her," Elizabeth said, her voice gentle. "I'll tell you both someday. Right now, I want to celebrate our future." Taylor was about to lift her glass in the air again, when an Uber dropped off someone. They all watched a woman close the door, and began to walk towards the lake. She stopped halfway, staring at them. "Who is that?" Taylor thought she looked familiar, but the woman was too far away. Jake sucked in his chest. The air left his lungs in one huge sigh. "It's Dana. She finally made it here." "Your sister? I barely remember her, except she clung onto your mom like a second skin." He nodded. "It was too hard for her to come back here. Until now." Olivia, Taylor and Elizabeth all waved when Jake called out, "Dana. I'll be on shore in a few." "Okay, ladies, since Jake has to get back, let's do our toast and renew our vows. We are the sisters of summer." They all raised their glasses except for Olivia, who raised a fist in the air and shouted, "We are sisters, forever." "It's dark and I can't see a thing." "Shish, you will wake up Taylor and Elizabeth." "They are already awake. I can see a light on inside." Laura stepped into the boat and set a small LED lantern down on the bench. She helped Holly onto the boat and waited for Shar. As they rowed out to the middle of the water, Laura began to laugh. "We are crazy for coming here like this." "It's what Holly wanted to do." "I did. I wasn't expecting such a dark night though. It's kind of like me. Soon my light will fade away and darkness will prevail." She gazed up at the sky, and Laura wanted to cry. She knew there was nothing that any of them could say. Holly leaned against Laura as Shar opened a bottle of wine. "I'll take one of those." "You want a drink? I thought you just wanted one last view of the lake from here." Laura felt the need to step in and say something too. "You take pain medication, Holly. Drinking on top of that may." Holly laughed. "May do what? Kill me? The hell with it. I want to have a drink today. It may be my last, and if it is, I can go knowing I celebrated with my best friends." "You are right. It's too late to worry about formalities, isn't it?" "It sure is," Shar said, pouring wine into a glass and handing it to Holly. "Let her have whatever she wants." "I'm right here, Shar. Don't discuss me like I'm not." "You always say that, Holly." I remember how the two got into a heated discussion about who was right or wrong. Laura sat back, sipping her wine, the memories of years of friendship and the love between the three of them. It was serene here, a place to go to think and dream. Sadly, not all dreams come true. I may die tomorrow, and we all know it will happen. One of these tomorrows will be my last. What I want the two of you to know is that I never intended for my life to become entangled in either one of yours. Call it fate or our journey through this life, I just don't know. Whatever it was, I'm glad to have gone through it with you. We were the originals, you know, Char said. The original what? Laura lifted her chin up to the sky and laughed. Char's right. We are the originals. Holly smiled too. Ah, you are talking about the time Char and her mom were walking along the river and saw the girls and Olivia prick their finger to become sisters. We may not have done that, but we have always been sisters. The three of us. Yeah, here's to the sisters of summer. Sisters, Laura repeated. Holly raised her glass. Sisters forever. The end. Thank you for reading The Sisters of Summer. What's next for Hideaway Lake? Dana Turner shows up in Hideaway Lake to get away from a bad relationship. She hadn't been back to the cottage since her mother's death many years before. Will coming home heal the brokenness she feels and restore her faith in order to move on? Book 6 in the Hideaway Lake series, The Healing Cottage, is available at all retailers now.